In the life of every person there are days that, in the opinion of that person, it would be better if they had never come. But people very often do not understand, and only over time they realize that that bad day a few months ago was actually good. So this story began with the husband on his knees asking his wife to divorce him. And this time the woman said that she would give him a divorce. But it seems that she was not ready to do it just like that, and looking straight into her husband's eyes that she wanted to get something in return. In addition, she even asked him what he could do for her in return. The man's face could describe the situation completely, since now he was at the very bottom, and did not even know what to offer his own wife in order for her to break up with him. To understand the whole situation, you need to move a little into the past and understand that this same man hated his father. All day long he either drank or gambled, also constantly shouting at his son and asking him for a drink. His father never paid for his stay, let alone gave him any attention. However, the reason he still lived with him was because his father was the only family he had left. He worked very hard at work, and almost every day was incredibly difficult for him due to the large number of clients in the restaurant where he worked. Overall, he worked many part-time jobs, otherwise he would have had a hard time making a living. On one of these days, an unfamiliar man asked him for some small rag since he had spilled water and would like to wipe it himself. For some reason, the guy remembered this moment well, as the father asked his son why he splashed water to the side, and he replied that he was just having fun. Then he went up to this table and told the little boy that in fact everything was fine and he had not done anything so critically bad. Because he saw what a relationship between a father and a child could look like, he was jealous of them, and he himself said that he would clean everything up with his rag. One such day, right after a very stressful shift at work, the guy returned home to his father. Like every other day, the father was incredibly drunk and asked his own son to lend him 10 million won. Initially, the guy thought that he had not heard and even pulled one earphone out of his ear so that he could hear this amount from his father again. In a raised voice, he asked Dad if he knew how big this amount was. But he only replied that this is why he is asking to borrow money, since he is going to return everything in double amount. He had to explain that recently something people called a coin had appeared and everyone was going crazy about it, saying that it was the currency of the future. The guys didn't even want to listen to this, and he told his father that the money he earned through his hard work was more important to him than a dubious chance to earn money. Then the father realized that he should influence his son's feelings in order to achieve what he wanted, and he took his hand. At the same time, he lowered his head to the floor and said that he always looked hopeless, drank a lot, and even allowed himself to beat his son. But he swore that from now on he was asking for a chance because he wanted to change. He really wanted to become different, and so he asked his son to give him one last chance, which meant giving him 10 million won. Despite everything, the guy knew well that he should not have given his father a loan again. He understood very well that he should not trust this man who had betrayed him more than once and was constantly drinking. But the thought that his father's idea might actually be true, and that they could become normal again, convinced him. Therefore, he told his father that he would give him money because he wanted to trust his man for the last time. Hearing these long-awaited words, the father hugged his son and thanked him for trusting him. After that, he said that thanks to this decision, their family will soon become incredibly rich. This was not destined to happen, because after quite a short time, the son stood and looked at the photograph of his father, which was shrouded in black ribbon. His father died in a car accident, and initially it was not so easy for his son to survive this moment. People around said that his car went off the road because of the rain, and he died on the spot even before the ambulance arrived. Undoubtedly, the son felt great sadness at losing the last member of his family. But at the same time, he had a strange feeling of liberation. Now he was left completely alone, and life no longer looked the same as it did before. Even now, he always ate dinner by himself, and he was a little sad because there was no person to keep him company. One day he thought that his life was incredibly strange, and it was probably difficult to compare it with anyone else's life. When one day the guy was having dinner, he looked at the TV where they were showing an interesting interview. In this interview, the man said that in front of him was a man who was still young, but had achieved great success. This man's name was Konu Lee. All this, the guy involuntarily thought that his huge success meant that he probably bought himself some kind of big house. But when the interviewer asked his guest how much he managed to earn, he replied that his fortune is now estimated at 4 billion won. Undoubtedly, it was very interesting to find out how he was able to earn it, and the guest replied that probably everyone had already heard about this method of earning money. He replied that he invested in Bitcoin a year ago, and thanks to this he was able to earn such a large fortune. The guy was scared when he heard this, because it seems that if his memory serves him right, this is the name of the coin in which his father was going to invest money. It was hard to believe that the price for this one had risen so much here, and for this reason he went into his phone to check the price. The TV interviewer meanwhile said that if a person had made this worthless and 6 years ago when bitcoins first appeared, I wonder what the profit would be. The guest replied that he often dreams about this, but at that time in fact no one could have imagined that the price of bitcoin would rise so much. Looking at the figure on his account, the guy heard the guest say that if someone had invested 6 years ago they would have received much more. To be more precise, the investment would have grown at least 2,500 times. Indeed, bitcoin was now so popular that a huge number of people were buying it despite the fact that the price was quite high. When the guy saw this figure on his account, he couldn't believe his eyes for a long time. It was written there that Kim Shin's current assets are as much as 25 billion won. A day had already passed since that situation, and the guy understood well that all this needed to be thoroughly digested in his head. Kim Shin was riding a bicycle along the road and thought that it was good that the cold wind was blowing now, as it added clarity to his thoughts. He still couldn't believe that he had more than 20 billion won in his account. While he was sitting at home, changes in market prices drove him crazy, and so he stayed in one place for a bit. He was unable to look away as the amount changed every couple of minutes. He was so happy when the price of his Bitcoin increased by 10 million, and when the rate fell a little it seemed to him that the whole world had collapsed. Even when he was riding a bicycle, he still thought about whether he should sell his coins or whether it was better to leave them, because even if he sells everything now, he won't have to worry about money for the rest of his life. But still the price continued to rise in the long term, and he decided that it was better not to rush into selling. All his life Kim was thrifty, and he concluded that you need to be patient because in the end, even if the amount decreases a little, it is still a lot of money. But still the voice that sat inside him forced him to act differently, and he didn't particularly like it. But even though he didn't like it, he still continued to do it over and over again and behaved like a real addict. Literally every 10 minutes he took the computer mouse in his hands and looked at the chart to understand what the current price of Bitcoin was. And every time he had the same reaction, it was surprise. This morning he had 23.5 million in his account. However, during all this time, while he was leaving, the amount increased by another 2 million. Never in his life had he even dreamed of such money, but now it was literally in his pocket. These thoughts were constantly in his head, and no matter how hard he tried to distract himself, even at work he thought about bitcoins. When I came to work, I reluctantly listened to the words of one of the employees that they needed to discuss ophthalmology clinics in Busan. Lately, the Busan department has been showing poor results, and in this case we need to find who will be responsible for installing the equipment. And for this reason, the authorities decided to send someone on a business trip in order to find out everything there. But there were no volunteers for this role. At some point in the silence, Kim said that he wanted to go to Busan. The director immediately drew attention to him and asked if he was healthy since he had large dark circles under his eyes. The guy couldn't sleep all weekend because he was running to the computer to check the changes. He wanted to go on a business trip and cool off. Well, while he was thinking about it, the director said that he needed someone else to help him. A very beautiful girl volunteered. She also worked in this company. When she said that she also wanted to go on a business trip, the other men raised their hands and added that they also wanted to go to Busan. The director thought for a while and told them that 2 people were enough, and since Kim and Cho Sua were the first to volunteer, they would go. For some reason, Kim was initially not very comfortable with Sua going with him. He was already driving home from work in her car, and right in the middle of the road at some point he thanked the girl for giving him a lift. Immediately after this phrase, he asked Sua if she liked to drive a car. She replied that this car was left to her from her brother last year since he sold it to her cheaply. She also admitted that she had not been to Busan for a long time and therefore was very worried now. Even though it was her hometown, she stopped going there because of work. In addition, she was very passionate about fitness, and Kim noticed that from the outside it was very noticeable that she took care of her body. Still, finally on the road, Kim was lost in his thoughts and thought that dreams and hopes appear only when a person sees some kind of opportunity in front of him. Until now he had no regrets about what he could not have. But now, with the acquisition of enormous wealth, he of course became curious. The guy wanted to know what the world could be like for a person who has as much money as he has. The rest of the way they did not speak, but only occasionally exchanged some meaningless phrases. Well, when it was already late in the evening and they stopped near a store, a dialogue immediately began. Kim said that he had long noticed that everyone at work wants to discuss business only with Sua, and he suspects that the girls are having a hard time because of this. When the girl answered this, for some reason her face became how to remove it, and her eyes moved to the lower left corner. After this hesitation, she asked her business trip partner if he would like to go shopping with her in the evening. She explained this desire by saying that she had not come to Busan for shopping for a long time, and moreover she also wanted to talk to Kim about something important. This idea sounded quite interesting to the guy since stores are a very good place to get a little distraction. Therefore, without thinking twice, he agreed and said that they really should go shopping. Just a few minutes later, they were already near one of the stores that sold classic suits for a variety of purposes. Looking at all these goods, the guy thought that clothes could be ordered cheaper on the internet, and he did not understand why buy them here. But while he was thinking about this, Sua approached him from behind to offer her to buy him a suit. Sua said that she was going to ask the guy with a very irresponsible and inconvenient request, and clothes in this situation would be something like a bribe. Not wanting to agree, the guy asked her to say what kind of request this was, since he himself had enough money to buy clothes in such places. From the very beginning, the girl thought that it would be a little easier, but now the situation looked so that she had to blush even more than usual. Gathering her strength, she told the guy that she wanted him to act as her boyfriend in front of her parents. Next, she very quickly said that her younger sister is already dating someone, and her parents are constantly convincing her to bring a guy with her. This was her request, and initially the guy didn't even want to listen to her since it was just unnecessary problems. But before he had time to come to his senses, a few hours later, he was already in a very expensive restaurant. The guy was sitting mostly with the girl's parents, and her mother said that Sua was quite smart but very clumsy and stubborn like her mother herself in her youth. Mom also noted that she suspects that dating Sua can sometimes be difficult. Undoubtedly, this phrase embarrassed the girl very much, and her mother noticed this and accordingly decided to ask the guy if she and Sua worked together in the same company. She was also interested in how they became friends, and he replied that when Sua had just started working they became close while he talked to her about the basics and in general talked about how everything works here. The guy wanted to tell even more, but his mother interrupted him and said that he wouldn't have time to sit down if he talked so much, so it's better to have a little refreshment. While cutting his steak, Kim thought about the fact that last spring he also met with relatives of his ex-wife. Her name was Chai-won, and despite the fact that according to the guy she herself was not an angel, her parents were even worse. When they all got together, they bombarded the guys with questions about who his parents were and whether he grew up in an orphanage, having heard that both of his parents had died. There was no end to these questions. This became especially clear after they asked if the guy lived in the apartment. They immediately began to humiliate him because his parents had to leave him some house and it probably went to one of his smarter brothers. Their questions became more and more, and with each new question Kim became more and more embarrassed. At one point they even suggested that Kim send his parents $50 a month after the wedding since they were now his new parents. After the wedding, Kim tried to impress them, but in the end it didn't work out. And now at this table he felt comfortable compared to what it was then. He came to his senses at the moment when Sua's mother asked the guy if he liked the food in this establishment, and he answered positively. Kim had already been married once, and the experience he received at that time could hardly be called something positive. But nevertheless, the evening was over. The guy bowed to the girl's parents and said goodbye to them. At some point, the mother approached her daughter and said that she did not have to come home today, which made Sua feel embarrassed. While on the sidelines, Kim meanwhile thought that if bitcoins did not bring him wealth, and if money did not support his pride, then he would hardly be able to play Sua's boyfriend. When the parents were already quite far away, the mother waved her hand to the guy and shouted that she hoped that the first grandchild would be a girl. Of course, this made Kim Shin embarrassed, but not as embarrassed as Sua herself was embarrassed. Leaving home, the father of the family said that as long as Sua is good, he is not against this guy. And then Kim realized that they liked him. Kim Shin's current asset was 31 billion won on that day. After lunch at the restaurant, Kim and Sua went to the beach for a short walk. And at some point the guy noticed that the girl stopped and, making a small bow, asked for forgiveness for everything. She said that she realized that she had thought badly and made a big mistake. The guy still didn't understand what he meant. Then the girl explained that she saw the look on the guy's face when his parents asked questions, and she thought it brought back bad memories. This was actually true, but Kim, so that the girl would not feel guilty, said that everything was fine and Sua was simply mistaken. He even added that the girl's parents are good people and the food in that establishment was hardly tasty, so there is nothing to apologize for. Sua became more confident, and the guy decided to ask her if she could show him Haeundae Beach as a sign of apology, because it was his first time in Busan and the girl knew better the best places here. Now the girl had a difficult task because in her head she decided that she needed to perfectly plan the best route. She thought about what to do first and stopped to eat seacoal despite the fact that they had only recently left the restaurant. I heard from the side all these thoughts about plans ahead. The guy tried to stop her but realized that it would be in vain. Still, her mother was a failure in that SUA can be stubborn even when they directly tell her about it. After looking around, the girl came up with something to do next, and she found it quite interesting. She pointed her finger at a small tent and said that this option for spending time seemed quite interesting to her. Initially, the guy didn't really like this idea, and he even began to panic a little. On the outskirts of the beach where they were now, there was a tent in which they usually told fortunes. Just a few moments later, the two of them entered this tent, and the fortune teller began to describe the future of the girl first. The fortune teller said that the young lady has pure and kind energy, and she also has great talent, but at the same time she works hard and luck will accompany her throughout her life. Hearing this was very pleasant for SUA, as any person would be very pleased to hear about how good everything will be in the future. But the fortune teller also informed her that the girls had been unlucky some time ago, and she herself should know about it. Namely, she was unlucky in that she missed something and was so hesitant due to lack of courage that she was unable to achieve her goal. This was indeed true, since SUA knew well that not so long ago she missed an opportunity that she had been thinking about for a long time. But the fortune teller advised her not to worry because the luck that had been missed would now return to her, and although this was great luck, she still did not deign to say how difficult it would be to catch it this time. Listen to all these words. Kim decided for himself that the fortune teller was talking all sorts of abstruse nonsense, and perhaps you shouldn't trust her words. But a moment after these thoughts, the girl suggested that the guy also ask the fortune teller to tell him something about him. He refused, but the girl began to persuade him, since they had already arrived, it was worth making the most of this visit. Trying to get away from this dialogue, the guy asked the girl if she wanted to know anything else, and she replied that she had received answers to all the questions. At some point, the fortune teller herself interrupted the girl, and looking straight into the guy's eyes, she said that one day he was dying of hunger. She also suggested that in his youth, he lived in extreme poverty, and this continued for a very long time. But then he was very lucky, so much so that the fortune teller could say that she envied him, and also added that if he sat still, then good luck would come to him. In addition, she also outlined that there is a problem that the guy clearly needs to know about in order to prevent mistakes in the future. I read that guys definitely need to be warned that if he travels around the world, he will experience a lot at the same time. But we should also not forget that this can waste all his luck, and then he will lose everything that the universe gave him for nothing. The fortune teller's gaze became even more serious when she said that the guy can live as he wishes. No matter what he does, he will succeed. The fortune teller also said that in this industry she can't say anything extra, and perhaps the guy is interested in what kind of girl it is or something like that. But at that time the guy only thought that a carefree life had always been difficult for him. He was accustomed to poverty since childhood, and that is why he always cared about money. He didn't know whether the fortune teller was telling the truth, but it was incredibly pleasant to listen to such predictions. He was grateful to her for her kind words and asked how much they would charge for this fortune-telling. Without thinking twice, the grandmother replied that they had to pay 200,000 won for this session. 200,000 is the cost of clothing for a year plus transportation costs, and accordingly it was very difficult for Kim to part with this money. When SUA and Kim went outside at some point, the girl asked the guy if he had tried sea eel at least once in his life. The guy didn't even have time to answer, but from this reaction the girl realized that it looked like Kim really hadn't eaten anything like this, so now they will go to the market where this dish will be prepared for them. Ever since Kim became rich, he became curious about what he should do if he had a lot of money and whether it would really make his life happy. So far, very little time has passed, and he has not found a clear answer to the question posed. But he didn't really want to look into it much, and the desire to enjoy the moment was much stronger. He began to look forward to his future life with interest. After the 4 days it took them to set up work in Busan, they returned home from their business trip. And their Kim's life began to take the same tracks it had been on before this trip. He constantly sat at the computer and frantically clicked on the computer mouse, refreshing the page with his crypto wallet. From his look, it was clear that he spent most of his free time at the computer, which had a detrimental effect on his condition and sleep. It was very difficult for him to stop himself from refreshing the page a few more times and seeing what the current rate was. After several such updates, he noticed that he had made one mistake, because if he had sold Bitcoin earlier, he would not have lost 200 million won. Well, literally an hour later his opinion changed because thanks to the change in the exchange rate, he earned 300 million won. Despite the fact that this action does not require much physical exertion, the guy still spent a lot of energy in a fairly small amount of time. Since he returned from a business trip, all he has done is sit and monitor changes in the value of Bitcoin. After staring at them all weekend, he felt mentally exhausted as his mind was filled with questions about whether he should sell them. And every time the thought of selling appeared in his head, he went to the chart and checked the price again. The next day he went to work and listened to his colleagues talk about how the apartment that one of them had bought could now be sold for more than 300 million won. The phrases that real estate is the best investment made him think that perhaps this really is the case. But still, even though he didn't sleep today, the amount in his account still rose to 40 billion won yesterday, and perhaps the price will only rise higher. While thinking about selling coins, one of the employees asked the guy how his trip to Busan was. He replied that this was usually a work trip and he had nothing to talk about. Of course, the men who worked there understood everything, and one of them said that next time he would go on a business trip with Kim since he was not interested in SUA. Another person said that they should return to the topic of investing since the price of one of the employees' shares has increased greatly recently. He noted that although this is true, there is still a long way to go before it is possible to recoup the investment. Then they started talking about Bitcoin. One of my colleagues said that at the beginning of the year Bitcoins were worth 1 million won. By investing then you could increase the amount 8 times. Dreams that by investing just 1 million won could get as much as 80 million won made a colleague say that maybe they should start investing. They wanted to use this method to get out of loans and thereby protect themselves from changes in stock prices. Kim didn't even listen to all these dialogues anymore since although his physical shell was here, his thoughts were still flying somewhere else. Analyzing the conversations up to that point, he realized that it looked like Bitcoin would continue to rise as more and more people talked about it. And this meant that we needed to wait a little longer and then the price would become more acceptable. On that day, Kim Shin's assets amounted to as much as 40 billion won, but it was not clear how long the coin could continue to grow. After analyzing all the information that Kim had at that time, he realized that it looked like Bitcoin would continue to grow. He made this conclusion due to the fact that his colleagues are sensitive to questions about Bitcoins, which means that in the future more and more people will invest in this coin. Therefore, you just had to wait a little longer and find the right moment to sell everything and get a lot of money. On one of the most ordinary days, the guy continued to look at the chart and try to analyze the price movement further. But when he watched, he noticed that the chart was starting to unfold and the price was slowly falling down. This happened until the price fell not by a couple of percent as usual but by tens. Most recently, Bitcoin was worth 7,500 apiece, and in just a few minutes it could fall to 6,300. This only meant that Kim's losses at that moment amounted to approximately 6 billion won. But still he tried to somehow distract himself from it, and it's good that he had to go to work that day. While at work and on vacation, he noticed that the weather today was truly wonderful and cleared his mind. But still looking at the bare tree, he thought that 6 billion was his salary for about 45 years of work. This money would be enough to hang them instead of leaves. The thoughts didn't want to leave my head, and at some point the guy even thought about selling everything. He took his phone out of his pocket and began to search for the exchange application in order to see how much Bitcoin was worth now. He remembered well that the 34 billion he had then was still more than enough for him. Perhaps now is the time to stop being greedy. But Kim, pondering further actions, did not notice that his work colleagues suddenly approached him. One of them was Sang-ki, who approached Kim and was surprised that he was so surprised when they arrived. Therefore, he began to look at the guy's screen in order to see something open behind the application. And when he saw the name of the application that he was trying to open, everything immediately fell into place. A smile appeared on the colleague's face, and he told the guy that he didn't expect Kim to do this. He asked the guy if he really decided to invest in Bitcoins and bring them to the stock exchange. The second colleague, who stood a little further, said that if assistant manager Kim also started investing, then it's time for them all to buy some Bitcoins. He was wondering how much the assistant manager had of this cryptocurrency, and he replied that he had about $34 in Bitcoins. The colleague replied that this was quite good since the price would soon increase. After this phrase, Kim's face became disappointed, and he answered his colleagues that they should look at how the price collapsed yesterday to understand that it is unlikely to rise. But for some reason the faces of these two men were very surprised when they heard these words. A second later they looked at each other, and at the same time Sen-ki began to take out his phone from his back pocket. Opening the exchange app, he said that it looks like Kim is not following the latest news very closely. He turned his phone with the screen towards the guy and told him that now the price is most likely different from the one Kim last saw. And indeed, looking at the screen, the guy clearly saw that the price had rushed up again and absorbed the minus that was yesterday. At that moment, tears appeared in the guy's eyes as he was incredibly glad that he had not actually lost that money. Colleagues tried to calm him down and did not understand why he was so worried about his 30 in cryptocurrency. They also said that in any case the guy should not get upset and continue to wait since the real rise in price is just beginning. It was not entirely clear why they were all so confident because Kim was still afraid of another fall. Two colleagues began to talk among themselves about the fact that they used money from the lake fund yesterday and bought at the price when the coin fell. This prompted Kim to think that perhaps he should wait a little longer, and he began to sit at the computer even more than usual. The next day, Bitcoin craze around the world skyrocketed and everyone's newspapers were making headlines about this cryptocurrency. Everywhere it was written that young people are trying to become millionaires, and one of the newspapers also wrote that Bitcoin had risen to 15,000. When Kim read all this news, his soul was incredibly happy with every word. In just a few days, the current price of Bitcoin has already become 19,000, which the guy could not even imagine. It was so much money that he no longer even understood how much money he now owned. Kim Shin's current assets on that day were approximately 100 billion won. He was even scared just to count the number of years he would have to work at a regular job to earn such a large sum. For the first time, when he found out how much money he now had, he even found it difficult to breathe for some time. Even after a few minutes, he still couldn't believe that it was true and he could really become a real millionaire in a few days. At some point, his heart even pounded due to the fact that his body experienced an incredibly large number of emotions. But the guy also understood that he needed to come to his senses and soberly assess the situation in which he found himself. In a few seconds, he was able to calm down and look at the affairs and events that happened with a more sober look. He exhaled all the air from his lungs, trying to calm down, and looked at his computer screen again. It was decided to calm down since he does not have this money until he sells Bitcoin. But now it was really necessary to think about everything since subsequent decisions will affect a lot of things. The question was whether he should sell everything now and what he was going to do next with all this money. The guy was incredibly scared because he didn't understand what to do and how a smart person would behave in this situation. It seemed to him that some figure appeared on his shoulder and called him a fool, and the voice of this figure seemed familiar to him. This figure further added that you need to earn more since you can't give up everything when you catch an upward flow. In just a few days, his fortune had grown by tens of billions, and the guy would now be able to earn tens of billions of won a day just by sitting still, and it was scary to give it up. According to this figure, now is the time to be greedy because this will lead to wealth very soon. But still, in Kim's head, there was still an internal dialogue about whether he should do what his heart was trying to tell him to do. After a few seconds, he decided to wait longer since the price had not yet reached its maximum in Kim's opinion. When he was already moving his mouse cursor to the button that would close the bijou, he suddenly heard his father's voice behind him. This voice said that he was sure that the guy would succeed and he just needed more patience. It turned out that this voice was coming from the frame that stood on the closet, and it looked like the guy was imagining it all. It was a frame containing a photo of Kim's father, who proceeded to talk to him and ask him if he trusted his own father. But in fact, the guy at that moment simply remembered his father's words that something had recently appeared that is called a coin and in which people invest money. Now Kim already had a decision, and after hearing the opinion of the figure on his shoulder and remembering the phrases of his father, he was now confident. Meanwhile, there was so much trading on the stock exchange that it was difficult to even calculate how much money the guy now had. Meanwhile, work in the office where the guy worked all this time continued in full. Sua was working there right now, and at one point she reached for her workplace due to the fact that she had been working on the project for a very long time. Looking around, she noticed that Kim Shin was still not here, and she assumed that it looked like he had gone on a business trip again. Therefore, it was decided to go to manager, and in order to give him a summary of the minutes of the meeting which he had previously asked her to draw up. And at the same time, she asked whether Kim's assistant was in the office now or whether he had gone on a business trip. The manager replied that the guy was just taking a day off. These thoughts were clearly not pleasant since the girl thought that something had happened to Kim, and for this reason he took the day off. All she could do was hope that nothing serious had happened to him, and that he was just tired after the business trip. But it turned out that during this time Kim visited a car dealership where one of the employees asked whether the client was looking for a specific model or wanted to see the entire model range. He looked around carefully, and in the corner of the car dealership, he noticed a car that he immediately liked very much. The worker at the car dealership said it was a Ferrari 458 Italia, all-wheel drive sports car with 8 cylinders and an engine capacity of 4 liters. He also added that this car is suitable for both city driving and sports competitions. Don't think for a second, Kim said that he liked this car and wants to take it. Then the car dealership worker began to explain how he could pay for the car. But when he saw the map in front of him, he was very surprised and could not believe what he really saw in front of him. The guy said that he would like to pay for the Ferrari in one lump sum in one payment. Some time ago, when Kim finally made a decision, he looked at the frame with a photo of his deceased father and thanked him. Thanks to him, he came to his senses, and with shaking hands, he pressed the sell button on the exchange website. The price of Bitcoin at that moment was 19,000, and at that moment Kim Shin sold all his assets and his fortune was estimated at 100 million. Now he felt much better because he didn't have to constantly look at the chart and think about where the price would go next. However, after he did this, he still did not understand what to do with such a lot of money. So he went to one of the car dealerships where the girl at the reception said that they would contact the guy when the car was shipped. When Kim left, absolutely all the employees of this car dealership made a farewell bow since they had never seen such a method of paying for an expensive car. The guy left the car dealership and slowly began to walk along the sidewalk until he suddenly stopped. At first, he didn't understand why his body didn't want to obey and why it suddenly stopped right here. But it turned out that Kim was panicking because he had just bought a car that cost 490 million won. And so long ago, he was shaking from the payment of 200,000 for fortune-telling, and now he made the first grandiose purchase in his life. It took him a few more seconds to completely calm down and stop thinking about how much money he had just spent. Then he took out a small piece of paper from his pocket, and on that piece of paper were written things that he would like to do if he had a lot of money. He was happy that he once wrote down what he would like to do if he had a lot of money, since now his dreams from his student days have turned into reality. Next on the list was to buy a luxury apartment, since all the time he lived with his father under the same roof, and the living conditions there were, to put it mildly, not very comfortable. Therefore, he came to a real estate agency and was seriously aimed at buying an apartment for himself. Going inside, he was met by 2 girls, one of whom asked the guest what kind of real estate he was looking for. The guy came into this room with a suitcase and asked if they could help him find an apartment that would be spacious and ideally in a new building overlooking the Han River. Then the girls began to whisper among themselves, and one of the subordinates said that it seemed to her that the client was looking for an expensive house. Therefore, the boss decided to serve him personally and said that she would take him and show him one very interesting option. The complex that the guy saw in front of him was built last year, and the size of the apartment was approximately 200 square meters, and the cost was 1.5 billion won. There was a garden along the walking path near this residential complex. In the central square there was a water garden, and in addition, in each building, there are various public facilities such as a swimming pool and gyms. Kim lagged behind the girl a little while he was thinking about his own things, but once she called him to follow her, he instantly came to his senses. Even the entrance to this apartment looked like it was some kind of secret bunker with incredible security and not a simple apartment. Upon entering, the guy immediately assessed the size of this apartment and was surprised by the girl's question about whether he liked the size of these apartments. All because looking at all this, he thought that with such an apartment, morning jogging could be done without leaving home. Looking around, the girl explained that the apartment was fully furnished and all materials were of the highest quality. Kim, meanwhile, did not understand why there was a dishwasher in the apartment if they were not in a restaurant. It was also important to understand that there was one bathroom in the master bedroom, the entrance to which is at the end of the hallway, and another bathroom for guests. After thinking a little, the guy asked the girl whether the noise outside the window and mosquitoes would bother him in this apartment. She replied that since the building was high-rise, there would be no such problems here, but in fact Kim asked this question only for the sake of decency. When he opened the doors to the balcony, a very bright light immediately began to break through due to the fact that it was now sunset. Coming out onto the balcony, Kim was simply in love with the view that he now saw. It was actually amazing. And the girl who stood behind him concluded that most likely he really likes it, but for now it was not clear to her whether he could afford it. She asked the client how he liked it and added that if something doesn't suit him then she can show other houses in the meantime. But turning his head to the girl, the guy said that he was taking this apartment and that he was happy with everything about it. There is a saying that says that if you are unhappy then you need to think about whether you have enough money. The guy gave up a lot in his life because of money, but now that he became rich he no longer had to do it. When Kim signed the necessary documents for everyone, the girl explained that now all that was needed was a down payment and a brokerage commission. But he replied that he would pay the entire amount at once. The smiling girl asked if the guy really wants to pay for everything at once. Well, then the guy put the suitcases with money on the table and said that he wanted to get cash for these apartments. Now the task on the list, which meant buying a luxury apartment by paying in cash, could be considered completed. The girls who worked in this company could not believe their eyes and could no longer believe that he had been dragging around with a suitcase full of money all this time. After the guy gave them this money, he asked the girl to give him a check to pay the brokerage commission. Meanwhile, the action moved to the office storage room where the guy had not been there for several days. In it, the manager was talking to some girl and asking her if the people in the restaurant had a delicious meal yesterday. The girl replied that the food and atmosphere were simply wonderful, but the guy also had something to answer. He said that he knew the place even better than before. He moved a little closer to her lips and said in a quiet voice that this is a place where the night view is simply stunning and the girl is clearly worth a look. At the moment when they were almost kissing, someone with a sharp movement of his hand opened the door and disturbed their peace. The manager immediately turned his head towards the one who suddenly came in and asked who it was. It was Sua, and he was very scared that everything happened so abruptly, and he immediately began to think about what he could have done wrong. His fear was very clearly visible on his face, and he even took a few steps back to feel safer. Sua came up to him almost point blank and said that she had a very important matter with the manager Young Yup. The man was still very scared and asked Sua in a trembling voice what she wanted from him. Without thinking twice, the girl asked the manager if he knew where assistant Kim Shin lived. Kim Shin's current assets meanwhile consisted of about 100 billion won. Sua now most wanted to know if her manager knew where the assistant manager named Kim Shin lived. He of course asked why the girl needed this information, and the fear on his face became less and less noticeable with every second. The girl explained that she wanted to visit Kim because they said that he was sick and took time off as a vacation. She was worried that it might be something serious. This was very strange to hear, and the manager wondered if all of her colleagues were as worried about the girl as she was about Kim now. Therefore he only replied that he did not know where his assistant lived, but since he had a number he would call him right away and find out everything. The manager wrote to Kim that he and Sua would like to visit him if he doesn't mind, but the guy thought it was strange. However, when he heard that Sua was worried about his illness, he said that they could come and he would send the address. Sua was very happy to hear that they could come to Kim Shin's house and visit him. Looking at the girl's reaction to this information, a variety of assumptions crept into the manager's head. And one of them was that most likely Sua became interested in his assistant, and she became very interested. Now the girl had a very clear task, which was how to visit Kim Shin. If someone asked her what she thought about what the guy's house would look like, she would have thought for a while. And then she would answer that since he lives alone, most likely he has a small apartment, and since he is a neat person, the house will probably be clean and tidy. But if such questions were asked to a manager, he would initially be surprised that he even needs to answer this. But still, after thinking a little, he would answer that since the guy still lives where he lived before the wedding, then he is either a minimalist or simply thrifty and does not want to spend money. But now it's time to go and check out where Kim Shin really lives. When the two of them saw his home, they were surprised, but the manager was most surprised since in his mind the house looked completely different. Kim, when he met the guests, thanked them for coming at all. He also admitted that he wasn't really that sick, so he apologized for disturbing them. He should have apologized for the fact that it was not tidy here due to his move, but he also added that nevertheless it is quite convenient here. The place where the manager was now looked more like some kind of warehouse, and it was difficult to believe that someone could live here even with such a stench. But Kim explained that the smell has nothing to do with the house, there's just a sewer leaking somewhere nearby, and even though he ventilates the smell, it still never goes away. Sua, meanwhile, she approached one of the walls, which was almost completely covered with black mold. And when she touched it, she was able to press the concrete even with just her fingers due to the fact that it was almost completely destroyed by mold. Until this time, time Sua had only heard that people could live in basements for a long time, and here it was clearly worse than she could imagine. It was very difficult for her to believe that after the divorce the guy had been living in such a place for a very long time. Well, what was worst in her opinion was that in such bestial conditions he also lives completely alone. Even the manager, who saw her trembling from the outside, felt how much the girl was worried now. So he took a few steps forward and remembered that Kim had said that he was going to move, and so he decided to help him with the boxes. The girl also volunteered to help, but the guy didn't really like it since they might get dirty, but that didn't stop them. After he saw that his friend was sincerely trying to help him, he became happy because he had not experienced such an attitude towards himself for a long time. When they were already out on the street, he thanked them for helping because it would have been harder for him to endure all this himself. And so at the moment when they were all approaching the car, the manager was very surprised. He didn't understand what Ferrari was doing in such a place because this area is poor and there are no expensive apartments here. The presence of this car here was a shame for its owner in his opinion, but perhaps the owner simply has business in the area. He would like to take a closer look at this car right now, but it would be somehow embarrassing in front of Kim himself. How surprised the manager was at that moment when the guy said that they could load all the boxes into the trunk of this car. The manager could not understand why Kim needed to rent such a car for moving, but the guy replied that this was his car and he bought it not so long ago. The manager found it very difficult to believe such words. Despite the fact that it is obvious that such an expensive car could not be taken for carrying luggage, but to believe that Kim could afford an annual service of $300,000 also defied explanation. The manager did not know what exactly happened and how his employee got such a large amount of money to buy sports cars. Well, all he now understands is that he wants to ride it. And the guy just said that since they helped him, maybe they want to inspect his new apartment. Sua and Jong Yup almost simultaneously shouted that they would not mind looking at his apartment. But after a second, Kim realized that this idea might not become a reality since there was only one passenger seat in this car. He said that he was sorry, but one of the two would have to go separately in his own car. Without thinking twice, the manager said that in this case he would go separately since he understood that this trip would be more important for Sua. Smiling, he told the girl that he still needed to pick up his car and after the trip drive it to his parking space near the house. So he began to walk away from the Ferrari and told Kim that he would follow him. But in fact this decision was incredibly difficult for him to make because he really loved racing sports cars. He also really wanted to ride a Ferrari, but he reassured himself that he would still have the opportunity. Sua, by the time he had not yet reached his car, there was already a Ferrari racing car in the passenger seat. The guy was also driving and noticed that they were alone for the first time since that trip to Busan. Next he asked what her parents said, but the girl did not tell the truth that her mother constantly asks for grandchildren. And she only replied that her parents joked all the time. But Kim very quickly grasped the essence of the conversation and asked the girl if she wanted him to play the role of her husband. This made Sua laugh. After they laughed, the girl rode in silence for some time and gathered her strength to ask one question that really interested her. But when she turned her head to the interlocutor and decided to ask how it happened, she did not have enough strength. Smiling, the guy looked at her in response and waited for what kind of question Sua would ask him now. It was very difficult for the girl, and she fell silent for a few seconds and just looked at the guy as if she was paralyzed. But over time she said that she had already forgotten what she wanted to say, and most likely this means that it was something not very important. But in fact she just came to her senses at the very moment because she realized that now was not the best moment and would be rude to ask Kim about the divorce. Despite all this, the guy thanked her for her sensitivity since both she and Young wanted to ask him a lot but were patient. After thinking a little, the girl replied that she would then ask about what interests her since she was not ready yet. Moving through the city at night, she decided to ask a simpler question and find out where the guy was moving. But she never received an answer, and the actions moved to a small apartment where someone was now talking on the phone. It was a girl who called her director, and the first thing she said was that she hadn't seen him for a long time. When he asked you what she was doing, she replied that they were just sorting out their old things. She casually took out a photograph from her wedding and told the director that 6 months had passed since something happened that it was time to forget. Despite all her composure, she still experienced some emotions at the moment when she held this photo in her hands. But still she told the director that he had probably already heard about the news, namely that starting next week she decided to return to work. At that time Kim Shin's total current assets were 97 billion won. Finally the day and the moment for which he had been waiting for a very long time had come for the manager. He stood at the traffic light and prepared for the moment when the light turned green. But even at that moment when the traffic light was yellow he was already ready to release the brake pedal and start at full speed. The engine was warmed up and ready to squeeze out full power and accelerate the car to an incredibly high speed. As soon as the light turned green the Ferrari began to move around the city at incredibly high speed, trying not to violate the maximum speed limit. His hands were shaking because it was his first time driving such a fast car. Tears began to appear in his eyes and he admitted to himself that after this, he would not even mind dying. But Kim, who was sitting in the passenger seat, said that unlike the manager he did not want to die. And he thanked him for giving him a ride. After a couple of seconds he asked the guy if he could ask him something. Namely, for some reason the manager was very interested in what Kim thought about Cho Sua. For the guy this question was a little sudden, but the manager only answered that something had become noticeable to him from the outside and he just wanted to find out. He needed a little time to think it over and give a normal answer to such a tactless question. Therefore Kima said that Sua is kind, capable, and obviously cares about others, and has generally shown herself to be just a good girl. But it seems that the manager didn't really like this answer, so he asked the guy to tell him more. Then Kim answered him that since he was asking the question he was probably tired and he should take the keys. The manager apologized and said that they would move on in silence. Literally one day passed, and when the guy came to work he met the same colleagues with whom he last spoke at work. And when these people met him with surprised faces they asked Kim if he really bought the car they were thinking about. Smiling, the guy replied that it seemed the rumors had already spread, but then a colleague noticed that it was difficult not to notice the Ferrari in the parking lot. It seemed strange to them that the guy could buy himself such an expensive car. Even though I invested $30. Then Kim replied that he reinvested what he had earned before. Sang Ki and On Myung were jealous of him since they both lost on Bitcoin investments. The first lost 40% of the deposit and the second 30%. At some point in their dialogue Sun Ki grabbed the guy by the hands and asked if he could do the two of them a favor. All he wanted to ask was for some investment wishes or investment advice. They said that the guy is well versed in this and he probably has plans, and they only asked to share these plans with them. Just take a look at these two colleagues and you could already see how their eyes sparkled in anticipation of a miracle. Kim, it was uncomfortable that he couldn't tell the truth and that now he would have to lie or make up something. After a few seconds he said that if you want to trade cryptocurrency then you need the heart of the beast. At the moment when my colleagues heard about the heart of the beast, they initially did not understand anything from me. The guy was ashamed that he couldn't find anything to say, and from the outside it looked like his colleagues weren't satisfied with this answer at all. The realization that he still needed to tell the truth pushed him to the fact that now he would have to tell the story about his father. But San Ki interrupted him and said that after some time of thinking he finally understood everything. In his opinion, Kim wanted to say that in this matter psychology is more important than technology. At least that's how he understood those words. But the second colleague was more interested and asked Kim if he could give him some advice on what other cryptocurrencies are worth investing in. After buying a house and a car, the guy reinvested the rest of his assets in cryptocurrency. Since in any case it is only developing, and therefore he decided to do just that. Before announcing these two coins, he said that men must understand that everyone decides for themselves and is responsible. They immediately agreed, and a second later he said that he invested all his remaining money in Ripple and Ethereum since they seemed more promising to him. The men were talking among themselves, discussing those two new cryptocurrencies, and could not understand why the guy chose them. But Kim knew well that Ripple had a clear goal to support international transactions between banks. But the purpose of Ethereum is to support various transactions using blockchain technology between ordinary users. Of course, this does not necessarily guarantee that the value of the coin will rise, but compared to other cryptocurrencies it is more likely to be of interest to the media. One of the men noted that it seemed that Kim had studied this issue very thoroughly, and he replied that he was investing his own money there, so he was studying the issue very well. Yes, the guy again invested almost all his money in cryptocurrency, but he thought that it was not worth telling everyone that it was 97 billion won. Meanwhile, Sua was at work, or rather putting her hair in order in the toilet, and was thinking that there was quite a lot of work in the morning. She was very interested in how Kim Shin was doing because after that meeting they never talked about anything properly. Suddenly she overheard a dialogue behind her in which two girls were discussing that the sales department was chatting that the assistant manager had bought a Ferrari. Immediately SUA concluded that the rumors had already spread throughout the company and continued to eavesdrop on this dialogue. Previously, a girl unknown to her said that there were also rumors that in order to buy this car Kim had to take out a loan. She also added that they also say that she gambles a lot and often likes to drink for no reason. The girls were upset because they didn't think that an assistant manager could be like that. As they say, there are devils in still waters. At some point, SUA approached the two girls because she had something to say. When she got close enough, she told the two workers that she was sorry to interrupt their conversation, but she wanted to ask them something. Namely, the girl asked them if she could find out where they heard all these rumors from. While she was asking about this, the sound of high heels could now be heard along the main corridor of the company. This was a woman walking whose figure immediately made it clear to everyone around her that she was a very serious woman, and it was better not to approach her with stupid questions. She approached the manager and said that she was from the customer support department and wanted to know if Kim was in the office today. The man at the table replied that in fact Kim's assistant was not there today, and then asked the girl why she even needed him. He did not hear any answer but only got up from the table and said that if the girl wanted to convey something then he could do it as soon as possible. Of course the manager didn't have time to finish this because the guy who was walking along the corridor asked him where he should put the materials for the conference. The manager could not believe that the woman saw through him so easily, and that his assistant was so unlucky. The boxes were very heavy, and so the girl began to approach the guy to help him. At the very last moment she took his hand and made sure that all the boxes did not fall. Kim thanked her for her help, but at the very last moment for some reason he fell silent. This happened due to the fact that only at that moment he looked out from behind the boxes and saw who had just helped him. The girl said that the guy should be more careful because he is an assistant manager, which means he has a very responsible position. Next, looking at the guy's surprised face, she asked how he was doing and what he was doing now. This girl was Han Chae-won, Kim's ex-wife from whom he separated. Meanwhile, Kim Shin's assets consisted of 97 billion won. Before Kim separated from his wife, they once checked into a hotel together after their wedding. When Chae-won now I went there, I immediately asked my husband if he was sure that he had booked everything correctly. She asked me what I didn't like because the travel agency said that many newlyweds choose this hotel for their honeymoon. My wife immediately began to say that it would be better if she booked it herself. Of course, Kim did not understand what he had done wrong since, in his opinion, he had studied everything in detail. But suddenly the woman began to scream and ask her husband not to make excuses. Then she asked the guy if he had been taught that one should apologize for mistakes and making excuses so often is also a sign of weakness. Also, she didn't like the look on the guy's face now, and in her opinion he was looking at her as if she was to blame. The girl did not hesitate to constantly call her husband names, say that he should look at himself in the mirror, listen to him, and so on. But the phrase that caused the most damage to the guy was that if it weren't for her, he would never have been able to get married. And now, when she met her now ex-husband, her face was confident, and she simply greeted him. In response, Kim greeted his ex-wife and showed absolutely no emotion on his face. She told him that she had been ordered to hand over some documents to assistant manager Kim. Again, the guy did not show any reaction, but only told the woman that he could confirm that he had requested these documents. He put the box on the ground and began to open it so that now he could put something in there. All the colleagues who were in the room with them meanwhile watched from the side what was happening, since they knew well who these two people were to each other. But they were surprised because Kim acted like he wanted to show her the best version of himself. The woman's gaze made it clear that she was trying to elicit something from the guy, and perhaps she wanted to get some kind of reaction. But in reality, the guy just took the documents from the girl, thanked her for bringing them, and that's all. Now that the argument documents were in his hands, he simply told her that he needed to go. He left his ex-wife alone in this corridor, and it is clear that she was unhappy with this result of the dialogue. When Chae-won went to her department, all she could think about was that this meeting was simply disgusting. When they were married, that guy couldn't even just look her straight in the eye. Has he really changed that much after the divorce? She really couldn't believe that this rogue had saved up money for a Ferrari and for herself. She said that if she had known that this would happen, she would have held out for another year to sue all this property. But now that she had already missed such an interesting and valuable chance for herself, she still had a plan B. This plan was that she would trample on Kim's reputation to make his life hell. When Chae-won entered her department, the other girls began to ask her why she went there, and in general they felt sorry for her. and there wiping her tears, and in a trembling voice she answered that she simply gave him the documents, and he shouted at her and said that she needed to distinguish personal from work. Almost all the girls who were in that department calmed her down and said that this assistant Kim was just an asshole. But at the very edge of this office there was a girl who for some reason did not approach Chai-won along with everyone else. But Kim himself meanwhile was sitting at his workplace and doing work, considering that he had just taken the documents that needed to be entered into the database. But in fact, in parallel with this work, he concluded that Han Chai-won returned to work. In fact, he even wondered how he would feel if they suddenly met again. Surprisingly, everything was not as bad as he initially thought, and he even concluded that the breakup was good for him. While Kim was thinking about all this, one of his colleagues approached him to ask if he was okay. And when Kim said that everything was fine with him, San-ki called him to the roof with him. And when they had already climbed to the roof, the colleague who was waiting there hugged Kim and thanked him for helping him and for the fact that fate had brought them together to work in one place. Other men who worked in various departments also stood here and congratulated Kim. I didn't understand what was happening, and then one of my colleagues said that he probably didn't understand anything because he hadn't looked at the quotes today. Indeed, when the guy heard the news from his colleague, the expression on evolution changed. Ripple has grown by as much as 70% since this morning. And given the information that he had just received, the guy tried to calculate how much he had in his account now. And in just a few seconds he realized that during that day he had become rich and his share of Ripple was now worth 98.6 million. In just that moment the investment amount grew to almost 100 billion won. All the men around were happy, and someone even said that he would buy a new fishing rod with the money he earned from this investment. Sang-ki meanwhile admitted to the guy that he should have asked Kim before giving advice to everyone else. But he thanked him anyway. The colleague whom Kim also helped still had a question, namely, he was interested in how much he himself had reported to this Ripple. The guy hated lying more than anything else, but he also understood that an honest answer would raise too many questions. Therefore he told them that he invested 1 billion each in Ripple and Ethereum. But even this figure was able to surprise everyone else, because in a second they calculated that he managed to earn 700 million that day. Then one of the colleagues asked Kim again what they should do with the money they earned. Kim did not want to answer this question since, in his opinion, it is up to people to decide, and after all, investment is everyone's personal responsibility. But in saying this he analyzed that the rise was too fast and Ripple was originally created to speed up between bank transactions. Due to the nature of this cryptocurrency, the price should not fluctuate much. However, greed greatly influenced the market, and this influence was stronger than it might seem at first glance. The guy nevertheless decided to tell his colleague that a sharp increase lasting 2 days in a row is a sign that something will happen soon. He subtly hinted to them that they should leave the coins. Meanwhile, rumors that Kim hit the jackpot using cryptocurrency quickly spread throughout the company. Provocative rumors that he achieved enormous wealth at a young age were enough to attract people's attention. During breaks, people often talked about how the assistant manager from the sales department earned more than 1 billion won from cryptocurrency in a day. And what's more, what was even stranger, even his colleagues made very good money thanks to advice, and this prompted them to also ask Kim for advice. Well, besides all this, recently bad rumors have also started circulating about the guy. Mainly that he beat his ex-wife and took money from her. All colleagues agreed that this does not look like the assistant manager Kim they know, and therefore they do not really believe it. One of the men even said that you need to be careful with what you say, since it seems that someone is spreading these bad rumors specifically to denigrate Kim. All this time Chai-won listened and watched this dialogue and became very angry when she realized that my tactics were not working. Suddenly a very loud sound was heard which attracted the attention of colleagues. It turned out that this sound was a glass that fell to the ground, and accordingly the entire contents of this glass spilled onto the floor. Meanwhile, the action moved to the cafe where a very important meeting was now scheduled. Sua-sama sat at the table and looked out the window, trying not to think about anything until they met that person. The men around called her a beauty and made assumptions that she was a model since she looked simply amazing then. But also the men in this cafe noticed that despite her incredible beauty she now looked a little pale. At some point one man went inside the cafe and asked the girl for forgiveness for being late. She replied that everything was fine since she had only recently arrived, and the man meanwhile said that he had brought coffee. Sua wanted to get straight to the point, so she asked the man why he wanted to say something about Kim Shin. But this man noticed that the girl wanted to know everything at once and therefore asked if he could ask her a question in the first place. Namely, he was wondering what she thought about the recent rumors about assistant manager Kim. He was referring to those rumors that said that he was addicted to gambling and also abused his ex-wife. The girl shouted, "What is all this?" and the man in turn answered her that he was satisfied with such an answer and he only had one question left. This time the question was more unexpected as the man asked Sua if she liked Kim Shin. Having heard this, the girl at first didn't even want to process this information, and then only after a while she realized it. Her face immediately became very surprised and she looked at this man as the one who had revealed her most important secret. With an unpleasantly clearly surprised face, she asked the man what he meant when he said that. He replied that it wasn't that he didn't like him but Sua should pretend better, and he added that he understood everything and wanted to help. Next he decided to contact the girl since he had a small proposal for her. He advised that she needed to go to Kim right now and tell him directly that she liked him. On this day, Kim's assets amounted to 147.5 billion won. Everyone was happy with this, since even one of his colleagues was able to surprise his wife with a new fishing rod that was bought with investment money. Time passed and things were going just as well for Kim as they had been for a long time before. One day he again went up to the roof using the elevator and the Euro was again hugged by one of his colleagues who said that it was worth working here just to meet him. The people who were standing on this roof clapped and thanked assistant manager Shin for helping them. The number of people has increased noticeably since last time, and at some point the guy decided to ask his colleague who all these people were. He replied that before him were all those who hit the jackpot by investing in the cryptocurrency he recommended. Thanks to him, they were now able to put money into an emergency fund. Someone did not plan so well and promised to change the car, and all thanks to the money earned from cryptocurrency. Most of the company's employees are now in the cryptocurrency game. Soon the price for Ripple, which was 931, rose to 1489 won. Everyone who trusted Kim Shin received enormous profits. They considered this incredible luck, and some girls even kissed him, and the guy understood that fortunately everything was going very well. At that time Kim said that he invested a total of 2 billion won. One of his colleagues calculated that he should now have approximately 10 billion. I thought a little, and the guy agreed with this figure despite the fact that it was tens of times different from the real one. Because in truth, at this moment Kim Shin's current assets were approximately 578 billion won. It's good to think that for that kind of money you can easily buy almost any company and there will still be a lot left. It's true that the guy invested thinking that the Ethereum and Ripple quotes would rise. However, he did not take into account that the speed at which they can grow may be greater than he might expect. If we imagine this situation as a metaphor, then the guy only planted a few sprouts and watered them a couple of times. And these sprouts repaid him by starting to grow at such a speed that any Formula One car would envy. He never thought that, in just a month, the situation would become so crazy. The guy was counting on human greed, but even so the growth now was too fast. At some point in his thoughts, one girl approached him and asked him to give her and her friend advice on investing in cryptocurrency. Kim already knew what the answer was in such situations and simply said that investing right now is a little risky. The reason for this was that recently the price has risen too much, and if something takes off without a strong foundation it can fall very sharply. Having heard all these smart words, the girls concluded that he is a pro, and one of them decided to ask what other objects for investment there are. The guy's ex-wife didn't want to go up to the roof to see everyone, so now she stood near the door and couldn't believe what was happening behind that door. The whole situation infuriated her incredibly, so much so that she even turned over the trash can that was standing near that door. Everyone around was just talking about her ex-husband, and she didn't understand what was so wonderful about this idiot. After all, when they were married he was a poor man, but now he has risen very much. Her pride was a little wounded, and the girl understood this well. She wanted to come up with a very insidious plan in order to do something to Kim Shin, so that he would remember it for a long period of time. A day later, the guy, while in the gym of his new home, read a message that appeared during his absence from the work chat. After reading just a few messages, he realized that now, even in the company's group chat, all the conversations were only about cryptocurrency. He blessed fate that so far no one had lost money because of his Soviets. And while the guy was doing this, suddenly he received a message that he actually deep down was afraid of. It was a message from a user who was not added as a friend, as it was Han Chae-won who asked Kim how he was doing. In these messages she wrote that it was not easy for both of them after their breakup, and all this time she thought a lot. Also, it was written there that she understands that in fact they got married too early, and initially they should have lived without an engagement. Well, when Kim read this, he told himself that the mistake was that they decided to get married in the first place. Kan wasn't like herself when she wrote that she was sorry that the guy didn't have parents and lived alone, and she probably didn't have enough understanding to become softer. Accordingly, she invited Kim to forget the past. She knew that the guy was free on the weekend and suggested meeting at 400 at their favorite restaurant. The very last message she wrote was that she would be waiting for him there. But the guy reacted to this message in his own way and opened the context menu and then blocked the chat with his ex-wife. He didn't understand why he should meet with her when suddenly Cho Sua called him. He immediately picked up the call, and the girl who called him was surprised that he answered the phone very quickly. Kim's voice was scared, and he decided to ask Sua if she was okay or if she was calling because something happened. She replied that she just wanted to talk a little and then asked if he was busy. After looking around and remembering all his plans, the guy said that it was now 8 p.m. and of course he was completely free. He asked a counter-question and asked the girl how she was feeling. She replied that she went to training and now she is resting at home. Next, Sua continued the dialogue with a question asking the guy what his plans were for tomorrow's day off. He replied that he was thinking of going shopping. He argued this topic that he moved threw away the old furniture and is thinking about buying new things and furniture. Then with a slightly trembling voice, Sua asked Kim if he would mind if she went with him. The guy couldn't answer this too quickly, and so the girl on the phone heard only a multitasking moo. But after a second, Kim said that he did not mind and would like them to meet in front of the shopping center at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And now, after they agreed, the girl wished Kim good night and hastily disconnected from the call. After she finally did what she had been dreaming about for a long time, she dove her face onto the pillow and for a while just screamed into it. She was now fed up with the fact that through the phone it was not very audible how nervous she was at that moment. At such an emotional moment, Sua remembered how that man from the cafe ordered her to go to Kim right now. Moreover, then he said that she needed to directly tell him that she liked him. And now the girl was incredibly glad that she finally managed to do it after so many attempts. The moment of confession came, and it seemed to her that after she confessed a whole mountain had been lifted off her shoulders. But still, after this incident she was not sure, but still when they agreed she would have to try hard. The next day arrived and the action moved straight to the mall where Sua and Kim were to meet. The guy of course came first, and after looking around he realized that most likely he had arrived earlier than they had agreed. He even began to think that perhaps there was some cafe nearby so that he could wait for Sua there. Within a second on the horizon, he saw a girl who in a kind and sincere voice said that she was glad that Kim came early. Her eyes were full of sincerity, and coming closer to the guy she asked how long he had been waiting. But Kim replied that he had just arrived, and the girl did not keep him waiting long. They started a small dialogue, and the girl invited the guy to go inside since it was really cold outside that day. They continued their movement, but before they took their first steps, Sua looked very intently at the guy. At that moment she liked absolutely everything about him, from the way he looked to his smell. And this made her feel as comfortable as possible since he was practically the only person with whom she could feel so free. When they were almost close to the entrance to the shopping center, the guy asked Sua what she was going to buy. Chae-won meanwhile was sitting alone in a cafe and did not even suspect that Kim was no longer that boy but a person who could refuse to meet. Shin's assets that day amounted to 578 billion won. Very soon the two of them were already inside the shopping center, which was practically the largest in the city. While here the girl thought that it seems like today is the day when she is alone with Kim for the first time, not for work. And this only hinted to her that this meeting could safely be called a date. But it was too fabulous for the girl, so she quickly got distracted by the guy's words, from the intonation of which one could understand that he was surprised. He was attracted by a blanket at one of the exhibition centers and told Sua that it was very soft. The girl noticed that the guys were very excited and seemed to enjoy shopping, and accordingly she supported him, saying that the blanket looked nice. When Kim lived in that basement, he only had to use thick and heavy blankets. He couldn't even imagine that they could be so soft and cozy. Therefore, it didn't take him much time to think about everything, and he handed the seller his card and asked for 3 such sets. After walking just a few meters, Kim again noticed an object that he really liked. It was a new cordless vacuum cleaner, which from the outside looked like a real space rocket. A moment later, he handed the card to the family member and also bought himself a new vacuum cleaner. So the purchases continued one after another, and he had already managed to buy even a refrigerator with a screen on which he could change different settings. In addition to all this, he also bought himself a washing machine due to the fact that it had a built-in function for drying clothes. What can we say about the sofa, which was made from the best natural materials, and it was also possible to adjust the angle? For the next few tens of minutes, Sua and Kim most often listened to the sound that the terminal makes when a successful transaction. Looking at tomorrow, the guy realized that the shopping center is a very interesting place for those who have a lot of money. Although he spent an incredibly large amount of money, it had almost no effect on the total amount. He felt as if he had been transported back to his childhood and turned on a cheat code in his favorite game. But also suddenly he felt that Sua might not be interested in him, and she asked me if she was bored just walking with him. All this of course was fun, but Sua could not fully relax since there were still doubts in her head. Because little Jong-up was sitting in her head, saying that he advised her to confess her love to Kim. And she realized that the man was right because she could not hesitate forever. Also realizing that today was definitely the day, she began to say something to the guy, but the guy also began to say something to her. All this happened at one moment and immediately brought a smile and surprise to the faces of both. They stopped and began pointing their fingers at each other to decide who should be the first to say what he wanted to say initially. After just a few minutes, the guy stopped arguing and said that since the girl didn't want to answer, he would be the first to say. At that moment, everything that was happening around for Sua seemed to be happening in slow motion. She watched with wide eyes as the guy said the words that she had probably wanted to hear for a very long time. And when Sua heard these words, she was even more surprised than she could have predicted. Looking straight at Kim, she asked him if he really wasn't joking, and it was indeed true what he just said. Meanwhile, the clock had already struck 938, and for some this was now a very big problem. And this man hit the table with his fist with all his might after looking at his watch. Of course it was Chai-won, and at that moment she seemed to ask Kim himself how he even dared cheat on her. It was new day, which meant that a new group of people gathered on the roof to discuss everything. One of the men started shouting that 10,001 Ripple was just around the corner. And they will definitely wait for this moment. The rest of the colleagues screamed very loudly when they heard these words, as they automatically thought in their heads that if this happened they would become millionaires in a matter of days. And when everyone cooled down, one of the men said that it looks like now everyone in the company has invested in cryptocurrency. Everyone made money and therefore could not stop. Even Sanguk himself, who said that investing is a kind of gambling today, also tasted the taste of wealth. While on this very roof, Kim concluded that over the past weeks the price of Ether has tripled and the price of Ripple has increased more than 10 times. An increase of 1,300% from the initial price of 301. Such profits from the cryptocurrency turned even those who criticized it into fanatics. In fact, the guys knew well that greed unites people, and everyone succumbs to greed confident that they will hit the jackpot. But no one knows the result. At a happy moment, investments can transfer incredibly large profits. But if the price starts to fall, this will also lead to very bad consequences for investors. And if you don't stop in time, you can quickly lose everything, and before you even have time to blink an eye, you will have nothing left. And when a person begins to suffer losses, then from that moment real hell begins for him. And in fact, Kim was also no exception to the rule that he established for himself. He's just as much a player in the game as everyone else, he's just a little smarter and luckier than everyone else. Also, Kim remembers his father telling him that just because he won at the gaming table did not mean that he had already received the money. Since a person receives money after leaving the building where the games took place and goes home safely. All these thoughts hinted to the guy that he needed to overcome his inner greed and finally wake up. Meanwhile, the work chat was simply bursting with messages that many people had made money thanks to Kim's advice. But also there was one person who was also a participant in the chat but thought that thanking Kim Shin was incredibly stupid. This man believed that all other colleagues should understand what an ant like Kim understands absolutely nothing about investments. He considered himself a professional investor who could analyze the market and predict where it would begin to move. He managed to earn 100 million won, and he thought that if Ritu continues to grow and reaches 10,000, then he will be able to earn billions, and this will turn his life around. After all, the moment this happens, the man will be ready to buy himself an apartment in an expensive residential complex and a good sports car. It was a great coincidence that this man also very much wanted to marry the beautiful Cho Sua, with whom he had been secretly in love for a long time. But while analyzing the market and all these dreams, the man suddenly saw a notification on his computer. It was a notification from a work chat in which Kim had just written that he had something to say to all his colleagues. After this message, he wrote that today he has investments in Ripple and Ethereum. Kim then admitted that he was going to sell everything, and most likely this step would be very important for him. Looking at the monitor screen, the man was glad that Kim was about to make a very important mistake. Immediately, the man began typing on the keyboard and asking his colleague not to listen to Kim, since selling your assets in this golden age would be a very big mistake in the future. The man couldn't believe that the guy didn't even know such basic things, and it looked like he had been an amateur all this time. Kim in turn wrote in the chat that you think that the price of Ripple has grown too quickly and too much, and its growth is due to human greed rather than value. At the end, he added his signature phrase, the idea of which was that investment decisions and responsibility for them remain solely with investors. It was his decision and his choice that he wanted to share this with others. Now Kim had another matter that he had wanted to settle for a very long time. Now he just wanted to meet with his boss and discuss with him all the problems that he had. It's good that at that moment the man was a short distance from the main office and he wanted to go far. Once inside, he immediately went to manager On Myung-guk's office to start a dialogue with him. While here, he asked the man if he had 1 minute for him. Kim needed this minute to say one very important piece of information. It was not clear what assets Kim Shin had that day, but everyone understood well that he clearly did not become a beggar. Of course, realizing the importance of the subsequent dialogue, the manager said that he had better go to another place to talk. And a few minutes later, when they were on the roof, On Myung gave Kim a friendly slap on the back and congratulated the assistant manager. He told him that he used to be rich, but it seems that from that day on he became even richer. And thanks to him, the manager himself earned money to buy drinks for the rest of his life. After the manager praised the assistant, he decided to ask what he originally wanted to talk about when they were still in the office. At this moment, Kim took out a small piece of paper from his pocket, and with a trembling voice, he thought about how to present the information to the manager. His hands were shaking as he didn't know how the manager would react and whether he would be angry. A new look before this man. It was clear that he was slightly disappointed, and it seemed that he had already begun to guess. He said he understood and would accept this resignation letter. But then Kim interrupted him and said that he would like to take a vacation for 2 weeks. And Myung was very surprised when he heard this and asked Kim if he really wasn't going to quit. He didn't understand where the manager got such information, but Myung will explain this by saying that the guy probably earned a lot of money and it was logical to assume that he would want to retire. But in fact, Kim Shin admitted that he is not yet ready for such a step, and for now he just wants to take a vacation. Because in fact, back then in the shopping center, he told Cho that he was going to go to the United States of America for about 2 weeks. The guy was thinking about what to do with the money he earned, and perhaps due to the fact that he only had part-time jobs and work in a company, nothing came to his mind. Now he wanted to take the opportunity to study a little, and so he wanted to go to the USA to expand his knowledge. And then he asked the girl what she wanted to say before he told her about his travel plans. Initially, Sua decided to tell everything as it is so that this problem would no longer bother her and she could continue to live more calmly. Well, now, given the information she had just received, it was incredibly difficult for her to take this step. For this reason, in reality, she only said that she hoped that Kim's trip would be successful in the end. And while on the roof, the manager said that if Kim asks for annual leave, he will sign it with pleasure. They continued to stand on the roof, pausing briefly until Kim decided to ask manager and something personal. Since this man was quite close to Kim, he decided to ask him if he could continue to live like this. He made a lot of money on cryptocurrency, but I don't know what to do next. And looking around at other people, he noticed that they had hobbies and various dreams, but he did not have such pleasure. And in general, it was not clear to him whether he had chosen the right tactics. I was chasing money and not having a dream. He always envied people who had dreams. People who have dedicated themselves to something such as singing. Some people put most of their efforts into playing sports and becoming better every day. There are people who also arrange a large amount of money and power to paint a picture. They will succeed because they have dreams and passion that Kim did not have. Hearing these words, Myung told the worker that perhaps because he is a boring person he has a different opinion on all these words. It seemed to him that the way Kim reacted to the situation in which he now found himself was absolutely normal. The guy was incredibly surprised when he heard this because in his opinion the absence of a dream with great opportunities is destructive. The manager then told him that he had a dream when he was young and wanted to play golf professionally. His parents supported him because he liked golf. Already from the age of 10, he was preparing to become a professional with the support of his parents and making his own efforts. And from that time on he trained a lot, and at one point he even noticed that he had professional wounds. These were calluses on his hands from the stick, which he seemed to not even let go of throughout the day. And despite all these bruises and calluses, as long as he held the club in his hands, he didn't care about the pain he felt. Hearing this, Kim asked the manager if he was happy because with the support of his parents and his efforts he was able to live his dream. He replied that he was really happy, but until he found out the truth. He learned that a fabulous amount of money had been spent on paying for training and using the field. This literally ruined their family, and in the end he gave up his dream, and despite this he went on to find the strength to live on and got a job elsewhere. But now the dreams that manager Myung builds for himself are no longer so grandiose, but nevertheless those that will bring him a lot of emotions. Now all he wanted was to just go to a baseball game with his family and spend the whole day like that. He admitted to Kim that it would actually be nice to have such a dream, but you shouldn't get too hung up on it either. For life is long and you can find everything you want. He also advised the guy not to waste time thinking and enjoy life doing what you want. After all, whatever he does, it will serve as an experience. The information that Kim received now was really useful for him, and he was already thinking that he would probably use it. Now it has become clear that it will be possible to dream later, but now we need to move step by step. While he was thinking about this, manager Myung told his employee that he also had one small question. In a whisper, he asked the guy how much he actually earned, and he also admitted that he would keep it a secret. The guy thought about how to answer this and decided to ask Myung how much an apartment in the Gangnam area costs. He thought a little, and not understanding why this question was asked, said that such an apartment costs from 1.5 to 2 billion won. Now all that remains for Kim is to do a little calculation and tell his manager in his ear how much he managed to earn in the apartments. And when he heard this figure, his surprise opened so wide that from the outside it might have seemed like he was even screaming. He couldn't believe that an ordinary person who works in an office, even with such great luck in the market, could earn so much. His hands were shaking and he could barely stand because he realized that such a rich man was walking right next to him every day. Smiling, he looked towards Kim as he walked away and said that he knew that he really was ridiculously rich. This reaction was not really surprising because hearing such numbers would surprise almost anyone on this planet. Since at that time Kim Shin's current assets were approximately 1,000 apartments in Gangnam, namely 1.2 trillion won. After a short time, the guy was already at the airport that was supposed to send him to the United States of America to achieve his dream. When he walked through the terminal with his suitcase, his head would be bursting with thoughts about everything at that moment. He remembered that a lot of time had passed since he flew to Germany for the seminar, and to explain the reason he was worried a lot. But the moment Kim entered the plane, he felt a little better as he was met by several girls who thanked him for the guy's decision to use the airline services. He saw how everything looked here. He thought that it is really very good when you are rich. The memory was still fresh, and therefore he clearly remembered that the last time he flew in economy class and it was very cramped and uncomfortable. But the first class in which he was flying now compared to what it was before was a real pleasure. He liked the interior design, and his mind was also struck by the idea that this design is very suitable for young people. A short distance from his seat was a girl who, speaking over her headset, said that Korea was entering an era when even compact cars should have good aerodynamics. This girl was talking very loudly, and suddenly she looked to the side because she noticed some movement. This movement was from a guy whom she did not expect to see here, and who saw her look and decided to simply wave his hand cutely. Realizing that she could bring problems, the girl told her interlocutor that she was flying away, and therefore asked to send everything urgent by email. When the call was completed, she asked Kim for forgiveness and explained that this was an urgent job and she really needed to finish this dialogue. After she said this, for some reason the girl began to take out a paper ticket from her pocket. And seeing the number that was written there, she told Kim that they had to spend 11 hours together, and it seemed to her that it was worth getting to know each other and talking. Immediately she took out another cardboard and said that her name was Jin Yu Kyung, and she was the executive director of Future Automobile. The guys also thought that he needed to be introduced too, so he said his name and added that he works in the sales department of a pharmaceutical company. This was surprising since the girl could not believe that an ordinary employee would travel first class. But everything fell into place the moment he told Jean that he was now mainly involved in investments. Cho Sua at that time, it seemed that she was left completely alone because she failed to confess her love to Kim Shin, and he also once flew away. Meanwhile, the guy's current assets were 1.2 trillion won. Right during the flight, literally a few tens of minutes after landing, everyone who was in first class was already brought food. This time it was an incredibly beautiful steak that could surprise Kim in a few seconds. He took a table knife and cut the steak in half and once again became convinced that this food would be incredibly tasty. Without waiting a second, he put a piece of steak on his fork and put it in his mouth, expecting how delicious this food would taste. And when he felt this taste, one could see in his eyes that he was as surprised as he was satisfied. It was just pure bliss. Every time he bit into this meat, his mouth filled with juice and the sauce perfectly balanced the aftertaste. It was still difficult for the guy to believe that he was eating such food on the plane, and this was only an additional argument to the fact that first class is very different from all the others. Looking around, he tried to understand whether he could have one more glass of wine since it was also incredibly tasty. The girl also ate food but managed to glance sideways at Kim and think that it looked like he was flying for the first time in first class. She also thought about the fact that an ordinary employee should not have money to fly first class, and it was not clear where he got the money from. While Jinyu was thinking about this, she looked at the guy, and at one moment she noticed that he was looking at her. Kim immediately asked for forgiveness and said that he didn't mean to stare, he was just staring at Jin's good posture. He also explained that she held the knife and fork without the slightest awkwardness. Despite the fact that her posture was very correct, she at the same time looked natural. Hearing all this, the girl turned her head in the other direction so that her face was not visible, and Kim once again asked for forgiveness if he embarrassed her. Initially, the guy thought that she turned her head because she was offended, but in fact she blushed a little after hearing all these words. After lunch was finished, Jean showed her travel companion a photograph of a girl near a red car. The guy suggested that this was an advertising concept and added that it looked great. The girl also added that it is important to create an image that is attractive to the buyer. To demonstrate her power, Jean asked Kim what kind of car he drove. He knew well that her company's cars occupied 90% of the domestic market, but still decided to upset her. The girl's face changed a lot when she heard that Kim Shin was introducing the Ferrari 458 Italy. But despite this, she also said that they plan to eventually produce sports cars with autopilot and an electric motor. The guy had something to say on this topic, and he added that he had the opportunity to drive the car of the future on Jeju Island. Well, he didn't like it because when pressing the gas and brake pedals, there was a feeling of inconsistency and some kind of delay. He also didn't really like the fact that the battery died faster than expected and the trip turned out to be a little uncomfortable. Kim Shin analyzed every word he said now, and it made him accept that he had truly changed. Previously, it would have been difficult for him to speak so openly with the CEO of such a large company. He decided to change the subject and told Jean that she talks a lot about cars and she seems to like what she does. She replied that she liked it since childhood, and that's why she went into this business, and from that moment she drove a lot in different cars. The latest of these was the British Mini. She simply fell in love with this charming car because of its comfort, smooth ride, and excellent performance and design. All the way the girl just talked about cars and the different concepts that they will introduce in the near future. Even at that moment, when through the speakers one could hear that their plane was landing at the San Francisco International Airport, she still did not stop. Jean continued to say that the car culture in Japan is truly diverse despite the fact that it is too conservative. She talked and talked, and it even became difficult for the guy to absorb all this information, not to mention maintaining this dialogue. But only a few minutes passed, and they were already off the plane, and the person at passport control stamped Kim's passport. The girl extended her hand to the guy, said that she was pleased to meet him, and also asked him to contact her when he returned to Korea. She wished him a good trip as she realized that Kim Shin came to the United States for the first time in his life. Of course, Kim Shin wished her the same, and realized that the contact he received during this trip was already considered very important. Despite the fact that it was a tiring flight, the guy realized that he never thought that it was possible to talk for hours. He didn't even like this a little due to the fact that a lot of strength was lost, and he decided that next time he should behave more modestly. When he had already left the airport, he saw in front of him what the United States of America looked like. And this could surprise him because everything around him was completely different from what he was used to seeing in Korea. Of course, globalization made itself felt, and people here dressed approximately the same as in any other country at the same level of development. But still there was something here that made Kim wonder and look at everything around with wide-open eyes. At some point, the guy heard his name behind him, which someone shouted, and at the same time came closer. It was a man in a plaid shirt who said that he was glad to see Kim Shin and said that he was glad to see him in the States. This man's name was Oh Myung, and seeing him, Kim noticed that during the time they had not communicated, he had become very fat. Oh Myung was a close friend of Kim who lived with him in the basement when they were in college and who shared all the hardships of that time. Thanks to hard work, he got a job in an international IT company and moved to the USA. He did not forget their friendship and willingly offered his house for his stay during the trip. While they were talking, suddenly Myung translated the dialogue vector and told the guest that they needed to have a snack first. The guy of course assumed that he had reserved a table at the restaurant, but his friend just laughed, explaining that he had come to America, which meant he had to try the hamburgers. Meanwhile, the action shifted to Chae-won, who didn't like that her ex-husband not only ignored her but also dared to cheat on her. She really felt very bad that I had to sacrifice my pride in order to write to him, but he still didn't come. At that time she was in the office and the girls around noticed that she looked bad and something must have happened. Chae-won replied that she just felt bad because of her ex-husband. And her colleagues said that it looks like he left for the USA and most likely pawned his Ferrari to buy a ticket. Khan was very happy to hear this, and she added that he still had not returned her the money borrowed from her parents, and she was still waiting for that money. But all this joy was suddenly shattered by a girl with glasses who was sitting at the same table with Chae-won. She said that she pays too much attention to her ex. Taking off her glasses, she also said that if she broke up with someone, then it would all be over like all other people. She also added that until now she tried to stay away and not get involved in their affairs, since this concerns the two of them, and they may well sort it out among themselves. However, because Kim had a reputation as a good and hard worker, Choi also said that he never hit anyone or even raised his voice, and therefore she does not know why this does not agree with the information that Chae-won talks about. In her opinion, most of all this situation was similar to the fact that she was simply jealous because her ex had achieved unprecedented heights. At the moment of this monologue, Choi's gaze was extremely focused, and she was really ready to defend her opinion. But ex-wife Kim looked like she had absolutely nothing to say, and she wouldn't say anything in the end. Therefore her body began to shake, and she shouted to all her colleagues that this was too much, and she did not expect this from leader Choi. She immediately jumped out of her chair and began to leave the room and run somewhere along the corridor. Choi in turn did not react to this in any way, since she was absolutely confident in her words and did not want to apologize for them. In fact, the girl ran to the toilet, in which she was now crying, and at the same time became incredibly aggressive. They talked to themselves. She asked how that chicken even got a position at that age. But she also understood who would not ignore this and would endure everything to the end in order to achieve her goal. After she felt better, she took the phone out of her pocket and turned it on with one tap of her finger. She opened the same exchange program that Kim Shin often opened to see how much money he had in his account. What was surprising was that on that screen it was written that the amount of ripple on the balance sheet was 146,478,000 won. Seeing this, Chae-won became even more confident and said that in the end it would be so that she would have the last laugh. She had almost forgotten the situation when she was waiting for Kim in the restaurant. On that day, Kim Shin's current assets were 1.2 trillion won. But on the roof of the office now, what happened there was happening every day. Colleagues gathered to discuss each other's investments in cryptocurrency. One of the men took out his phone, opened the chart, and said that, as he expected, by holding the coin he received 10% more in just a couple of days. He talked about how the key to investing is timing, and assistant manager Kim simply didn't have the patience. This was not enough for the man, and he added that now it is necessary not to sell but to buy Ripple because it has not yet shown real growth and you will never be able to buy it at the old price. The closest colleague to In Myung listened to all these words, noticed that the man spoke as if he had achieved everything himself and did not just listen to what Kim Shin was doing. But then, turning his head towards the manager, he asked what he was going to do with his money. since he has been worried since Kim sold his assets. This means that at first he was sure that he could sell at any time, but the profit continued to grow and it was difficult for him to fight greed. If he had known that this would happen from the very beginning, he would have invested much more, and thoughts about this never left his head. It was difficult for him to decide to sell everything because every day everything was growing and bringing in a lot of money. After listening to all these words from his friend, On Myung-guk told him that despite his greed he still sold everything. He couldn't understand how it was possible to do this if every day the investment brings in huge profits. The man explained his action by saying that assistant manager Kim sold everything and he trusts him. It was a little strange because despite all the advice that I gave to the assistant manager, greed should have made him act differently. Then the manager continued and said that if you are lucky you can buy another cryptocurrency with a rising price. But you also need to be able to sell assets that are growing in price in a timely manner. This also requires skill because you need to overcome yourself and sell something that could bring profit for a long time. And the moment he heard that Kim Shin wrote in the group that he was selling all his assets, the manager felt confident and did the same. Meanwhile, Kim Shin was with his friend at a public catering establishment, and they had just been given 2 special sets of hamburgers. It was really tasty, and the guy noticed that it felt like it was cooked perfectly despite the fact that before that he considered the burger not a very tasty food. Oh Myung, while eating another burger, he said that the trip to America must have cost a lot of money and that's why he allows Kim to stay with him for now. Kim really liked this phrase because, as they say, a true friend is one who stays with you even in the most difficult times. At some point while they were devouring burgers, someone from the side shouted only one word towards their table. 2 people appeared on the horizon, one young guy with glasses and a girl with blonde hair who said that she knew that she would be here. Incredibly quickly, Oh Myung explained to his friend that in America he is called Han, since his real name is inconvenient for them. Also, Kim asked a friend to introduce him, and he said that the guy on the left was Chris and the girl on the right was Helen, and he also added that he made friends with them when he came here. When they were all sitting at the same table, Chris told Khan that his dynamic control model was working just fine. And thanks to this model, the project implementation schedule has accelerated significantly and now everything works like a Swiss watch. Han had to explain to Kim that this was about a software program for self-driving cars, and Chris had actually founded a startup in the industry. Looking at Kim, Chris admitted that he runs a company called Aurora, which is developing an autonomous driving system for installation on passenger cars. Then Helen introduced herself and said that she also has her own startup company that develops and produces clothes and shoes from environmentally friendly materials. Of course, Kim couldn't help but notice that they were both heads of the company, and that he had heard that in the early stages of a startup it is a very stressful process. Chris really liked this question and said that in addition to being very difficult, it was also very cool, because I try to realize my idea by any means and overcoming various obstacles. At the moment when the idea finally comes to fruition, hope appears in your eyes. I am when this hope becomes so big that because of it you can no longer see anything else. A moment comes that you have been waiting for a very long time and which can surprise you. Then you open your eyes wide because you see something and you realize that all this time you have been doing this for a reason. Namely, you feel that it was all worth it and the result justified absolutely all the efforts. Kim really liked this speech, and he noted that he respected Chris and Helen in that they did not give up at some point and therefore achieved success. The girl also added that the idea is good, but it is impossible to implement it without such talented people as Khan. Silicon Valley has come up with a lot of creative ideas, but on their own they are useless until there is someone who has exceptional programming skills. Also, the girl with a smile on her face said that it's a little pity that he eats too many burgers, he's still a good programmer. Listen to all these people. The guy realized that as soon as he arrived in America, he met very useful contacts in the future who are the founders of companies. He already feels that this trip was quite justified despite the fact that less than a day has passed. After they finished their lunch, Kim and her friend moved to his house. Coming here, Oh Myung told Kim that he was glad to see him in his den, which he was renting. It was a little cleaner here than he expected, but what the guy was also surprised by was the fact that his friend pays $3,325 a month for these apartments. He directly told the guy that valuables are a little more expensive here, and San Francisco, even by local standards, stands out in terms of housing prices. At the same time, while talking about this, Han threw a bottle of beer into Kim's hands and he promptly said it. He explained this by saying that you need to lightly rinse your mouth after eating and at the same time find out what the guest's plans are. Since Khan knew his friend very well and was sure that he would not have come to America just like that, Then Kim looked his friend straight in the eyes, and then looking at the bottle of beer he said that one can would not be enough for the whole story. After several long hours, which for the con lasted like a few minutes, they had already drunk several cans of beer each. Han couldn't believe what had happened, and that he still managed to break up with that bitch Chai Won. The guy told him that if he had known everything in advance, he would never have married her. Myung presented it as a test and said that if he found himself in this situation he would give up on the second day. However, the friend was glad that Kim had healed and regained his confidence thanks to successful investments. It was also worth understanding that in the States there are also many people who hit the jackpot on cryptocurrency. He said that in this country there are many who want to get rich, and there are even people creating their own cryptocurrency in the hope of hitting the jackpot. Only now the guy began to think about his own cryptocurrency. But if you look at all the types of coins that appeared after Bitcoin, then this is obvious. This gave him the idea that in order to earn even more money he needed to do something similar to this. Not wanting to delay even more time, he turned to his friend to ask something. Before doing this, he remembered the moment when he spoke with Khan's friends in that establishment. Kim said that he wanted to ask Oh Myung for advice on how to create his own company. Meanwhile, life in Korea continued, and even Cho Sua herself continued to live, and because she wanted not to think about Kim, she began to go to the training room even more often. Current assets 1.2 trillion won. Hearing this formulation, Myung immediately said that it looked like Kim drank too much beer and apparently had not done this for a long time. The guy said that he was not drunk at all and was seriously asking about it. Then a friend asked why he suddenly wanted to start a company. Although he didn't know how serious his friend's plans were, he still decided to tell him that there are 3 things in a startup that he considers important. Firstly, this is of course capital, because any startup will not be able to exist without money that will be regularly poured into it. Secondly, you also need to care about the idea and make sure everyone likes the idea. But the most important point is that the representative of a new startup must be capable and charismatic. So when you have an idea and money to implement this idea, if the CEO is not able to use it, the project is doomed. But in the same way, even if you have the ability, without initial capital you will also fail and the project will not take place. The guy thought that his friend was right, and having money is still not all that is needed for a company. He wondered what other skills a CEO needed. Professionalism, intelligence, energy, or perhaps something more important. One way or another, running a company is not easy. If you have a lot of money, then it is better to simply invest it in an existing company. And now that Kim had received enough information, he turned to Myung again to ask him a question. This time he really wanted to learn about how people invest in companies. And when Khan explained everything to him, they were already sitting in the eatery where he had been after arriving in the country. Chris was sitting at the table and looking at his 2 interlocutors. It was clear from his face that he was surprised. He asked Kim if he really wanted to invest in Aurora. Since Kim was a friend of Khan, Chris understood that he could be trusted, but admitted that he did not think that it was possible to meet investors in a diner where they sell hamburgers. Before all this, the guy found out a lot about Aurora and decided to share this knowledge with Chris. The company grew faster than other similar ones, and their technologies are recognized quite highly. But in order to receive an investment offer from a large corporation, it was faster. Accordingly, if you get a reliable financial partner, they will be able to grow even faster. But Chris said that they had already found a company that could invest in them. The guy knew about this and accordingly told Chris that they were likely to hesitate. Since companies ask for more shares, I try to reduce the amount of investment. Of course, the love owner of the company knows that these are unfair conditions for Aurora, and it will not be so easy to agree to them. Kim decided to end his speech by saying that he doesn't like this kind of business and he just wants to become Aurora's partner. And now he is ready to buy 10% of the companies for 500,000. These were the investment conditions Kim had that he decided to present to Chris. All the information that the interlocutor now received made him think for a while, and for some reason he became more tense. Kim, in turn, on the contrary, tried to remain visually as if he knew what he was doing and was absolutely confident in his decisions. I thought a little. Chris said that first he needed to check all the documents. While he was checking, it was as if Oh Myung wasn't even in this diner and he just ate his burger in peace, not even paying attention to what was happening around him. Chris, meanwhile, looked very closely at all the documents and tried to understand whether everything was as good as Kim described it. He said that he could sell him 10% of the shares for 700,000, but it was at that moment that Khan got into the dialogue. It was a good idea to point out that initially Chris was thinking about 400,000, and when Chris heard this he asked Khan not to get involved in the conversation. But Oh Myung did not stop and said that in the end it was he who recommended Aurora to the future investor. Therefore his offer is to agree on a price of 900,000 for 20% of the shares. All because Han knew what situation Chris was in and knew that due to the development of new technology he had an acute shortage of capital. And the company that was going to invest actually wanted to absorb them. If they do not agree, then Creed could easily lose the right to control the Aurora, and therefore he is very worried. Well, what was important was that Kim, not being a company that invests, would definitely not do so because he is not interested in a takeover. Yes, he will take part of the shares, but it will be a fair investment deal. And he will not use his shares as a weapon to interfere with the management of the company. All Khan wanted to convey to his friend was just to think carefully. After all, the choice now was between choosing a large group and eating a regular cheeseburger with only one slice of cheese, or choose a private investor and eat a delicious double hamburger which will have a lot of cheese and wash it all down with cola. Now the choice was indeed much more difficult than it initially turned out to be for Chris. Everything Han just said was pure and true, and for this reason it was very difficult for him to make any decision now. Therefore, after a few seconds of awkward pause, he informed that if this was the case, then he left him no choice. He extended his hand to the guy and said that now everything worked out so that they were partners. Kim shook his hand and said that as an investor he was looking forward to the company's growth, which would not be limited by anything. Now that the deal was concluded, the guys left the establishment and went their separate ways. According to Kim, this was a good first step, although he did not know whether the investment would be successful, but in any case it would bring experience. He also could not escape the thought that everything he had been able to achieve in America so far he had achieved only thanks to his friend. Initially he just wanted to find out how it was done, but in the process it turned out that Han's knowledge turned out to be much more extensive than he expected, and thanks to him the deal was concluded. Of course, such a kind person like Kim at that moment thought that someday the day would come when he would repay Han. But now he just wanted to say thank you to his friend, and he responded with sarcastic reciprocity. They stopped in the middle of the road and Kim asked Wu Han if he could recommend some more companies to him, since he wanted to make even more investments. Khan didn't even understand this phrase because they had just concluded a deal, and in principle people come to the USA mainly to have a good rest. Meanwhile, the action moved to the building, which was the general office of a large company. And the girl who was in the very main office of this building was now surprised that Aurora rejected her investment proposal. This girl was the executive director Jin Yu-kyung, and now she was listening to the words of a subordinate about how that company had recently sold its shares to a private investor. And according to rumors, their director said that he chose to eat a double hamburger instead of a regular cheeseburger. The bad news was that Metawave also pulled out of the investment because they preferred someone else. Again, according to the news, the company sold shares to a private individual in the airline, and rumor has it that this is the same person who invested in Aurora. The girl now could not understand anything at all because it is completely unclear who is investing in a startup company. If you are not interested in this industry, then it is quite difficult. In any case, it is obvious that they missed out on two companies they had their eye on, which has not happened for quite some time. Jean thought a little and realized that she now needed to act with lightning speed in order not to lose even more money. For this reason, she ordered her subordinate to find out as much as possible about this investor, since they should eventually receive shares of those companies. All this time she thought that she controlled all these industries, but suddenly a new player appeared. She promised herself that she would definitely find this investor, and thanks to the pressure on him, she would be able to gain ownership of all these companies. It's good that at that time I didn't know that this investor was her friend, whom she had found not long ago. On the day the deal was made, Chris actually ate a delicious double hamburger, and Kim's current assets were 1.19 trillion won. Very soon the moment arrived that should have happened a long time ago. This was a fall in Ripple after a rather rapid growth throughout the month. The office chat at that moment exploded due to the fact that everyone was surprised by the fall. No one could understand why this happened, since the growth had been going on for a very long time. Colleagues who had gathered on the roof all shouted together at one person whom they trusted and whose word was very important to them. This man was now very scared because he did not want to take responsibility for the advice he was giving out. One of his colleagues even started screaming that he lost 20 million won in just 1 week. After everything that happened, their assets were halved, and accordingly they lost almost all the money they invested. Chai won this time. I was also on the roof because I knew that Kim wouldn't be here, and I was incredibly surprised. Everyone was waiting for some words from the man, but because of fear he was afraid to even say something. At one point he asked why they needed to blindly trust his words since they invested knowing that there was a risk. But everyone around did not want to hear these words because they still did not understand why they believed him. The colleague who lost the largest sum even approached this man and said that he would pay for his advice. There was a lot of shouting here, but there was a very small number of people who were doing absolutely nothing right now. One of them was a manager who only now realized what could happen if assets were not sold on time. It should have been sold at the same time that Shin did it, then it would have been possible to make a profit and earn money without losing any money at all. And despite the fact that after this fall he saw that there was a hint of growth, he still realized that he couldn't fall for it a second time. And even at the moment when this growth became more obvious than it seemed to him, it still could have had little effect. It was clear from his look that he was panicking and did not know what to do as he was unsure of his actions. But at some point he closed his eyes and realized that now only he is responsible for his own money. Therefore, looking at this chart, he realized that he just needed to sell everything and get at least a minimum profit from this transaction. Looking at how everyone else was practically beating the man who advised him not to sell the coins, he began to think about what Kim was doing now, and who meanwhile was on the battlefields, and the situation there did not seem to be the best. He had a pistol in his hands, and looking from behind the cover, he tried to understand in which direction the enemy was located. Due to the fact that there were so many shots around, it was difficult to understand from which side exactly those aimed in his direction were coming. In general, a large number of weapons could be found around right on the floor, which are very important in battle. When the guy heard the enemy approaching him, he immediately crawled out of cover and fired several shots from his pistol. But not a single cartridge was able to hit the enemy, and accordingly he returned fire. The guy shouted that if this continues, then he and the Khan are screwed. He turned his head and ordered to prepare for defense, but saw that Khan could no longer move due to the storage received. All he could do was raise his head and ask for forgiveness from his friend. At that moment, Kim Shin no longer knew what to do since the situation seemed to have no way out. And when he realized that he had no chance, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him and then a burst of machine gun shots. Now he was also lying on the floor, unable to move due to the fact that he had received too much damage. Everything turned out to be even worse at the moment when the enemy threw the machine gun onto the floor and began to take something out from behind his back. Myung was the first to notice this, and from his gaze it became obvious that he knew what would happen next. This moment seemed to last so long that even Kim had time to look in that direction. And from his look it was also clear that he was scared and knew what was going to happen. It turned out that the enemy had taken out some kind of frying pan, and now he would use it to mock his opponents a little. He stood up to strike one after another at the bodies of his opponents who could not move. And just a few seconds later both players saw an inscription on their screens that meant that they had lost it. Myung was very disappointed by this, and looking at Kim, he saw that he was taking the loss much easier than him. But still he was not ready to stop there and told his friend that they should take revenge and start a new game. While he was looking for a new game, Kim Shin had time to think that his friend had helped him a lot with investing in a startup company. In return, he was going to buy him an apartment, but his friend did not react very well to this. Moreover, Myung-woo stated that he was not helping his friend for the sake of it, and even Kim could feel uncomfortable from these words. He stubbornly continued to appear, but all this happened until one moment, namely until he entered the apartment. In this apartment there was an incredibly powerful computer that could surprise absolutely any gamer with its characteristics. Also in these same apartments there were various consoles and the latest games you can imagine. Seeing the apartment in which all men's dreams are contained, Myung-woo could not resist and admitted that Kim had hit him. From that moment on, the friend decided to accept this gift with the condition that they would continue to live together. And it was really cool because they had the opportunity and a lot of time to play together. During the game, Kim said that he was thinking about traveling for a while. Khan suggested that it looked like his friend would have a long vacation. Akim replied that he had talked to his boss and he would extend it. The guy's goal was tourism, and his friend thought it sounded pretty fun. But at some point an idea came into his head, and initially the guy didn't understand what it was. A smile appeared on Han's face, and he asked Kim if he could ask him for something. After a few seconds, he clarified that this request would be related to Kim Shin himself. This request was a little strange, but still Kim had no choice but to agree to it. He had to take a bus to his destination, and this time he no longer felt so confident during the journey. All because the one who instilled this uncertainty in him was now traveling with him. Kim, it seemed very strange what was happening here at all, and he did not understand why everything happened this way. Since initially he was going on a tourist trip, but now everything looked different. On the train, a girl fell asleep on his shoulder, and he was nervous because he was afraid of waking her up. This was the same day when the price of Ripple fell greatly, but despite this, Kim Shin's assets still amounted to 1.19 trillion won. It turned out that when Myung asked a friend for a favor, he asked him to take the younger sister of his colleague named Ellie on the trip. He didn't even give Kim time to think. He just said that she was 23, she just graduated from college and wouldn't cause problems. He asked to take care of this girl while they were on vacation together and very quickly left somewhere. All this was in Kim's memories, since in reality he was now on the bus and someone suddenly woke him up. It was just Ellie who asked Shin to wake up since they had already arrived. Their trip was aimed at Los Angeles, and the girl was very glad that they finally arrived there. When the two of them got off the bus, they began to walk down the street and talk to each other to understand what they should do now. Well, all this was accompanied by the glances of local residents who could not believe the beauty of the girl they now saw. Ellie, moving along the sidewalk, asked Kim if he had ever been to Los Angeles, and he replied that, like in America as a whole, this was his first time here. The girl was also here for the first time, and she was looking forward to the new impressions that, in her opinion, this city should create. Having moved forward a little, she asked the guy if he had any plans about how they would move forward. But he did not listen to her, but was immersed in his thoughts and thought, is it normal to travel alone with a man in this country? Or maybe because of the 8-year difference she perceives him as her uncle, or maybe Kim is just too conscientious. But at some point in Kim's thoughts, Ellie stopped him to ask if he had just listened to her. The guy apologized and asked the girl again what she was just talking about. Or she repeated that if a man does not have any plans, then they should use her plan, which she made not so long ago. Looking at this girl, the guy agreed that it would be great and that he thought that Ellie had come up with a good plan. Therefore, he asked her what she suggested to see and where she would take him. Indeed, in a fairly short period of time, they visited very different places that many Americans would like to visit. These places were known all over the world, not only in America due to multiple appearances in films and for other reasons. What was also remarkable was that they moved between them quite quickly. And in the evening, they went to the embankment to take a photo near the famous Ferris wheel. The girl put the camera on a tripod to take one photo. She had to persuade the guy a little so that he would also participate in this photo, and she succeeded. The two of them stood in the frame and took a photo in which they both looked happy. A little more time passed, and they moved to a ship that also served as a restaurant. The guy really liked it because he had never had such a great time before. Now that they had moved to the table and ordered champagne, they drank to the journey. The girl thanked the guy for the company and asked if it was difficult for him and in general whether he liked this trip. He replied that if he had come alone, he would have simply walked along the street next to the hotel, and thanks to Ellie, he was able to see a lot. The guy will really be grateful to the girl for this, and it was clear from Ellie's face that she was happy too. After this dialogue, she decided to ask the guy why he decided to come to America in the first place. After thinking a little, Kim said that he wanted to expand his knowledge and get acquainted with another culture, since until now he had simply worked in the company. In turn, he asked why Ellie decided to travel. The girl said that before she gets a job, she wants to get carefree memories. She managed to get a job on Wall Street, and she believed that once she started, she would devote herself entirely to work, so she wanted to enjoy the time until then. She had big ambitions, and she believed that one day she would deal with really big money on Wall Street. The guy raised his glass, poured more champagne into it, and said that he had a toast for the occasion. Having said this, he poured some more champagne for Ellie and added that they should drink to their ambitions and future girlfriend. He also offered to drink to his future, where he can find and fulfill his dream. He hoped that one day he would ask a girl to work with his investments on Wall Street. Laughing, Ellie replied that she too will be looking forward to this moment very much and believes that it will come someday. After they drank some champagne and ate seafood, they of course moved to the hostel. As soon as the two of them came here, Kim immediately noticed something that seemed strange to him, all because of the fact that there was no one else in the large room except them. Or said that even in the hostel there are not always people, especially in a city like Los Angeles. Then the girl sat down on the bed and noticed that it was quite soft, since hostels usually have bad mattresses. She looked straight into the guy's eyes and asked him if he really thought it was bad that they were alone here. This phrase completely confused Kim. and for some time he simply remained silent with a surprised face and looked at the girl. What was even stranger was that she in turn did not smile, which meant that her intentions were serious. But still Kim asked the girl not to joke like that, and she laughed and noticed that it would be a sin not to joke about the topic that worries Shin so much. They talked a little more. The girl turned off the light and climbed onto the second shelf of her bed. Before falling asleep, she looked out to wish her traveling companion good night and have a good rest before the next day. Kim also wished her good night and completely covered himself with the blanket in order to get a good night's sleep. He slowly began to close his eyes since the fatigue that he now felt was really quite significant. After a few seconds he completely closed his eyes but suddenly stopped feeling relaxed and tensed up a little. All because at that moment when the girl asked if it was bad that they were alone here his heart almost jumped out of his chest. He didn't understand how he could joke with such a serious face, and he remembered that it was quite difficult for him to pretend to be calm then. He was scared for a moment because he shouldn't do this since the girl is the sister of Myung Woo's friend and he doesn't want to cause him trouble. But despite all this, the weekend is not over yet, and accordingly you should be careful. The next day came, and as it came to an end, Kim and her companion were near the pool. There was also a bar here which had quite high prices, but local tourists were ready to pay any money to be here. At some point they all turned their attention to the girl, who began to come closer and closer to him. This girl drew the attention of absolutely everyone who was within a 20 m radius, and everyone just stopped their conversations and looked at her. And of course among those who were distracted from their affairs was Kim. It was very difficult not to look at the girl who was so beautiful. Since they were near the pool, she put on her best swimsuit which she had brought with her and which she wanted to try for the first time. When Kim noticed her, he was already a little tense, but when she began to come closer he was truly scared. Having come close enough to the guy, she bent down a little and in a quiet voice invited Kim Shin to swim a little. By the way, Myung, who stayed at home, still continued to play game consoles even when Kim left. Shin's current assets were 1.9 trillion won. Having received no answer, the girl decided to take control of the situation. She immediately accelerated and she pushed off at a fairly high speed and dived straight into the pool. Thus she swam some distance and returned approximately to her original position. She looked so attractive from the outside that even when she was underwater everyone near the pool was watching her. And when she emerged outside and everyone saw her again, their attention was riveted even more. She sat down right next to Kim and asked why he didn't want to swim. The guy replied that he hadn't really learned that way, so all he had to do was lightly rinse his feet. The girl took this phrase as a challenge and looked at the guy while simultaneously thinking through her plan. She went down into the water and pulling Kim by the hand said that she would teach him, and in general it seemed to convince him that everything would be okay. While Kim was trying to refuse, he was simultaneously trying to answer the question of what he was doing. After all, if this continues, he will definitely become interested in Ellie. But no matter how hidden American culture may be, it is still wrong and indecent. When he was already waist-deep in the water, he decided to say that he needed to go to the hotel first, but suddenly a voice was heard from the side. There were 3 young guys, the first of whom said that he knew that this beauty would be here, and she was even more beautiful than they thought. Then one of them told the girl to leave this Korean and go upstairs to play with them. Now it looked like 3 schoolchildren were trying to hit on Ellie. But the worst thing was what the guy noticed after a few seconds of silence between the 2 groups. Namely, he clearly noticed the guy's gaze, which was directed not at the girl but directly at Kim. Of course, the guy became incredibly uncomfortable when he realized that one of them also had his eye on him. 3 guys started going down into the water. One of them said that there was a cool cocktail bar nearby and they could have fun there together. Ellie was categorical and said that she had to refuse because she already had a company. The guy played this as a joke and looking at his friend said that surprisingly he was rejected. Next, the girl ordered them to get out until she called the guards who would take them out of here by force. But the guy didn't even hear these words practically, since his attention was focused on something else. He began to reach for that part of the girl's body that interested him and at the same time asked her why she was doing this. They just want to talk. But suddenly Kim's hand stopped this guy from touching the girl, and it happened pretty quickly. Being in this situation, Kim said that you should not touch the girl without her consent, otherwise you could lose all your teeth and eat tasteless porridge through a straw for the rest of your life. Of course, Ellie was very surprised when Kim took this step, given that he was clearly inferior in strength. Now that she was watching everything from behind him, she felt more comfortable than before. But in the meantime, the guy was thinking that he had come forward, but he had not thought through what to do next. After all, whatever one may say, he has 3 rivals, and one of them is clearly angry that his first touch today was a man. The guy thought about what he needed to do, just let the girl leave and the situation would be resolved. But at some point, the girl herself came forward in order to say something to these guys. When she came closer, she ordered them to ask for forgiveness and get out, and then they would pretend that nothing happened here. One of these guys explained that they had done nothing wrong and therefore did not have to apologize for anything. For some reason, the girl smiled when she heard this phrase from the guys, and in general, her face radiated self-confidence. Within a second, someone put a hand on one of the guy's shoulder, which made him a little scared. Right behind him was a guard who was several times larger than that guy and several times more pumped up. This guard told him that they had already been warned about harassing customers, and this time they would have to leave this establishment forever. Smiling, he ordered them to leave here in an amicable way before they beat them up. And then the situation between Ellie and Kim became calmer, and accordingly the evening came faster than expected. They sat down at the bar and each ordered a small cocktail and drank to their health. According to the girl, it was a really good bar, and Kim agreed with this because for the first time in his life he drank such a delicious cocktail. The girl also said that when the guard provided this as compensation, she did not give it any importance, but coming to this bar was a great idea. The guy noticed that in Korea this is called blind luck, and the girl then agreed that all the proverbs in Korean are very difficult. After this phrase, there was a small awkward pause which the girl decided to destroy with her question. She directly asked the guy to tell about himself, namely she wanted to hear about his family and how he lived up to that moment. It took the guy a little time to understand whether it was worth answering this question and to think about how exactly to answer. But then he said that his mother died early and he lived with his father who loved gambling and was therefore very poor. Then at 20 his father died and he was left alone. After some time he graduated from college, got a job at a company, and married a woman who worked in a neighboring department. Then he told all the details of their life, and Ellie, hearing all this, contorted her face and shouted that she was terrible. In her opinion, no one dares to do this, and only a real witch will behave the way Kim's ex-wife behaved. Moreover, Ellie was surprised that the guy lasted a year in such a marriage. Meanwhile, Kim caught himself thinking that he was even a little pleased that Ellie was scolding his ex. Or continued and said that she probably understands why Chae-won wanted to marry Kim from the very beginning. All because in her opinion he always listens carefully to a woman's words, respects her cares, and in general it's difficult not to fall in love with such a man. When she finished talking about it, she looked into the guy's eyes and asked if she was thinking correctly. But in response, Kim just looked at her and then said that it was already late and they should go to their room and get a good night's sleep before the next day. Hearing this, the girl laughed, but despite such a sharp change of topic, she agreed since it was really already very late. After a short time, the guy was already in bed and could easily exhale and truly relax. Only now he had finally calmed down and could completely free his mind. In the end, he realized that this girl was able to practically unsettle him, and he thought that he should be more conscious. But now he wanted to take a break from all these thoughts, so he went to the exchange application to look at the prices of cryptocurrency. And there he saw that the price of Ripple and all other cryptocurrencies had dropped significantly, and in the chat they wrote that investing in cryptocurrency is like gambling. It was very strange and at the same time joyful to watch how all the coins fell by almost 90%. It was even scary to think what big losses Kim would have had if he had not sold everything that day. At some point it became more difficult to think about it because someone knocked on the door and it turned out that it was Ellie. The guy didn't understand what happened if she came so late and was already through the door a few seconds later. I understand that she might be in danger. He immediately approached and sharply opened the doors in order to help the girl. Well, when the door opened, he realized that everything was fine with the girl, and the reason why he came here was also not clear to him. But for obvious reasons, what he saw now in front of him took away his ability to think about anything, and he just wanted to observe. Even from his face one could understand that he was speechless and did not know what to say at all. With a trembling voice and a trembling deed, he tried to ask the girl what she was doing. But in response, or just shut his mouth with her finger and asked him not to speak loudly and if possible not to speak at all. Kim completely lost the essence of what was happening, and his heart was beating so fast that it seemed to him that he was now going to get lost. Just a few seconds ago he was thinking about the complete need to somehow distract himself from and do so as not to think about Ellie, and now she came to his room in this form. Kim Shin's current status was that he was 10,000% excited. It was deep at night, and the couple made a decision that was very strange and unexpected for both. The girl was lying on the bed and told the guy that she wanted to ask him how he liked Las Vegas at night. He replied that he was much more beautiful than he could ever imagine because before that he had only seen him in pictures. But speaking about Santa Monica Beach, he said that this is the real beauty of nature, but Las Vegas is the splendor of a noisy city. Laughing, Ellie noticed that the guy was right, and indeed these two places have completely different purposes and they also make you happy in different ways. Well, when she stopped laughing, she asked the guy if he really reads normally, then what are they doing now? Because she would have other plans and she didn't think at all that they would just talk at night. This reminded the guy of a Korean verse that goes like this. Just as the century-old pine tree on Mount Namsan resists the winds and snows, the human spirit is adamant. But in reality, Kim simply answered the girl that today is really a very good night to talk. But now Ellie just wanted to know why he behaved this way and if there were any reasons for it. At first the guy simply remained silent, but then he realized that he actually knew the answer to this question and was ready to share it with the girl. He explained this by saying that he was not sure that he was ready for the responsibility that would come after he did whatever he wanted. For after divorcing his wife, he lost interest in dating, but they know for sure that he does not want consequences if their meaning is only short-term pleasure. And he especially didn't want to hurt Ellie, and that's why he made such an irrational decision on the one hand. Hearing this explanation, the girl only sighed heavily and then dived her face into the pillow. After that, in a quiet voice, she said that it was very rude to say such a thing, and the guy then apologized. She raised her head and asked the guy if they could then chat all night long about all sorts of little things. Kim began to smile after this phrase and said that there was nothing wrong with this and they could talk until the morning. They talked about a variety of topics, mainly about the places they had visited, and after a few tens of minutes the guy fell asleep. In order to check this, Ellie poked her finger in his face and he did not react to it. She didn't feel sleepy at all, so she would have been disappointed that Kim fell asleep so quickly. Plus it looks like he was lying when he said they would talk all night long. But Ellie really liked the way the guy looked when he was sleeping, and this realization made her blush. So she simply hugged the sleeping Kim and moved her body closer to his. Of course, Ellie was a little disappointed considering how things turned out and how different everything was from her plan. But still, she should have admitted that for the first time this was enough. Some more time passed, and the two of them were already in the terminal of one of the airports. The girl thanked the guy for taking her to New York, and he replied that thanks to the girl, he was able to see many famous places in this city. Then Ellie asked the guy if he was going to return to Korea, and he replied that he would have to go now so as not to go through San Francisco. I say goodbye, guy. He asked the girl to take care of herself and wished her good luck in achieving all her dreams. But he saw from her face that the girl had not said everything yet and seemed to want to say something else. But in fact it turned out that she did not just want to say something, but there was one thing that remained unfinished. Literally a moment later she hugged Kim very tightly, and this was truly unexpected for him. Being in this position, the girl said that traveling with the guy was very cool and she really enjoyed this time. Turning her face slightly towards him, she asked Kim to contact her when he got home. After that, her grip became weaker and weaker and she slowly began to move away from the guy. Kim Shin replied that he also liked everything very much and promised that he would definitely call Ellie back since their story was not over yet. Just an hour later, the guy was already on the plane, which was rapidly picking up speed while still on the airport runway. God told the speaker that their plane was leaving for Incheon International Airport and that they would do everything possible to make the flight safe and comfortable. Now Kim had more than enough time to think things over. After all, now his long journey to America has come to an end. Arriving in this country, he met many interesting and good people. From the head of a startup company to Ellie, a girl who simply has her own dream. He was also very impressed by the industry and culture thriving in every corner of the United States. Perhaps this was due to the fact that many different people gathered there as well as a lot of money. When the guy felt this huge economic flow, greed awoke in him. He still wanted more and wanted to achieve something. But most of all, since the start of this trip, he wanted to earn even more money. In general, now he had goals and he was ready to do everything to achieve these goals. Previously, he was curious why the heads of a company that already has enormous wealth continue to work even in old age. And now that he went to the USA, he understood everything. Since making money is the most fun thing you can think of, it is also interesting. When the plane arrived at the airport and landed, someone got out and walked blithely through the terminal. At some point he saw a sign with his name and Jong Yup, who was holding this very sign. He greeted his old friend and said that he was surprised that he had come here specifically to meet him. But he also added that the manager was not the only one who came to meet him, and the guy asked who else was there. Turning his head to the side, he saw the girl, and immediately a wide smile appeared on his face. Cho Sua looked a little modest and said that she was glad to see Kim and also asked if he had a good time in the US. The guy felt alive after hearing her voice and replied that in general he liked this country, and then asked her how they came here if it was work time. She replied that everything was fine since she was nearby on business and everything was agreed. They all started walking together and Jung Yup suggested they all eat somewhere, and the girl suggested a Japanese restaurant at a nearby hotel. Continuing to walk further and further, Kim said that the establishment is not a problem and the main thing is that the food there is delicious. And indeed the prices in the establishment no longer bothered him since the amount of money in his account allowed him not to look at the prices in restaurants. But at some point a notification from Han Chai-won came to his phone, and it could mean very different things. Cho Sua's current status meanwhile could be described as 10,000% delighted. After they ate, the guy moved to his apartment where there was now a very beautiful view. Having gone inside, he immediately threw his briefcase with things on the floor and went straight to the sofa, which was located near the panoramic window. Sitting on this sofa, he felt comfort and was pleased that he was finally at home. Looking out the window, he thought that American landscapes are good, but nothing compares with his homeland and with the feeling he has here. After he thought about all this, he decided to see what they wrote to him before unpacking all the luggage. Mostly there were friendly messages. For example, Myung asked him to come to America more often. And Ellie said that she had an interview with a large company and she was waiting for good news. She also added that she was waiting for the moment when they would finally meet, and since Kim knew that he was definitely going to go to the States in general, these words sounded logical. But also a message arrived on his phone that he was not expecting. This was the same message from Han Chai-won that he received the moment he got off the plane. In that message, his ex-wife wrote that she heard that he went on vacation to the United States of America. She said that she was sad that Kim left without telling her anything, but also added that she hoped that everything went well and that he had a great time. It was strange to read that she thinks that it is difficult for a guy to live alone and that she misses her husband. Chai-won explained that only after breaking up with you, she finally understood what she had been feeling all this time. Namely, she came to the realization that she loves Kim Shin very much more than anyone in this world. It was very surprising to read, and for a while Kim Shin couldn't even believe that she really wrote it. Thoughts began to creep into his head that the girl had simply gone crazy, and some kind of chaos was clearly going on in her head. Very soon her words will become very aggressive when she writes that recently there have been very strange rumors in the company. These rumors were alleging that Kim lost all the money he earned from investments. And after the guy did not answer for a long time, she concluded that probably the rumors do not lie and he really lost everything he had. It was at this moment that her words became more aggressive, and even just looking at these sets of letters one could understand in what mood she wrote everything. The girl said that she knew that the guy was simply crazy and had absolutely no idea what he was doing. She further added that it is impossible to escape his roots, and he will always lose every opportunity that fate gives him. It also seemed important to her to notify that she was starting a new life, and now Kim would no longer have a chance to win back his wife. At the very end of the last message, Chai-won added information that the guy will have to be nervous at work when he goes there. While reading these messages, the emotions on Kim's face changed very quickly and very dramatically. He did not understand at all what this woman was saying and decided to block her, so that she would definitely not be able to write anything to him. And in the end, he concluded that it looked like divorce was the best choice he had ever made. Meanwhile, the new day had arrived, and Kim, with renewed vigor after the journey, came to his workplace. In his hands were several small packages at once. He greeted each employee and said that he had bought them some souvenirs. But the reaction of his colleagues was very strange, and they practically did not react in any way to the presence of Kim Shim. The guy didn't understand why the atmosphere was so bad, but suddenly other colleagues came up whose appearance was no longer so deplorable. Immediately Kim asked them what happened and why everyone was in no mood, and one of them said that thanks to Kim their investments were successful. Only now did the guy realize that the atmosphere in the office is now so negative and pro-investment. Namely, the problem is that all the problems are due to the fact that some people followed his advice and sold assets, partly did it wrong. Some tried to save further by relying on assistant manager Sanguk's words and lost most of their income because of it. Since the exchange rate fell by almost 95%, they lost a large amount of money and the damage that was incurred was simply enormous. A few seconds later, another small group of people began to walk along the corridor, and someone greeted Kim Shim. It was manager and Myung and Seo Young Ji, and one of them jokingly asked the guy if he had a gift for them too. The appearance of these characters made the guy smile, and he said that he brought them souvenirs too. But he also added that they should go to the meeting room so that he could show them to them. And indeed, there was a reason for such anonymity, because these gifts turned out to be 2 wristwatches. And when the manager and head of the department held this watch in their hands, it was clear from their faces that they knew well how much it really cost. When they tried to ask the guy if this is really what they think, Kim replied that if I don't think it's a Rolex, then it really is. He explained such an expensive gift by the fact that when he was a newcomer, they were the ones who provided him with the greatest support. And for this reason, he wanted to give them pleasant gifts that will be imprinted in your memory for a long time. After just a few moments, the guy found it strange that these 2 were reacting to their gifts this way. Moreover, at some point, one of them looked at his brother regarding the situation, and his look was also dissatisfied. The head of the department also looked at his friend and began to shake his head negatively. Almost in unison, they apologized, and the manager began to speak first. He handed him his watch and said that it was too expensive a gift. Then the head of the department joined him and said that they had not done anything special for him to accept such an expensive gift. Kim asked them not to worry despite the fact that it may sound pompous. He tried to prove that prices do not play a big role for him now. This information was different from what these 2 guys had in your case, and one of them decided to tell the whole situation. It took them several tens of minutes to explain everything in detail, and then Kim learned a lot of new things. He couldn't believe that there were rumors in the office that Kim Shim had lost all his money, since this was the first time he had heard anything like that. The manager was surprised that this was not the first time rumors had appeared, and that they turned out to be untrue. Of course, now Kim had only one question in her head, namely, he was wondering who said about all this. Having received the answer, he moved to the roof of the office and simply looked at the skyscrapers that surrounded their building. He felt comfortable here because now only he had a break, which means there definitely won't be many people here. At some point, I appeared somewhere behind him. It was a colleague who knew that Kim had recently visited America. He also added that, as expected, since rich people always strive to visit this country. A short pause awaits you, after which this man told his interlocutor that strange rumors have been circulating lately. And having come close enough, he asked Kim if everything was fine with him now financially given the situation on the market. For some reason, Kim Shin was smiling when he looked at assistant manager Sang-guk now. On that day, Kim Shin's current assets were approximately 1.19 trillion won. Immediately in this short time, Kim began to remember all the moments he had with this man. Sang-guk constantly told him that he was inferior and tried to demonstrate this in different situations. For example, I constantly repeat that at this age, he still does not have a driver's license. Also, he constantly advised him to buy a good suit and wear it because when he sees him now, all the people around will think that the company's employees are poor. And now, looking at this man's face, one could understand that he really wants Kim to tell him now that he has problems with money. The guy didn't think that Sang-guk himself would come to confirm the rumors he spread, but in fact he was such a person from the very beginning. He was someone who always looked down on others if they succeeded in anything. To satisfy his pride, he is ready to harm other people. During the 4 years he worked in this company, he caused a lot of problems for Kim, and even during the time when he was married to Chae-won. The guy knew that he would be angry when he got rich, but he didn't think that he would be so persistent. Now the situation was such that Sang-guk went up to Kim and said that he was asking about this because he was worried, and if something happened he would support her. But his face retained that smile that Kim knew very well, and the meaning of which was easy for him to understand. Now he was thinking that the news of his life is very important to this man, which means this news must be provided. In fact, he thought that it was really worth telling everything because it would have a good effect on the future situation. Therefore, he told Sang-guk right now that things weren't going well for him right now. He added that he didn't want to spread the word, but since he's now talking to the assistant manager, he thinks he can tell him. A moment later, he admitted that he had actually earned about 10 billion from cryptocurrency, but now there was less than 10 million won left of it. Hearing something like that was a real treat for Sang-guk, and he couldn't believe his ears. He even bent down a little and said that it was very pathetic, and then thanked Kim for opening up to him and telling him everything. In fact, the guy knows assistant manager Sang-guk too well. He was even interested in seeing how everything would happen next after he had this information. Literally a few minutes later, he was already in the pantry shouting that assistant manager Kim was ruined. With a smile on his face, he talked about what he heard, that the guy at one point had 10 billion but now only 10 million remained. The employees talked among themselves that he must have lied when he said that he had sold all his assets. It was strange that this advice turned out to be practical. All the words of Sang-uk's colleagues about how bad Kim is gave him incredible joy, and he could not contain it. He raised his head up and told himself that now it would become obvious to everyone that Kim was much worse than himself. His idea now, that guy was a stupid worm who only feeds on pine needles and will remain below him for the rest of his life. But suddenly during all these thoughts, someone came into the pantry and was glad that everyone was in one place. The manager announced that there would be a big dinner party today and everyone should be there. Sang-uk asked why it was organized so unexpectedly. He further added that he would go but he would not eat pork belly again since he was already tired of this food. But the manager replied that dinner would be at a restaurant that is famous for its highest quality Korean beef all over the world. Of course, refusing such an offer would be a real crime, so everyone who was there at that time agreed. Indeed, when evening came, they were taken to a restaurant which was one of the most expensive in the city. Some of the appetizers here looked like they were already a full-fledged dish that you could pay a lot of money for. Well then, when all the office workers came to the restaurant, they were met by a waiter who invited them to the table. The employees said that this place is very expensive and they could not believe that one portion costs as much as 150,000 won. But everyone also agreed that since they were invited, they should take advantage of this and order all the most delicious things. Looking at the menu, Sang-uk thought that you can visit such a place only once in your life, but now they organized just a dinner for employees. It was a little strange. He thought that perhaps the head of their branch had called them here, and that's why the place was so expensive. But at some point, the employee saw a familiar face from the side and immediately drew attention to him. On the other side of the room was Kim Shin, and Sang-uk didn't understand why this rogue also came here. Moreover, when he first came here, he immediately began shaking hands with the head of the department, which of course Sang-uk didn't like. At some point things became even more confusing as Kim thanked all the employees for coming to the event that he organized. It would be difficult to cause more surprise among the employees, but the guy did it quite well. He further added that he had no special intentions but simply wanted to spend time with them after a long vacation and expressed regret that he had brought so few souvenirs. Then the doors from the kitchen opened and Kim continued by saying that he ordered a very nice dinner for everyone instead. The cooks began to roll out carts from the street containing very appetizing and high-quality pieces of beef. This was the type of meat that was famous all over the world due to its marbling and incredible taste. Sang-uk, meanwhile, he couldn't understand how Kim Shin could afford to order all this, since even 10 million won would not be enough for this. He also didn't like the employees' dialogues about how if Kim were really poor, he wouldn't be able to pay the bill in such a place. Moreover, some colleagues even began to say that perhaps assistant manager Sang-uk simply lied. Well then, the man got up from the table and shouted that Kim Shin himself told him about it. Sitting at the next table, the department head noted that assistant manager Kim was very careful and rarely made mistakes. They were also paid for this dinner, and of course they were grateful to the guy for this. While here with the manager, he noticed that he had lost a lot, just like Sang-uk, despite the fact that Kim warned him. He also said that if he had listened to him, he would not have lost the money. His whole mistake was that he trusted assistant manager Sang-uk in this situation, which cost him a lot of money. Since now everyone has also learned that we are spreading rumors about Kim which are clearly false. When Sang-uk heard this, at first he wanted to deny everything, but then he realized that all this time he had been smearing Kim, but this time he didn't lie. He had to calm down a little when he heard a familiar voice from the side. This voice belonged to Kim, and now he only thought that the old him simply would not have paid attention to the rumors being spread. If more precisely, then he would have no other choice but to let him get away with it because his words were true. But now everything was different, since he would no longer have to live with it and put up with such an attitude towards himself. Currently, Kim Shin's fortune was that he invested his assets so that they would bring in even more money. With a special smile on his face, Kim told Sang-uk that he prepared all this especially for him. But on that man's face now there was a real personification of rage and resentment. He heard clearly how his colleagues nearby said that it seemed that Sang-uk simply told a false secret to Kim which he slipped to him. But what was most interesting was that after that he calmly sat here and simply ate at his expense because he did not want to give up such expensive beef. And indeed he had no choice but to do anything else since he clearly did not want to please him. He felt like a loser, and this only made Kim feel better because with this one situation he made up for all the problems that he had. Standing in front of everyone, he carefully showed the head of the department that he was glad that he helped him in this situation. So Chan continued to sit after they showed each other this sign, when suddenly, he heard some sound from the side. This sound made him open his eyes wide and immediately bow as someone important came inside. Kim also tried to understand who this guest was and began to come closer to the entrance to this expensive restaurant. Right next to the entrance was Jong, who was the director of the company, and it was clear from his face that he was glad to be here. After a few seconds, all the employees who were sitting at the table realized who had come and immediately stood up from their seats. One gesture from this man was enough to tell them not to worry and to continue dinner, because he only came for a moment to see assistant manager Kim. This could surprise the guy since he did not believe that such a person could really have some kind of conversation with him. They all sat down at the table, and the director of course sat directly across from where Kim was sitting. I tried just one small piece of tender meat. He started a dialogue and from afar tried to explain why he came here in the first place. Initially he said that he had heard on the news that Kim had hit the jackpot on investments in cryptocurrency. But the guy only answered that luck was on his side, but according to the director, luck is also an ability, and admitted that he did not know that the assistant manager had such a talent. Laughing loudly at me, he even said that if he had known about this earlier, he would have created an entire investment department in their company. But Kim knew well that he was being flattered and tried to understand what this director needed from him. After all, no matter how much fame he gained through investments, it is unlikely that it would have attracted his attention and forced him to come here. Since it is unlikely that he came here just to simply eat for free because he clearly has enough money to eat here on his own. Then the director noticed that although Kim understands investments, he doesn't seem to understand women at all. After another second, he explained that what he meant was that Kim once divorced Han Chai-won, and that was his stupidest mistake. The director added that he heard that it was the guy who proposed the divorce and that in fact this woman is quite rare. In his opinion, Kim simply did not have enough strength to learn to understand a woman and cope with her. Moreover, he made a bold assumption that apparently Chai-won was simply tired of living with the assistant manager himself. But despite all this, the director was smiling, and it was clear from his face that he was happy with how everything had turned out now. Since in his own words, thanks to Kim, he recently became the happiest man on the planet. Kim did not understand how he earned such a role and asked the director what he meant when he said that. I continue to smile. The director said that thanks to the assistant manager he met Chai-won. And also, in fact, he came here today to say this. Even though it might be unpleasant for Kim, he wanted them to keep personal and work separate. He was still smiling and put one of the most delicious pieces of beef in his mouth and said that not everyone can be with a beauty like Chai-won. At some point he was very surprised because Kim Shin congratulated him. He added that as an ex-husband he couldn't say anything other than that he was happy for the director and for the fact that he made such a choice. But the guy himself understood that after the director made such a stupid mistake, he could be considered a real dead man. Further, when all this was over, Kim Shin walked down the street to his house and thought about different things. Basically, the topic that he raised during these thoughts was one: this is love. He really didn't want to remember this, but due to the fact that the memory remained, he had no other choice. Once upon a time, he was happy in his relationship with Chai-won, especially in those times when he felt a short flirtation. It only took him 6 months to get to know her well and understand that this was the woman he had been looking for all his life. And so he didn't think twice, and they started a wedding, and well, he quickly began to miss his family. Be that as it may, at that time he was very happy to start a new family, and then he decided an important thing for himself. Namely, he decided that he would continue to hold his wife's hand until the very end, and they would always be together. But unfortunately or fortunately, the reality turned out to be much harsher than Kim himself could have expected. The difference in character that he and his wife discovered after the wedding, as well as constant neglect from his wife's family. Married life, which he thought would be happy, turned out to be a real hell, and they eventually divorced a year later by mutual consent. Kim didn't ask for much from this universe, he just wanted to have a delicious dinner together and rejoice together when something good happens. Kim wanted someone to support him and comfort him during difficult times, and also for him to be able to do the same for his partner. He seemed to miss the normal human life that all the other people he tried to emulate had. At some point he decided that he needed to stop thinking about it, and then maybe he would feel better. Therefore he walked his further path without paying attention to the thoughts that visited his head every second. In fact, while he was leaving, someone was also moving very quickly along the street and was constantly changing speed. Of course it was Sua, who was trying to walk at a very high speed, and from time to time she looked at her watch. Due to the fact that there was a lot of work that day, she was trying to make it to dinner, which had already started some time ago. Her running became faster and faster as she understood that she needed to hurry in order not to be late. Kim was also a little surprised when he saw someone in front of him and on the contrary began to walk more slowly. It was at this moment that both Sua and the guy were focused on their goals and were even slightly surprised by the circumstances in which they found themselves. After a few more seconds they both stopped and simply looked at their goal, which they had outlined for themselves not so long ago. That the guy was incredibly surprised that Sua couldn't believe what had just happened. All because the girl was watching the waiters clear away the dishes and none of her colleagues were already inside. And Kim was surprised for the reason that right next to the entrance to his apartment Ellie was now standing leaning on her suitcase. Joy was visible in her eyes and she greeted Kim Shin even though his face told her that he was surprised. But Sua, after realizing that she was late, lowered her head and went home in a bad mood. Currently Kim Shin has invested assets. Don't ask any questions, he greeted the girl, and they began to go inside the house in which he lived. It was incredibly cold outside, and therefore of course Ellie was very pleased that she was now warm. They quickly went up the elevator to the apartment and the guy used his special access card to open the doors to the apartment. Going inside, the girl said that winter in Korea is colder than she thought and it's good that the guy's house is so warm. When the girl took a few steps, the guy asked her what brought her here in the first place. Yes answered that she thought it was obvious, but of course she came here to try with Kim Shin. She was glad that she could get the job she wanted. And she told the guy that she still had 10 days before it started and she decided to spend them here. For this reason she asked Kim if she could live with him, but he of course could not refuse. But he warned that he only has one bed. Ellie heard this and just laughed because if you sleep together then that's enough, since they already did this at the hotel. At some point her laughter stopped and this sound was replaced by the rumbling of her stomach, which signaled that she was very hungry. Looking at her, Kim decided that he did not want to make the situation even more awkward and therefore told the girl that she could take a bath for now. Indeed, this seemed like a good idea for Ellie since she wanted to relax before going to bed. While in the shower she quietly hummed some song, but due to the fact that the walls in Kim's house were thin he could hear them well. But still, now he was cooking and we were just using onions so as not to use dirty vegetables in cooking. At the same time he thought that perhaps the girl was cold since she was waiting outside and therefore she needed to eat heavily to warm up. The decision was made to make bulgogi and clam stew. If you think about it like that, then Kim hasn't cooked for anyone for a very long time. For the last months he's been cooking only for himself. For this reason now he was especially pleased, despite the fact that this process brought back old and unpleasant memories to him. Memories of how Chai-won once asked her husband if bulgogi was really the best he could offer. Smiling then, Kim said that he is absolutely sure that the food turned out delicious and that's why the girls should just try it. And when he prepared this food now it looked incredibly appetizing and he wanted to eat it even before he even heard the smell. But on the day when he prepared exactly the same food for his wife, all the food was thrown away. This did not depend on what he was cooking, since apparently Chai-won wanted to show that she would not eat any food that Kim cooked. And this was repeated very often since the wife, even if she ate the food that her husband prepared, did not always finish it. And now that he had prepared all this food he was glad that so far he had not spoiled anything. After all, sometimes the situation was such that he cooked food with all his might and went to work. And when he came he saw that, without touching, Chai-won had thrown away everything to the last grain of rice. Then he just stood and looked at it for a while and could not believe that he had lived to such a point. But now everything was different. At some point the guy suddenly heard a voice from the side and realized that it looked like Ellie had just gotten out of the shower. When she first came out she immediately said that she smelled an incredibly delicious smell from the bathroom. At the same time, I dry his hair with a towel. She asked Kim if he really prepared all this himself. When she sat down at the table, the guy warned her that he was in a hurry, so the taste might not be so great. Ellie replied that she was so hungry right now that she would eat it even if all this food was raw, but she promised an honest review of the food. After a moment, she put a small portion of food into her mouth and began to chew it thoroughly. The guy in turn was not hungry and simply watched Ellie try the food and was a little nervous. The review did not take long to arrive, and the girl, still with food in her mouth, said that it was simply incredibly tasty. Moreover, she noticed that these bulgogi are much tastier than those served in their Korean restaurant. And she said that she would be offended if Kim did not completely eat his portion which he himself had prepared. They had dinner, and during this dinner they talked sweetly about how it happened that they were now in Kim's apartment. But these dialogues suddenly ended precisely at the moment when it was time to go to bed. They were standing right in front of their bed. Ellie said that it was time to go to bed since she was very tired for the whole day. The night at that time was very dark, and the light in the room was only due to a special LED strip that was installed in Kim's room. The girl fell asleep very quickly, and it seemed to the guy that she passed out as soon as she touched the bed. He in turn could not sleep due to the fact that he wondered about how Ellie felt about him. Is it possible that she really is in love with him, but he still didn't want to have a complicated relationship because he was simply afraid? But still, the more you learn about a person, the more you open your heart to him and let him into your world. And even more so, the more painful it turns out when you are not reciprocated, and this scares off many people. In fact, the guy thought that after the divorce everything would be fine, and he would have this condition for the rest of his life. The scars turned out to be deeper than Kim Shin could have imagined when he begged his wife to file for divorce. But there was also a fact that he couldn't argue with, and that in a way he liked. And this fact was that meeting this girl had a very positive impact on him and added meaning to him. While he was thinking about this, the girl, still in a state of sleep, suddenly hugged him tightly and pulled her body closer to Kim. This position was not the most comfortable for both of them to sleep, but still Kim didn't even think about moving. Instead, he gave in to the feelings he felt at that moment and kissed Ellie on the forehead. From this action, the girl instantly woke up, and the guy noticed that her eyes opened after that. Now their faces were a very short distance from each other, but they did not decide to say anything. How instead they just looked at each other and tried to agree on the next step with just a glance. They both felt incredibly comfortable at that moment, despite the fact that Kim was slightly scared. But still, after a few such seconds they kissed, and this kiss lasted an incredibly long time. The city was covered in pitch darkness, but such a large city did not fall asleep, and many people continued to go about their business. This was clearly not the city that falls asleep when you arrive at night, but rather the one in which a new life begins. Kim and Ellie didn't stop at just one kiss. That night in that bed they were one, and both the guy and the girl wanted to fully feel their partner. Currently Kim Shin is investing assets. But in fact, at the same time, the world continued to exist and other people continued to live. In addition to people, companies also continued to exist, conducting their business and doing everything in order to earn as much money as possible. And just at one of these moments, the director of the company received a very important call on his phone, which attracted his attention. He picked up the phone, and a familiar voice told him that he was incredibly sorry, but he would also have to convey this bad information to Director Yoo Suk-tae. The man did not understand how this was possible, but the voice on the phone explained that he understood that such a small company as theirs could not do anything in this situation. Moreover, that interlocutor said that he was really sorry, but unfortunately things would be exactly this way and no other way. When his subordinate approached the director, he explained to him that the partners said that they had no choice, and this was the 4th cancellation of the order this month. This only means that if this continues, the company will soon become bankrupt, and it seems that nothing will save them. But at some point the director heard a phone call, and this instilled hope in his head for a few seconds. He picked up the phone, introduced himself, and said that he was the CEO of Leonce Pharmaceuticals, and he was ready to accept an order at any time. For some reason, the voice seemed familiar to him, and indeed after a few seconds it became clear that assistant manager Kim had just called him. Within a few hours he was sitting at the back table with the general director and talking about how they had not seen each other for a long time. He asked how he was doing because he saw him when he was still a beginner, but 3 long years had already passed since that moment. The general director told him that thanks to Arsayer things were not going so badly, and in general he said that he regretted not receiving the guest as needed. But the guy in turn replied that everything was fine since it was partly his fault that he came without a prearranged agreement. There was a short pause which the general director decided to take advantage of and ask Kim a question that really interested him. Namely, he was curious about the lady sitting next to him. The guy replied that her name was Ellie and she would help him with his work. It was interesting that he hired a foreigner for this position, and this only showed Kim on the good side because he is not a difficult type of assistant among the Korean market. Most likely he is serious. When the general director asked what brought the guy here, the guy replied that perhaps his question would sound tactless, but he was forced to voice it. He said that he was well aware that recently they had difficulties with the management of the company. I don't want to lie, the CEO said that to be honest he can't say that things have been going well lately. But nevertheless they are holding on because, as he said earlier, Arsair gives them a lot of orders and the situation will improve after the completion of the biosimilar production plant. The guy decided to take the dialogue into his own hands and said that Arsair was worried that they were saying that Daesun Pharmaceutical was putting pressure on the company. Of course, everyone was surprised when they heard such a statement because initially only a limited number of people should have known about it. But it seems that now many more people already had this information, something both the CEO and his assistant wanted. Kim continued that now that the company is expanding, it is experiencing a shortage of capital, and Daesun Pharmaceuticals is putting pressure on companies associated with Leon's so that they do not terminate their contracts. Now, in his opinion, their ultimate goal is to take over their company at a low price. After all these words, the guy also said that the general director should not worry since he did not present himself as an Arsair employee. Now he had a more important topic that he would like to discuss with Suktae. Namely, with the next phrase, he made it clear that he wanted to invest his personal funds in their company on a large scale. The director was surprised that assistant manager Kim is basically involved in investments, and it seems that he has a lot of capital and will not want to invest in the company. He laughed not loudly, after which he said that initially he was wondering why I came to him as a guest. In addition, he agreed that he really needed the money now, but still he wanted to refuse this offer. And he explained this by saying that in reality they are unlikely to last more than 3 months, and if the company goes bankrupt, the investor will not be able to get his investment back. Moreover, of course, he did not know what amounts we were talking about, thousands or millions. Accordingly, he advised the guy to simply use this money for more important things and not waste time investing in companies. Another pause appeared between the two groups as each side didn't know what to say. The general director thought that perhaps their negotiations were over, and he even began to get up as he realized that there would be nothing further to talk to them about. But suddenly Kim stopped him and said that he would have to ask the question differently. Namely, he was interested in how much money the company would need to get out of the crisis right now. He added that during this dialogue he only came out with thousands and millions, but in reality he is referring to multi-billion-dollar investments in the company. This is because he believes Suktae is an excellent businessman who produces a variety of medicines, all of excellent quality. Therefore now he simply handed the phone to the general director and asked him, looking at this figure, to tell him how much money he needed. And when he saw this big number on Kim's phone, he and his assistant were speechless for a while. It was very clearly written there that the guy now has a little more than 2 trillion won in his account. And when they looked up, they saw a smiling Kim who said that he was ready to invest and the director only needed to name his amount. But the director was not ready to even say anything now, since he was immobilized and stunned by the numbers that were now before his eyes. Now it was Ellie's turn to explain everything, since she had prepared very well for this meeting. She said that at the moment the situation is difficult due to investments in construction and loans taken. However, the productivity of the existing plant is high, which means there are many customers. These clients will obviously enter into long-term contracts, which means that they are all confident in the quality. If the work was stabilized, or I thought that there would be no more failures. Kim asked her what would happen after the launch of the new plant, and she answered him that she believed that in this case the company's income and its value would increase significantly. Yusuk lost the thread of the conversation and once again asked the investor what kind of girl was next to him. The guy replied that in front of him was Ellie, who is a financial expert who works at JP Morgan, and he asked her to accompany him to today's meeting. This explanation brought a smile on the director's face as he realized that his interlocutor was serious from the very beginning, since he invited a financial expert with him. He remembered well how Kim 3 years ago was an ordinary newcomer who had just got a job and knew little. And now he couldn't even believe that in such a short time the guy had become a successful investor who seemed to have figured out life. Now the CEO already called Kim the president of the company and thanked him, saying that he owed him a lot. Also, he began to take out some kind of business card from his pocket on his jacket and explained that you wanted to do something as a kind of return gift. Handing over this business card, he said that if the guy is interested, then let him contact him and they will solve all the problems. A few minutes later, Kim and Ellie were already driving a supercar, and it was clear that we were happy about what had just happened. The girl thanked the guy for gaining useful experience since this situation was her first job, and on the first day she made an investment appraisal worth 40 billion won. And since they touched on this topic, she decided to ask Kim what about payment, since in her opinion it is impossible to use such a valuable employee for free as the one who is now helping the guy. And accordingly he decided to directly ask Ellie what she wanted to receive as a reward. It was strange to hear that she did not require anything material, because in her opinion it would be better if he did what she had long wanted to do. And finding himself in such a situation, the guy said that perhaps this was a little too much. His body would be chained, and because of this his movements would be as severely limited as possible. Or she stood in front of him and said that it was too late to refuse, and he had already agreed once to carry out all this. Using a special key, Ellie entered the cell of Kim, who was tied with chains, and with a smile on her face asked if he wanted to enjoy this together. After that deal, the assistant asked the boss how much their company was worth, and he replied that it was valued exactly less than 2 trillion won, which was Kim's current asset. A little more time passed, and Ellie walked along the street with him, constantly looking at some piece of paper in her hand. Then she looked at the guy and said that the game of escape from prison was quite fun despite the fact that the guy's movement was limited by handcuffs. They continued driving, and at one point Kim looked at the sign and said that Seoul in general has a lot of fun things to do, and there is even a place called the Challenge Tower. After this, the girl noticed that she would like JP Morgan to be located in Seoul, and then she could be with the guy every day and not think about moving. Hearing these words, the guy thought very seriously that perhaps he should buy this company one day. Of course he knew that this was not easy, because at present the company's market value was approximately $370 billion, that is 480 trillion won. However, he thought that he could organize something in the commercial area of Seoul, such as establishing a branch of the company there. But the girl, meanwhile, of course, wasn't thinking about what the guy was thinking about, and so at some point she pointed her finger forward and asked what kind of place this was. Kim was surprised that she would like something like that, and he asked her where exactly she was pointing. He had to explain that she was pointing to a place where you could rent and watch a movie, or she really loved watching movies, and the idea of watching some movie together seemed very interesting to her. The guy didn't really like watching movies, but just one phrase from the girl was enough for him to change his mind. They very quickly moved to the cinema hall, and when she went inside, the girl smiled very much when she saw the guy who worked there. And he, fascinated by the beauty of the girl he sees for the first time, also smiled back at her. Of course, being in such an establishment, it would be very rude to enter sullen, and for this reason Kim also smiled when he entered here. The worker no longer appreciated this gesture, and it was clear from it that there was rage and perhaps echoes of envy in his eyes. Kim and Ellie immediately moved away from him and began to look at the collection of films that was presented here. It was unforgivable for an employee to understand that someone works full-time and someone is dating a beautiful blonde and goes with her to watch a movie. He didn't understand how Kim managed to surprise her with something, since he looked no better than him now in his opinion. After some time, a guy approached him to ask if they could watch the film they had chosen. The employee directed them to room 15. Of course, he would like to respond somehow differently to what the guy had just said, but because of habit he could not help himself. Now Elle moved with the guy closer to that room and said that she hoped that the film he had chosen would be interesting. The employee in turn spoke to himself and promised that he could not retreat. He had a plan in his head. He wanted to pretend that he was cleaning, and then when he heard a noise from behind the door, sabotage their viewing by going inside while they were clearly not watching a movie. 30 minutes had already passed, and the guy still continued to stand behind the door and listen intently to every sound that came from there. And despite the fact that such a large amount of time had already passed, he did not hear anything, and the floor which he decided to wash at that time was already sparkling. When he looked at the doors of this room, he thought that perhaps they were really watching a movie and doing nothing else there. The plot of the film they watched was not very exciting, but it was difficult to say that it was not somehow uninteresting. Ellie snuggled closer to Kim, and they watched with fascination the story of the pandemic that swept the whole world and killed a large number of people. In a quiet voice, the girl asked the guy what if something similar happened in the real world, something like an epidemic. He replied that in this case the world would be in confusion and most likely the economy would completely collapse. I understand how economics is considered an important part of society. The girl agreed with the guy's assumption. Moreover, it became obvious to her that in this case many would lose what was most valuable to them. your own life and the lives of your loved ones. But he also said that however he doesn't think it will be like anything that was just shown on film. After all, there will always be people in the world who do not lose hope in any situation. And Kim believed that such people would unite and defeat diseases. What he just said seemed very cool to the girl, and perhaps he could motivate someone with this speech. When they had already watched the film to the end, they moved back to the guy's apartment, and since it was already evening, they got ready to sleep. Before going to bed, they closed the curtains so that less light entered the room and it became easier to fall asleep. Well, at some point, the guy thought that he had fallen asleep, although this was not the case, and in front of him was Ellie, who was making a strange sound. Initially, he did not pay any attention to this, but after a few seconds of repeated sounds, he tried to say something to the girl. Of course, she didn't react at all, and then the guy started to panic and asked Ellie if she was feeling okay. Suddenly, when he turned the girl's body, he saw that blood was flowing from her mouth, and in general her eyes were empty, and she had lost consciousness. Immediately, without thinking for a second, he threw her on his back and could not understand what was happening since now her body was simply burning due to the high temperature. It was not at all like a common cold, since he had never felt such a temperature from a person's body before. He quickly ran down the stairs because he understood that he needed to hurry to come to the hospital and so that she could finally get help. Well, when he ran out into the street, he saw in front of him something that scared him incredibly and something that made him stand still. In front of him, he saw dead people on the floor and many burning cars that were on the side of the road. Watching all this was truly scary, since it was difficult to imagine in which direction danger awaited you. The guy had never seen the world in such a state, but it was even more frightening that now on his shoulders there was a girl whose symptoms were exactly the same as those of those people who were now lying on the floor. Besides, she was already showing me no signs of life and was simply lying motionless on Kim's back. Kim Shin couldn't believe his eyes, but still began to think about what to do next and how to help Ellie. There was real chaos all around that no one could have prepared for, and of course Kim experienced great fear when he saw all this. And despite all this chaos, Kim was immobilized by his own fear and did not know what to do in such a situation, since he had never experienced anything like this before. And the emotion that he just experienced was imprinted in his consciousness, but for a very long time. It became even worse at the moment when Ellie seemed to regain consciousness and uttered only one word. Turning her head, Kim noticed that her hand looked like it had been dead for some time, and because of this the hand turned white. A moment later, the girl attacked the guy, screaming that it was because of him that everyone was dead and he was the culprit of this whole epidemic. It turned out to be just a dream, and after Ellie attacked him, the guy didn't express such vivid emotions that he instantly woke up. He instantly raised his body above the bed to look at the girl and find out what condition she was in. But now he only saw in front of him Ellie, who was familiar to him, who was simply sleeping sweetly and did not show any signs that she was sick. This guy just felt better, and his breathing became more and more uniform with each passing second. He also opened a small box that was located near his bed, and with trembling hands began to take out a notebook from there. Hidden in this notebook was the business card he received, and the business card contained contacts for Lee Ho-yun and his bio company. Kim clearly remembered the dialogue with the general director, who said that he had previously invested money in this company, and if Kim was interested, then let him contact them. This company is interesting because it conducts research on analyzing influenza strains and creating vaccines using artificial intelligence. By analyzing disease genes and finding chemical ingredients suitable for treatment, it is possible to create vaccines with an effectiveness 100 times higher than previous methods. Some time passed, and Kim was already at the airport and heard Ellie's beautiful voice, which told me wonderful things that it was time for her. He didn't want to say goodbye, but so far the circumstances were such that it was simply necessary, and all he could say was that he would contact her when she was already in the United States. When she was already approaching the exit, she raised her hand and waved to Kim. The guy also remembered this moment for a long time. But despite the fact that this moment was important for him, he still said goodbye to the girl with one hand, and with the other he was already reaching for his phone. All because he received a call from his old friend, and as soon as he answered the phone, he immediately began to laugh loudly. Myung couldn't believe that Kim was so frightened by the nightmare he had at night that he immediately decided to invest in medicine. I understand how funny this sounds. The guy decided to explain himself and said that he had just made an appointment with the person who was doing this, and at that moment that was all. But still the friend wanted to know more details, and so he asked Kim what he thought about this idea. The guy replied that the development of a vaccine using artificial intelligence is what he is going to invest money in. But Myung believed that achieving success in such a matter would not be easy. Of course, the use of artificial intelligence will greatly accelerate development and will most likely affect the rapid growth of innovation. But even if you create a medicine, it will only reach the market after 15 years, and even after that it will have to compete with existing developments of large pharmaceutical companies. As a result, the profitability is too low compared to the required investment, and in this Myung was indeed right. Because it doesn't matter how much money Kim has, because there is no point in investing in an area that has no potential. He concluded that now he understood only one thing, and this is not enough to risk a lot of money. But also the guy thought that it was impossible to make the money just sit in his account, they needed to invest it somewhere. But why did this bother him so much? This was not clear to him, and now he was talking to his friend in order to clarify. But very soon Myung answered him that this was just his opinion, not an expert, but experts may think differently. And he promised that he would introduce the guy to one person who he could ask for advice and who could really help. This man worked out in the training room very often and loved to make his body seem absolutely perfect from the outside. In addition, he monitored absolutely every aspect of his health and tried to do so in order to live into old age in good condition. And now he was talking with Kim, and their dialogue began with the fact that he is a professor of infectious diseases at the Johns Hopkins University Hospital named Paul Lester. But he also asked that Kim feel free to call him just Paul if that's more convenient for him. After another second, the professor of infectious diseases admitted that Khan told him that the guy was making a plan and would like to ask for advice. Of course, the guy told him everything he really wants to do in the future, and this interested his interlocutor. He was really interested in listening to this, but now, unfortunately or fortunately, this situation was far from the first time for him. Accordingly, he explained that the development of vaccines using artificial intelligence is a very interesting issue for scientists. In his opinion, in fact, artificial intelligence is already used in medicine, mainly used for medicines and in genetic analysis. Of course, the performance is not yet enough, but since large companies are looking to break into this area, he believed that they would soon hear good news. Now Kim has concluded that artificial intelligence is already being used, and there are even large and strong competitors, which means the situation is more complicated than he thought. But the guy became interested at the moment when Paul added that he had drawn several conclusions after hearing this story. Namely, he remembered a friend who also believed that it was necessary to develop vaccines using artificial intelligence, and by a happy coincidence he was also Korean. Well, now everything became more obvious to the guy, and he decided to share his observations with his interlocutor accordingly. And of course he immediately asked his interlocutor if he meant Lee Ho-yun when he talked about that unknown person. Within a second, Kim noticed that this was an incredible coincidence, since the research company he mentioned was a project of Dr. Lee Ho-yun. Then it was Paul's turn to speak, and he explained that they were friends when he studied at their university, and even then he was a real genius. Kim believed that it would be more profitable for such a genius to receive support and conduct research in the States, but for some reason he left America. In fact, the reason for this was, and Kim said that in the past a professor from the university disparagingly said that Ho-yun's research would not be profitable. At that very moment, Ho-young immediately hit the professor with an uppercut, causing him to lose consciousness. After this incident, he left the university declaring that he would be better off doing research alone and would receive all the glory from the inventions himself. Listen to all this. Kim even caught himself thinking that if he told this person that he would not invest, then this might lead to bad consequences. For example, while the guy is saying this, he will also receive an uppercut and lose consciousness. Paul Lesser sounded interested and even asked the guy when he was dating Ho-young, since he also wanted to fly to Korea and go with him. Even Kim liked this idea, and he understood Paul's eagerness to meet with his old friend, as he was interested in what their genius had reached in their research. A few days later they arrived at the laboratory, and it was visually clear that Kim was a little nervous. When they went inside, they were met by a man who immediately said in a tired voice that he was glad to see the guests. After looking around a bit, Kim heard the man say that he was the CEO of a bio company named Lee Ho-young. He stood right in front of them, and the first thing he did was to approach Paul Lesser to say hello. They shook hands and talked a little about how many years had passed since they last saw each other. Kim has just been watching this for now and has already noticed that this man is very different from the image that he imagined in his head. It didn't seem to him that he was a dangerous person, and in fact he created the opinion of himself as someone with whom he could calmly discuss investments. But at some point Lee Ho-young, without moving or doing anything at all, suddenly began coughing up blood. These blood splatters landed directly on the clothes of Kim and Lesser, who were not standing at a short distance from the scientist. When Paul came closer to the scientist, he said that he was not surprised that after so much time he began coughing up blood again. After this happened, Kim did not think for a long time that perhaps he should invest in some other company because now he was scared. It is noteworthy that at this time, while the guy was negotiating investments, SUA was most likely thinking about what Kim Shin, whose current assets were 2 trillion won, was doing now. A short amount of time passed, and the scientist called everyone into his office and opened several energy drinks. He apologized to the guests for being a group at the first meeting because after all he was the general director of a bio company. Well, after all, Paul Lesser said that since university he has still been weak, and all this is due to the fact that he does not train. But Kim, at the same time thinking about where the Lesser got the dumbbell from, asked the doctor if everything was fine with his health. He told him that everything was fine with him, the only problem was that he had not slept for 5 days. Hearing this, the guy asked the scientist if this was normal because they could reschedule the meeting for the next time so that he could sleep properly. He had no idea that this phrase would become so unpleasant for the scientist. At that very second, he sharply squeezed the can of energy drink in his hand, and so hard that the splashes of the drink hit Kim right on the face. Now the scientist's mood was more angry, and he said that he believed that there were no next days. In addition, he thought that even at this moment while they were talking, time was running out, and it was impossible to predict where and when the virus would break out and humanity would be on the verge of extinction. He coughed up blood again and shouted at the top of his lungs that the moment this happened it would be too late for absolutely everyone. Blood splashes again fell on the guests, but this time they did not react in any way to the fact that this happened. The scientist calmed down a little and then took out the remote control and with trembling hands pressed the button, saying that he would try to answer the question that most likely interests the investor. Namely, why he is trying to use artificial intelligence to create a flu vaccine. There was a special projector in the room that showed a small slideshow on the wall. From the very beginning, the scientist decided to ask Kim if he knew much about the flu. He replied that he only knew that it was the same virus as a cold. But then scientists answered that the cold is caused by several viruses and its symptoms are usually mild, and the flu is always caused by one influenza virus. And every year from 10,000 to 1,000,000 people die from this disease. This information was slightly surprising for the guy. Then the scientist continued that the flu constantly undergoes various mutations such as bird flu, swine flu, and also the Spanish flu. Even during his university years, he realized that if he was part of the close interaction between people in their era, then this led him to negative thoughts. Thoughts that if something like the Spanish flu outbreak happened, the world would plunge into an unprecedented pandemic. And Hoyoung was just the person who wanted to prevent this with all the strength he had. Kim had a question and decided to ask the scientist whether there are currently effective vaccines. He explained that if the flu mutates, the vaccine will be useless and will have to be developed anew. It is for this reason that the speed of studying a new strain and creating a vaccine is key. Using artificial intelligence, this period can be significantly accelerated. From under the table, he took out a large mountain of papers and said that everything that they had been able to achieve up to this moment was written down here. After studying all these papers, Kim realized that artificial intelligence does not create a vaccine as such. It only quickly processes the data that needs to be obtained through numerous experiments, and as a result, scientists work with this information. Still, this research is very important, and the idea of automating part of the process with artificial intelligence is really interesting. After reading a small part of the document, Lesser asked Hoyoung if he was okay with support in the country to which he moved from America. He replied that of course there is not much support, but there is enough money to continue research, not at the highest speed. Paul, that moment he put his dumbbells on the floor and at one moment tensed all his muscles at once and shouted that he couldn't believe these words. Pieces of his clothes flew around the room, and mostly they flew right into the eyes of everyone who was there. The man began to talk about how this magnificent research has come so far despite insufficient support. This made him want to invest even if he had to sell the house. After these words, he hugged the scientist and said that he knew that after uni he would become a real genius. Now Kim had several questions, and he decided to ask them directly to Professor Paul Lesser. Namely, he wanted to know whether he thought that this business had a great chance of success. Laughing, the professor replied that he did not think that what Kim had just said would be true, because to be fair, this research seems like a worthwhile project for a professor like him, but there's other information worth considering as well. He thought that if we talk about investors like Kim, who wants to make a profit, then it is difficult to say. Not only can they not predict how long it will take to develop, but even if it works out, this research will become truly valuable if a dangerous mutated virus appears. Of course, later you can earn a lot of money, but for now this is just a project that requires a huge amount of money and time. Now that Kim Shin already had an approximate picture of everything that was happening, he realized that this choice was quite difficult. If you simply look at the potential profit, it would be wiser to avoid investing. But the guy thought that someone should help the development of medicine in this industry. Not only the investor was now thinking about everything at this moment, but the scientist also had one proposal. And he immediately voiced it, and Kim became even more interested in investing after these words. Hoyoung promised that if he did not achieve any significant results within 5 years, he would hand over all the research results to Kim and resign. Hearing this in the context of the dialogue that just happened was really interesting for everyone. Paul Lusser even wanted to warn his friend about whether he was sure that he wanted to do this. But the scientist showed with his gaze that he was speaking especially seriously, and with such a gesture he wanted to show his determination. Because be that as it may, if he and his team cannot achieve success in 5 years, then their work will already lose value by then. He started shouting that he would burn everything he had trying to achieve his goal, and would do so to achieve this as quickly as possible. Kim liked the way the professor explained his plans and how confident he was in his success. Paul Lesser in turn did not particularly support this initiative, since he understood that the professor would be offended by losing access to all his research on which he spent most of his life. The investor had to ask one more question, namely where the company needed investments. Without thinking twice, the scientist noted that they need approximately 2 billion annually. Kim also did not think long and said that since the scientists were serious, he in turn would provide reliable support. Namely, he offered 10 billion per year and provide investments totaling 50 billion won. He stood up from the table and added that at this moment he does not know whether this decision is correct, but the passion with which the scientists treat their work surprised him. Therefore, he said that from now on he would expect good results. The scientists could not have expected that their negotiations would end on such a positive note, but overall he was happy. His voice began to tremble, and he also told the investor that for his part he would do everything to achieve some result. Even after the scientist had already removed his hand, Kim still stood in place due to the fact that he was immersed in his own thoughts. He smiled and was already thinking about where this would all lead and whether this decision would affect anything. But most of all, the guy was interested in what would happen over the next 5 years and what heights the professor could achieve. The action moved to another place where a very beautiful girl was now walking along the office corridor. It was Sua who, having entered the part of the offices where Kim worked, immediately greeted all the workers who were there. After that, she asked one of the assistants where Kim was now and whether he had even come to work. The man replied that assistant manager Kim was here a minute ago and perhaps went up to the roof again. The girl realized that she should have expected this and thanked the man for sharing the information with her. Walking up the stairs, Sua thought that she was lucky that today she would be able to see Kim. And when she had almost reached the roof, she saw that he was standing there with someone and speaking quietly. Very quickly she decided that she needed to open the doors and at least say hello to Kim Shin. But when she heard Kim thanking manager On for everything, she realized that maybe this wasn't the best idea. The idea of entering there completely evaporated the moment Kim said that he wanted to contact his official superior. And after that, he handed him a paper which was a letter of resignation from the company. Cho Sua couldn't believe her own ears, because she couldn't expect that after such a long vacation the guy would decide to quit the company. At that moment, Kim Shin's current assets were as much as 2 trillion won. Now there was an unemployed man in the world who owned an incredibly huge amount of money. In fact, it is obvious that every person has his own dreams, but there is a dream that is the most sincere, and most likely it was exactly that. Kim understood that from this moment on he would no longer have to go through the hell that he had gone through before. Now you don't need to sit in the office and suffer from overtime work and because of this sacrifice your health. You should also forget that you will have to please your boss contrary to your own beliefs and desires. Now Kim has become the owner of complete economic freedom, because even if he does not work, the money itself works for him. He became what he wanted to become all his adult life, and because of this he felt incredibly pleased. A person who did not have a job but had a very large amount of money is the goal for many people who work for hire. Now the moment of dismissal has come, and Kim met with all his colleagues, and the manager said that the guy was a diligent worker. Moreover, he said that he hoped that he could achieve success outside the company. The guys in turn said that he was sincerely grateful for the time he spent here, and also said that the Archon company gave him a lot. It would be a crime for the manager not to ask the outgoing employee what he will do next. He replied that he wants to invest and live on the money from them. This was a rather interesting prospect, so the manager shook his hand and said that if he was nearby he should call, and they would have a drink at some bar. While he was shaking his hand, he casually said in a quiet voice that he knew that he had become the holder of a controlling stake in Lions, and he wanted to congratulate Kim on this acquisition since it seemed to him that it was quite successful. In fact, the guy didn't hide it but still whispered to his boss that he was grateful for his best wishes. Among all the colleagues, there was a man who saw Thymus leave work with tears and who was sad because he was leaving. Moreover, he hugged the guy and said that he wished him good luck in all his new endeavors. He also whispered to Kim that the next time he invests in something, let him give him a sign. Moreover, he told him that next time he would follow Kim, and then he would also make a fortune and quit the company. But it seems that the manager heard this and said that he did not know that this employee had such plans. He added that there is nothing wrong with wanting to get rich, and that is why he will support Songi in his new endeavors. With a smile on his face, the manager said that he could immediately write a letter of resignation and continue to deal with his investments. The man began to cry and talk about how he would work harder to show that he was committed to the company. Now the farewell was over, some of the workers began to leave, and the manager asked Kim if he was going to go to other departments. In fact, such an action was in Kim's plans since there is someone else he would like to say goodbye to. A few minutes later, he was already in the department where his ex-wife worked and who met Kim with a smile on her face. She asked the guy if he really decided to finally quit the company. It was strange, but she wished the guy good luck and also said that she thought that he would have a good, happy, and modest life. This was a little strange to hear due to the fact that Kim is now leaving the company due to the fact that she no longer needs a salary and does not want to waste time on it. The girl explained her words by saying that thanks to luck Kim managed to get rich in cryptocurrency, but internally he did not change at all. Therefore now she just wanted to wish him to live well in harmony with himself, and the guy took these words very calmly. Mainly due to the fact that he now saw the girl's gaze and understood that all she wanted to achieve now was aggression from Kim. Therefore he simply answered his ex-wife with a completely calm face that he agreed with all these words. Moreover, he added that she once said he really got rich thanks to luck and was able to afford a lot thanks to it. After all, in a short period of time, he bought a very expensive apartment, a sports car, and was generally very happy. But he believes that all this happened not because he got rich on cryptocurrency, but that he achieved all his achievements only thanks to the fact that he was lucky to divorce his ex-wife in time. The girls were completely unpleasant to hear, and of course she fell silent for a while because she was in real shock. Next, when leaving, the guy added to mark the girl's numbers as spam, so that she would never be able to contact him again. Now Chai-won had already come to her senses, and her mind was completely enveloped in anger. She started shouting obscene words at the back Kim, who at that moment was thinking that the person he really wanted to meet with he did not see. Actually, he wanted to meet Cho Sua and wanted to have a very important dialogue with her, which he had been thinking about for a very long time. For quite a long time he guessed that this girl was in love with him, and he was grateful to her for finding something in him even when he was a poor man with low self-esteem. Because of his ex-wife, everything went wrong, and now that he has Ellie, he could not accept Sua's feelings. For this reason he wanted to meet the girl now and say goodbye to her carefully so as not to hurt her. Well, perhaps the way things actually happened is even better, and if he just disappears then Cho Sua will quickly forget him. But in fact it was not as he thought, and Sua was now in the same corridor as the guy but was hiding behind the edge of the wall. The manager who was passing nearby at that moment advised the girl to approach Kim and tell him everything she wanted to say. But she didn't do anything crazy, she just continued to stand in the corridor and do absolutely nothing. The situation that happened now made her a little sad, and in general she was thinking about whether she had done the right thing. The manager continued to tell the girl that even if she didn't just come up to say hello, she obviously couldn't achieve more. Sua had a lot of time to think about everything, and now she already had a decision, and accordingly she told the manager that everything was fine. She believed that if Shin was happy then she would be happy with it in any case. After all, if you think about it, Kim thought that a lot had changed in his life lately. Despite the fact that his father exploited him all his life, in the end by some miracle he gave him 25 billion won. The guy believed that after the divorce he would not be able to start a relationship at all, but he met people who liked him. For a long time his life seemed unhappy, but suddenly it became such that many people might even envy it. He was a little sorry to leave the company where, in fact, given all the disadvantages that were there, he really liked working. But now it was time for change, and he had a very big future ahead, which he had already clearly outlined for himself. And at the moment when he got out of the elevator and left the company building, he realized that this was exactly the moment after which his life should change. Now everything will be different, and he will have more time to devote this time to his hobbies and other types of income. He looked forward to his future and constantly thought about what would happen in just a few months or years. The first steps he took after his dismissal turned out to be very important for him, because now changes will overtake all areas of his life. He still had a large number of problems that needed to be solved in the near future, but he thought that this could be postponed. Since now in general he will have more time, and accordingly there will also be significantly more options and space for decisions. But despite the fact that everything was fine with Kim now, this does not mean that this was the order of affairs for everyone in this world. Since if you move just a few hundred kilometers, then things were no longer so good. Near one of the cities there was a small tent camp where there was now panic because of what had happened in an emergency situation. Near the entrance to one of the tents, the chief doctor spoke to someone on the phone and tried to explain the situation in a raised voice. The nurse quickly ran into the tent, and amid the coughing of many sick people there, she came closer and closer to one of the sick people. He felt very bad. His body temperature rose to almost 39 degrees and could not fall, and he also felt a constant itching in his chest. My man felt incredibly bad, and he closed his eyes in order to reduce the pain at least a little. The nurse tried to run up as quickly as possible in order to give him medicine that would at least make him feel better for a while. In general, the situation was not very controlled now, due to the fact that it seems that the virus which was in the affairs of all the victims had not yet been studied. Investing money is a rather interesting process that interests people all over the globe. This is also a process that requires a lot of patience and some knowledge in order to actually make money. You can imagine a small world in which there is a creation that is more cryptocurrency and promotes the fact that cryptocurrency is the best investment. They will shout that the age is coming when the rich will become richer depending on the amount of cryptocurrency they have. Well, there will also be those who despite all this will say that it is better to buy shares since they are safer and more reliable. They will immediately create a dispute, as someone will chant that the rise of cryptocurrency is coming, and someone will convince that shares are a time-tested tradition. But at some point someone else will get involved in this dispute who will have a slightly different opinion. This someone will say that everyone has different paths, but the truth is that everyone dreams of making a fortune, and reproaches are clearly useless here. This person's name 10 billion won. And his opinion was different from everyone else, which only fueled interest. It turned out that this world was just a chat in which Sanguk participated. And he wrote there that his colleague who earned hundreds of billions on cryptocurrency left the company where he works. And accordingly, after this happened, he decided to take a break. The rest of the people in that chat did not understand and were surprised that his friend could only earn money. He had to explain that initially his colleague was a very poor and unremarkable man whose wife left him, and then he hit the jackpot and his life changed. He received an expensive car, an apartment overlooking the river, a Rolex watch, and much more, and truly became the man who had it all. All the people on the forum began asking what cryptocurrency he was investing in and what shares he owned. Well, the man only answered that when they were together he ignored him and even sometimes oppressed him, and for this reason asking him about it after this would be shameless. Looking at his computer screen, Sanguk thought that the guy's life had probably changed a lot now. And indeed she was similar to what is shown in films and personified the idea of poor people about rich people. He had a new house which was located right on a high-rise building, and there was a large number of guards there. A girl came to his home and thanked him for agreeing to give her an interview. She also complimented the guy, calling his house nice. He told her that he bought it to live here when he was in Korea and invested a lot of money here. After they discussed, the interviewer said that they should start the interview. Look at the camera. She said that their guest today has achieved great success at the age of only 32 and has already entered the top 10 richest people in Korea. This man's name was Kim Shin, and many people who watched that TV channel were wondering how he managed to achieve all this. He said a lot in that interview, but since he didn't have much time, he got into his expensive car and began to move around the city to his destination. Kim Shin, during this time, he became very successful, and his face often appeared on the covers of magazines that tell about the rich lives of people. While he was in the car, he had enough time to write messages, and he of course took advantage of this opportunity, taking into account that he usually has less time. He wrote to someone that the interview he mentioned had already been published, and also said that he would soon be in the United States and show the interview to his interlocutor. It was a chat with Ellie, and the guy was very surprised that she had not responded to his messages for some time, and it seemed incredibly strange to him. But there was little time to think about it now, so he just silently looked out the window for several seconds. His secretary, who was also driving in the car, said that it looked like something was wrong with the guy because his look was somehow sick. They were told that everything was fine, and then the secretary explained that the prices of the shares he bought continued to rise, and they made a profit of 750 billion won. In addition, Nikola Motors, in which he invested 200 million, showed incredible growth, and there are forecasts that profits will soon exceed 4 billion. Now, even after earning hundreds of billions, Kim no longer felt inspired, and it seemed that he was beginning to get used to handling huge sums. In order to get more information, he turned to his assistant, but she replied that she had recently received a message from Dr. Lee Ho-yun. He wrote that there were signs that a pandemic of a dangerous virus would soon begin, and this news scared him. At that time, it was difficult to determine the origin, but it was known that the infection had spread to many countries, and even in Korea there was already a first case. Kim thought about investing in those studies in anticipation of the spread of the flu, but in reality he wanted this epidemic to never happen. The assistant further said that the doctor also replied that he needed additional housing for employees, so that the development would go faster. Therefore, it was decided to rent a large bus to transport them, but Kim had a different idea. He wanted construction to begin as soon as possible, and of course he understood that it would cost quite a lot. He explained this by saying that people who work even at night deserve to live in comfortable conditions and spend time getting from home to work. Therefore, his idea was to build a new building that would be closer to the laboratory and would be quite comfortable. He really wanted this construction to begin as quickly as possible, and for this he was ready to negotiate. Within a few hours, he organized a meeting with his old friend who had just poured herself some strong alcohol. Now she was sitting at the table and asked her interlocutor whether he really asked for a meeting because he needed help with construction. Kim replied that he thought that Yu Kyung, who was the executive director of Myri's company, could help him. In fact, the girl thought that he was asking her on a date, and after a few seconds she asked where he had been all these 2 years. He replied that he mainly traveled and invested, but Jean told him that she knew about investments like everyone who reads the latest issue of a Korean magazine. She was also wondering since when she had a bodyguard who is of little use in Korea, and the guys replied that he hired him when he was traveling. After taking a sip, the girl really thought about the guy's offer, but it's clear that she wanted to ask for everything in return. But for now, she only said that she would start construction provided that the guy fulfills 2 points. The first point was that she needed shares in Aurora, which according to the magazine's information were bought by Kim. This request meant to Kim that Myri Motors was showing interest in autonomous driving, and the girl explained that the union of these companies would most likely be able to produce mutual development. Of course, Kim was ready to make this deal, but before that he wanted to ask what the girl wanted as the second point. Then she simply loudly put the bottle on the table, and Kim tensed a little as he realized that most likely this request would be serious. She then picked up the bottle and poured some strong alcohol into his glass. From the outside it looked a little strange, and the guy decided to ask Jean what she wanted to say. Without thinking twice, the girl replied that this was the second point. If he wanted the building to be built, he would have to fulfill it too. Her proposal was that they get drunk together today, and Kim of course had to accept this proposal. The action moved to the main office of a large company where an interesting dialogue was now taking place in the largest office. The assistant came to the main chairman and informed him that his main daughter returned late today, and initially this did not seem surprising to the chairman. The voice of this same assistant began to tremble a little due to the fact that he was trying to explain that it was not that she was late because of work. According to rumors, they said that she was drinking alone with some guy in an establishment that is not so far from the center. The chairman was Jean Myung-il, and he was the chairman of the entire Myri Corporation, and he didn't really like the information about it. It is noteworthy that at that time Kim Shin's current assets were approximately 4.3 trillion won. Meanwhile, the fun in the restaurant where Kim was now continuing, and the girl had already drunk enough. She walked around and shouted that they needed to drink another bottle of wine, but the guy was against this and asked them to pay it off. Jean continued to shout at the entire establishment, but thanks to the fact that they rented most of it, the guy was not so ashamed. She constantly screamed and hugged the guy, and she basically said that she was not drunk at all, just because of the alcohol she was a little more fun. Her screams continued constantly, and Kinu concluded that this seemed to be the true character of a member of one of the richest families in Korea. He knew that the girl was cheerful and sociable, but he didn't think that drinking would liberate her so much. At the same time, she was a real shark in business, but she seemed to have a penchant for alcohol. Even when they had already left the establishment, she began to sing and talk about how she wanted to play with Kim some more. But the guy gave her into the hands of her assistant and asked her to take care of her. Literally a moment later he got into his car and drove off in an unknown direction, leaving her with 2 assistants. It took him a few more seconds to drive around the next corner, and all this time one of the assistants was watching him. When Kim's car disappeared beyond the horizon, she turned her head towards her boss and said that the target had gone. Jean's face became more serious, and she said that she did not expect everything to turn out this way. She was disappointed because she hoped that Kim would fall for it, because on YouTube they said that if you pretend to be drunk, the man will immediately attack. Of course, she needed to somehow justify this, and she decided that it happened because she was too beautiful and emphasized that there was no need to rush, since in her opinion there is no man who would not fall in love with her after some time. Several hours passed, and the action moved to the main office of the company where Jean arrived. While inside, she opened the doors that led into the office of the general director and part-time her father. And now when she was here, she saw in front of her a dad who was sitting on a chair with a menacing face and asked his daughter if they had a good time. Jean told him that dad shouldn't make a mountain out of a mountain since it was just a business meeting. She managed to argue that she wanted to buy out Aurora's shares, which would make it possible to introduce new technologies into their cars. My father felt a little better when he heard this, because according to him he knew that she was all into him and would not open her heart to some man. But after a second he was disappointed as his daughter admitted that she was actually in love with this guy. She heard that he was married and divorced, but in fact couples meet and break up and there is nothing special about it, and in general he has achieved great success, and this is surprising. The father said that there were no divorces in their family, and this may indicate that he is not really a reliable partner. He also had to add that when he introduced his daughter to good boys, she rejected them all. Jean replied that it was because they had nothing but affiliation with the old conglomerates. And in this situation with Kim, she decided to listen only to her intuition, and it began to tell her that in front of her was a completely different person. In her opinion, he was definitely a very promising person who would one day bring about the wind of change. After some time on the other side of the city, Paul met with Kim and was very happy about this meeting. He had to fly here from the United States of America, and only when he saw the guy did he become very happy. In addition, after they said hello, the guard noticed something that interested him ahead. After another second, Paul also looked at the guard, and for some reason his face became more focused. An instant, and the outer clothing on these two men is torn due to the fact that they are strongly straining their muscles. It was what a lot of people call a double bicep, and from the outside it looked pretty weird. They shook hands, and Paul asked the guard how much he benched in 3 sets, and he answered that 820 kilograms. Lesser benches approximately 830. He even invited the man to work out together, and of course the guard couldn't refuse it. Now it was time for Kim and the professor to discuss business matters, and initially the guy asked if Dr. Hoyoung was at his place now. Lester replied that he worked all night and eventually passed out, but there was no point in calling him because he might bleed again, and in general there would be problems. Kim really wanted to know what the situation was at the moment, and he was upset when the professor replied that in fact she was quite bad. For the first time in my life, Professor, I saw a virus that just a month after the outbreak spread to many countries, and the number of new infections exceeded 25,000 per day. The number of deaths is also huge, and without thinking twice the guy asked how he could help. In fact, it would not hurt to increase computer power. Kim would like to use all the computers in the world, but he did not even consider whether this would be enough to solve the problem. When he was already at home, all he could think about now was how to optimize the entire process as well as possible. He began to list the options in his head, and one of the options was to build another building, turning it into a powerful computer center. Well, this would hardly have helped much, and the next idea was to open a large number of foreign cloud services. This idea was also a bad one, and in the end you'll have to deal with it yourself, but the guy was confident in his abilities and believed that he could do it. There were an incredibly large number of problems, and now he decided that he needed to somehow take his mind off them. So he sat down at his computer and thought that if he focused on one thing he would hardly be able to find the answer, and it was better to spread himself a little. And when he tried to turn on his computer, he noticed one very unpleasant detail. Namely, that there was a very large amount of dust on his computer because after the move he never turned it on. It was the dust on the computer that made him think, and in just a few moments a brilliant idea came into his head. And the realization that this idea could help him made him get out of his chair and start acting. Kim thought that this idea would not only allow him to achieve enormous computer performance but also allow him to start a new business. A second later, someone's phone rang, and this call would soon change a lot of things. The man began to pick up his phone because he saw that the call he was receiving now was very important. This man was Kim's security guard, who gave him orders to immediately prepare for his trip to the States and then apologized for the late call. Now Kim really needed to go to San Francisco, where someone was playing computer games in one of the apartments. This person needed a little effort to deal with the NPCs and complete the levels one after another. In general, he was incredibly passionate about the process, and due to the fact that he was wearing headphones, he heard absolutely nothing of what was happening around him. At some point, he barely heard a voice from the side but did not pay attention to it since the shots in the game were louder. A moment later, a man appeared in front of him and immediately asked Myung for forgiveness. The guy was very scared and began to shout that the robber who had gotten into his house was now and let him suffer from the blows he would receive. But when the guy looked around and realized how many guards were already in his apartment, he lost hope in his own strength. Kim appeared on the horizon, and I immediately apologized to Myung-woo for breaking into his apartment so unexpectedly. But he also explained this by saying that they called and knocked, but he didn't hear, and so the guy decided to enter himself. The security guard and assistant Ye were already standing at a safe distance in order to protect Kim if something happened. This may have surprised Myung, since he still didn't have enough money to afford a security guard or secretary. So he asked the guy if he really allowed himself 2 personal bodyguards, since this is something new for him. In fact, Kim wanted to get down to business as quickly as possible and asked Myung-woo if he liked superhero cartoons. He took out a small coin and asked his friend if he wanted to save the world with him, as usually happens in such cartoons. He also explained that the world is now in great danger, and in fact they can become the ones who will save him and reduce the number of victims to a minimum. Without explaining anything further, he tossed the coin into the air, and it began to slowly turn over in the air. Myung silently watched everything that was happening because at that moment he still did not understand where it was leading. But when Kim caught this coin, he was ready to tell his plan and tell what the problem is and what threatens humanity. His idea was that he wanted to create his own cryptocurrency and ask Myung for help in implementing this project. It was at that moment that Kim Shin's current assets were 4.5 trillion won. Hearing such a proposal, Myung suggested that Kim tell her the phone number of the treatment center for gambling addiction. Now I needed to draw a plan on a piece of paper to make everything more clear. It turned out that to develop a vaccine, greater performance of artificial intelligence is needed. Using blockchain technology, the plan was to use the system resources of the computers of people who applied for mining, and in return they would pay them with the altcoins they created. Computer performance increased significantly, and it was difficult to find a program that could truly load the system. Therefore, most people do not use powerful computers, and accordingly the computer needs more. They guarantee a minimum exchange price of 1, which will allow people to offset their electricity bill and earn money. Myung doubted a little that this could bring at least some profit, but it might really be able to save the world. At least such a thing sounded fun, which means Myung was ready to help his old friend in this venture. Apart from this plan, Kim also wanted to try his hand at the broadcast content industry. For example, they are filming a drama with their favorite heroine Myung, who is Jennifer from Black Red, in the leading role. He also said that a friend can choose any genre he wants for this venture. And thanks to their plan, subscribers will be able to watch this drama using the coins they mine. The idea was to first assemble a team that would help Kim, since it is obvious that a large number of developers are needed. The plan was to pay them the best salary in the industry, and so he asked Myung to choose very carefully. But his friend explained that real heroes are driven by money and they act a little differently. Namely, most of them act on the call of the heart, and while talking about this, he entered a request in his laptop. Now, on one of the sites, there was a notice about a vacancy saying that there is an evil boss in the world named Coronavirus, and they are developing a cryptocurrency that will help create a vaccine. Kim did not believe that this ad was worth submitting, but Myung insisted that this request remain exactly the same. And indeed, the result did not take long to arrive, and within a few minutes a lot of people saw this ad and of course reacted. The guys were incredibly surprised by what happened, and it seemed that even Myung himself did not expect such a result from his actions. He looked at his friend and said that if you know how to hire people correctly, then this is already several % of the success of the business. Some time passed, and Myung invited several people for an interview, and some of them were already working. In turn, Kim made sure that the workers had everything to do their job efficiently. One of the girls who got this position while she was in the elevator was already writing in the chat via her laptop about where she should meet her friend. When she went up the elevator, she immediately got out and put her briefcase near her workplace. Kim immediately approached her and said hello despite the fact that the girl initially did not react at all. The guy thanked her for coming and also introduced himself and said that he was the creator of this project. Moreover, due to the fact that there was no reaction from the girl, he said that if she needed something she could let him know. What was strange was that, without saying a single word, this girl took out her phone and frantically began typing something into it. She wrote in the chat of all the employees that she had just met the boss, and because he was handsome she should be careful. This gave Kim the idea that all programmers seemed to behave this way, and they seemed a little strange to him. He invested a lot of money in order to prepare the latest computers and offices, but none of them used them, and it seems that the guy was doing all this in vain. Now he decided to come closer to Myung in order to ask how the work was going, and he replied that everything was fine. Kim was grateful to his friend for taking a break from his main work and helping him, and Myung for asking his friend when he was going to organize the filming. There was a short pause, and then Myung decided to tell her friend some new information. He pointed at a guy in a white sweatshirt named Eddie Brock. During the day, he explained that he is a brilliant programmer who never makes mistakes when writing program code of any complexity. Moreover, he has been doing this business for so long that during all this time he has learned to do it so well that it turned out that the program has a soul. This added value to him as an employee, and he only worked on the most ambitious projects you could think of. Myung even added that it would not be a mistake to call this person the heart of the entire project, since he manages everything and does most of the work. And indeed, watching him from the outside, one could understand that he was extremely focused on the task and would not be distracted by anything. The guy didn't want to put pressure on Kim, but still he hinted that it would be great if they became friends, as this would affect efficiency. But there was also one more question that he wanted to ask Shin, because he was interested in whether he had already come up with a name for his coin. He replied that source coin, that is the original coin, is the future name of this altcoin. He explained this topic that the future coin will be called that because it can become the source of anything. Further actions moved to the company from which Kim Shin quit not long ago. And now, in one of the departments, namely in the break room, a woman's voice was heard due to the fact that dialogues were taking place there. One of the girls said that according to rumors, Chai-won has already become the head of the support department, and this is somehow strange for her. But besides this, it is also scary since Choi So-hai, who was the manager before, was transferred to another city, and the order has already been signed. Everyone knew that Chai-won took this position because she was dating director Jong, and everyone understood that this was real corruption. Moreover, there are people with much more experience and work skills, and in general that girl is not a department head at all. But suddenly Chai-won appeared on the horizon and asked the workers whether they really had that much time to just talk about something. She added that she didn't know that they hated her so much, and said that if someone is not satisfied with something, he can apply right now and quit without any problems. In her opinion, a company is not a place where people go for personal communication, but a place where you need to give your all in the workplace. And she advised everyone who disagreed with this to go to Ulsan, where Choi So-hai had gone before. The girls apologized to Chai-won, and not wanting to be with her even longer, they began to leave the room and talk about how they still had a lot of work to do. Chai-won couldn't get used to the fact that she was now the head of the department and her job consisted of no work. She also really liked the power that she received. Now it's very cool and life has become easier for her. While thinking, she suddenly noticed a magazine that was lying in the restroom. Very quickly she realized that her ex-husband was on the cover of this magazine, and this infuriated her. She immediately grabbed this piece of glossy paper and threw it in the trash, and it happened quite quickly. But also the girl was not very stupid and understood that all this happened in the past and now nothing can be done about it. Director John's annual salary is about 100 million won, and it is also said that his parents have a good house. He may not be as rich as Kim Shin, but he is still a millionaire, and this has a lot to do with it. For Chai-won, the most important factor was that in her life, which was so unhappy, the bright streak began again. In the depths of her soul and consciousness, she definitely wanted to make her life happier than Kim Shin. She even said the name out loud. And because this happened, Cho Sua, who was passing nearby, drew attention to Chai-won, whose gaze was very angry. She turned her head and couldn't understand why this had just happened and what it could mean. Meanwhile, work on the project was in full swing, and Kim Shin's current assets were approximately 4.9 trillion won. Right in the office, there was an incredibly large number of people who worked and rested here. A small group of people filmed the CEO playing a multiplayer game and tried to cheer him on. One of these people was holding a camera, and the second girl said that if the CEO continues to play so badly, then the probability of losing will be 87%. A few seconds later, he lost the game, and the entire screen was filled with the message that the game was over. The operator said that this sometimes happens and nothing can be done about it, and the girl noticed that most likely Kim is a god in investments but an average in games. But she even liked it all because he was full of humanity and therefore said that it was worth starting another round. Well, Kim now felt imperfectly comfortable due to the fact that he was asking one question. Namely, he could not understand how he even signed up to shoot such a video because now he was very unpleasant. The reason for what just happened was how the dialogue developed in the building of a film company. There stood a man in a yellow jacket who shouted to the whole office that they had no content, and if this continues they will fail the task. Back then it had already been a month since Dream Art Rainbow was created by the grace of CEO Kim Shin, and outstanding talents were collected and huge funds were allocated. Ideal conditions were also created for creating, but for all this time there have still been no results. The cameraman who was closest to the boss, named Young Bum, said that he himself knows that the problem with the coronavirus is getting worse, and because of this filming is becoming more difficult. Then the boss hit him over the head and said that this was not cool at all, and he wanted to hear suggestions for solving problems, not whining. But in fact the idea was from a girl who raised her hand while the boss was talking about how when he was a newbie he walked barefoot in the cold winter. This girl attracted attention and announced that she could submit an idea despite the fact that she had just interrupted her boss. But despite all this, the boss gave her his word, and the girl said, how about making a documentary about their CEO? The operator was very surprised when he heard this and even raised his head despite the fact that he was quite comfortable lying on the table. Well, the boss was ready to listen to this despite the fact that he was also a little angry because this plan was different from the plan he came up with. But still the girl was confident in her intentions and said that it was necessary to remove the general director, and this would be a good idea. Currently their company is little known as they do not have a flagship product. But CEO Kim Shin is already quite popular. It divorces a jackpot on cryptocurrency and is also among the top 10 richest people in Korea. His story is full of provocative materials that can be filmed. She noted that using your own director, if you film and upload this video to YouTube, you can promote the company. The boss started shouting that he expected only fresh ideas from the new generation, and the girl jokingly said that she was quitting. But now they continued to film a documentary about the private life of their CEO, and meanwhile he lost again in a multiplayer game. He got up from the table and said that he was probably nervous and therefore they should try again after a short break during which the film crew would also rest. According to the girl, these are weak excuses, but still she agreed with it, and Myung, who was there, noticed that it seemed like there would be a lot of problems with this. A second later, the girl was already sitting at the computer and was about to launch a new game as Myung Kim said that it was not for nothing that he turned an empty office into a computer room. Kim meanwhile analyzed the situation and realized that the number of employees who were initially 30 had already reached 80. The original coin project was also developing steadily, and the company's wealth was now at the highest level. Sitting at one of the computers was that very brilliant programmer who didn't really pay attention to what was happening around him. But of course he heard Kim's voice coming from the side, who said that he was glad that he liked the computer room. The guy didn't react at all, and then Kim asked what he was playing, and the programmer asked not to disturb him when he was resting. A second later he explained that he had come to work for a few days at the request of the Khan. But this does not mean that he is Kim's subordinate, and threatened that if he was disturbed, he would not come to work tomorrow. This programmer's armor was thicker than Kim could have thought, and despite the fact that it would be enough for him if this man did his job, he still decided to make friends with him. So he put a small envelope near the programmer's workplace and said that for now she just wanted to give him a small gift. Just a second after it happened, Eddie Brock was very surprised by what had actually just happened. For some time his body radiated fear until this fear was converted into aggression. He turned to the departing Kim and said that he was ready to leave right now since it was not worth trying to buy him favor with money. His look became even more angry, and he said that initially there was a lot of talk about saving the world, but in the end everything as usual came down to money. But in response to all this, Kim just smiled and asked the guy, what does money have to do with it? But opening this paper container, the programmer told himself that no matter what it was, he couldn't be fooled so easily. The very thought of this was naive, but he thought so until he saw a small paper card with a picture of a girl and a small signature below. At that moment, his world collapsed, and it seemed that everything around him had disappeared somewhere and now had no meaning. The girl with the photograph looked straight into his soul, and he felt her gaze so strongly, as if it were the person closest to him. It was very difficult for him to collect his thoughts at this moment, but he tried to make every effort to do so. Now Eddie clutched his heart, because his body realized that this photo depicted Jennifer. He fell on all fours due to pain in his heart and could not move for a while, and of course scared Kim Shin. Being in this position, he asked the guy how he managed to get such an incredibly rare autograph card. He replied that he had a small media company in Korea and they helped him get this artifact. Moreover, he added that he didn't know that the programmer liked Jennifer so much. And he added that if by chance he manages to get tickets for her concert, he can give them to him. At this moment, Eddie could not believe that this was actually happening and not in some kind of dream. This man was Jennifer's most devoted fan, and such words now were like the feeling of real heaven for him. Eddie's hiring was now successful, and Kim realized that he had done his job very well. He had some time to rest, so he moved into the hallway and opened a small can of carbonated drink to relax. Being at peace, he was glad that he could make friends with Eddie and wondered what to do if he looked at the card with a straight face. The guy didn't think that Myung's advice would work so well. Apparently, in fact, that tactic is absolutely brilliant. At some point, Kim was no longer able to relax properly because his phone rang. Day by day, he heard the voice of Dr. Lee Ho-yun on the phone, and Kim immediately asked him how he was doing. He replied that everything was bad as usual, and a second later the guy asked him to describe what the situation was like now. The professor explained that the countdown has already begun, and in fact the situation is much more critical than one might imagine. Currently, the medical services of all countries were under enormous pressure, and the number of damaged cases of the disease was growing endlessly. There have already been more than 30,000 cases in Korea, and if this rate of infection does not decrease, this will lead to disastrous consequences. And to be more precise, 70% of the world's population will get sick, and they will be completely consumed by the coronavirus. This will be the beginning of a real pandemic, and of course the population of the planet is not yet ready for such a development of events. Kim thought for a while, and because of this the professor said his name several times to attract attention. Now the guy wanted the professor to continue to do everything possible and promised him to increase the power of artificial intelligence as soon as they complete the development of cryptocurrency. The dialogue was over, and now Kim had one more global problem to constantly think about. And while in this corridor, he said the word pandemic several times because he did not know what would happen if the coronavirus spread throughout the world. But it was certain that the stock and bond markets would collapse and an unprecedented economic collapse would occur. All the assets he acquired may turn into useless pieces of paper. The situation looked clearly desperate, but there was also something that slightly surprised Kim Shin, namely the genuine feeling that he thought that he could earn even more money from this. The situation was indeed critical, as the number of confirmed cases of coronavirus worldwide stood at 584,72345. The question remained open in the sense that Kim did not know how to make money when the economy was constantly collapsing. The only thing that can help here is a put option. And in fact, there are more bad rumors about this instrument than good ones. A put option is a magical financial instrument that allows you to make money when the market price falls, but if someone benefits from the system, then someone will lose everything. And in this way, using this tool, you can earn money even if the economy is falling down quite rapidly. Who thought about the fact that he feels awkward trying to make money during a pandemic, but since he considers himself an investor, he is primarily interested in profit and not holiness. To invest, he needs money, and the more of it, the more places he can invest. If he didn't have the money he has now, the conversation would be different. Kim would have been absolutely unable to do anything and would certainly not have continued to work for Arsair. But now this chapter of his life is over, and he needs to think about what to do next and how with great opportunities he can cast a very large shadow. Now it was necessary to move on, and at the moment Kim Shin had a pretty serious plan on how best to do this. All this time on TV, the president was telling citizens around the world to trust America because the USA will protect them from the coronavirus. The president's address was just now playing on the laptop that belonged to Ellie, who meanwhile was talking on the phone. And on the phone she talked to someone who had to tell her that he was going to invest 200 billion won. He said that this is not a bet on investments and he is willing to bet that the New York stock market will fall in March. The girl couldn't believe that Kim was really going to do this and asked when the option would expire. He thought for a while and said that this would happen next week. Then through the phone the guy heard the girl screaming that this was madness and she would not allow Kim to do this. She started shouting that 200 billion won is not an investment by any investor in the world and betting on 1 week is absolutely crazy. But after laughing, Ellie said that everything was in order and if the forecast does not come true then next week, he will lose a whopping 200 billion. This is really a large amount, and despite the fact that the girl said that she was not laughing now, Kim still could not deny himself this emotion. The girl simply melted when she heard the guy's phrase that he couldn't help but be happy because after a long time he finally heard her voice. Just one phrase was enough for Ellie to calm down and begin to react differently to all the words. She asked Shin if he knew that he had become even more cruel since he took over the CEO's chair. Of course she admitted that he was very rich, but also said that this investment was very difficult for her to understand. Kim said that the idea of investing is that you are never 100% sure, but sometimes you just have to hope that the forecast turns out to be correct. Ellie in turn answered that she had a lot to learn because it often seemed to her that everyone around her was a genius, and the guy agreed that she needed to be patient and adapt. The guy believed in her very much and wanted to make it so that she also believed in her own strength. She was very pleased with these words and she wanted to do more and put as much effort as possible in order to achieve the desired result. At some point in their conversation someone knocked on the break room and told Ellie that break time was over. She began to leave the room and at the same time told Kim that she needed to go. Now the guy had finished all his tasks for the current day and he was thinking about what he should do next. For some time he simply looked at the phone in the hope that at least it would answer this question. Meanwhile, a small group of people were having fun in the pool where Kim usually spent most of his time. They also had water guns and were shooting at each other while still inside the pool. The operator said that a house with a swimming pool is cool, and it's cool that in America many people have it, but it was strange that this place was given over to housing for employees. The girl who was helping the operator was on a sun lounger at that time and said that she would like to understand something. Namely, the fact that they originally came here for filming despite the fact that the cameraman had already forgotten about it. They were all so happy and in the process that they completely forgot what their main task was and the reason why they came here. The operator had information that he wanted to convey, but at the same time he understood that perhaps not everyone would like it. A second later he announced that if we talk about their director then there's nothing special to film there. And after all, when it comes to the head of a corporation you need a believable image, and perhaps this person is simply saving too much. But during all this time it was not possible to create a memorable image that could surprise someone. The girl had an idea about this and she wanted to share it with everyone in order to confirm that it was worth it. Her idea this time was to do an interview and ask the CEO about investments. This will be interesting to everyone because everyone will be interested in how the CEO of Tires raised his capital and how and where he invests. She was simply confident that such a video would certainly gain a large number of views and become a real bestseller. Jokingly, the cameraman said that he did not expect a bad idea from the new generation. A few hours later Kim was already filming. There was a film crew in front of him and he decided to clarify before starting whether they were really interested in where he was investing. He needed a few seconds to think and then he told the operator that he had recently made a very interesting investment. With a smile on his face, he described how he invested 200 billion won in an option which everyone of course associated with risky investments. Kim also said that there is a risk in this, but it is also worth understanding that expectations can come true very quickly. At some point he asked for forgiveness and said that he would have to take a break for a minute because he received an important call. At this moment the operator was watching the general director and realized that he had hit where it hurt since the options were very risky and the chances of getting profitable were low. And a gigantic 200 billion won were spent on such an adventure. If you broadcast it like this, people will perceive what is happening as a gambling game of a rich person. At some point in these thoughts Kim said just one number. 487%. He had to explain to everyone in the room that this was exactly how much he profited from the option he had just talked about. He managed to earn 1.2 trillion Korean won. The film crew could not believe these words, and a stranger also entered the room at the most inopportune moment. It was Myung, and for this reason Kim asked for forgiveness again. a second later and said that he would be back soon. Now the film crew was left in the room by themselves and they didn't know what to think after hearing the information. At some point they just looked at each other to make sure that what they had just heard was true information. Meanwhile Kim met with Myung, who told him that during all this time they had managed to assemble an excellent team and finally everything was ready. Now was the very moment that Kim had been waiting for a long time and which was supposed to save the world. Now all the servers and all the computers had processed the required part of the information and in front of them was the source coin, the original coin. Kim Shin's current assets at that time were approximately 5.8 trillion won. Meanwhile Hoyoung slept and clarity gradually began to come into his head. He looked around to understand where he was, but he saw nothing and the pain in his head did not go away much. After a few seconds he felt better and at a very short distance from his body he noticed Paul Lesser and also other people. They were doing some kind of exercise and their bodies looked like they had been doing heavy weight training all their lives. Of course the professor was surprised that this was happening, which could be easily understood by his look. A few seconds later Lesser greeted him and was surprised that the professor was even here and did not ask what he was doing here. But instead he began to come closer to his friend in order to say that it seemed that he finally wanted to practice. Hoyoung tried to explain the situation by saying that when he opened his eyes he found himself here and he doesn't really want to train. Then his friend, after thinking a little, noticed that the professor's outfit was ideal for any training. Immediately Hoyoung became incredibly scared due to the fact that physical exercise was real hard labor for him. It turned out that it was all just a dream and he actually lost consciousness and only came to his senses now. Right next to his body was Lesser, who said that he finally waited for the moment when the professor finally woke up. Taking a small bite of an energy bar, he greeted the professor in his office. At this time it was raining quite heavily outside and after that there were very few people on the streets. But inside one could now hear the professor's conclusion that it looked like he had lost consciousness again during the experiment, as often happens. Lesser explained that for this reason he took the professor to his room to rest while his clothes were in the wash and he dressed him in new ones. But now there was only one topic that interested the professor, namely how everything went in the experiment. Of course he expected an answer, but when Lester told him that everything had gone wrong, he still felt a little unpleasant. After a few seconds Paul explained that thanks to the use of cloud services 35% was achieved, but further calculations were impossible due to insufficient performance. Now Paul advised him to just relax since now anyway all processes are as automated as possible. He also added that once his body recovers, he will be able to continue working and do everything with his old strength. It was easy for him to explain this by saying that the longer they wait, the more people will suffer, and accordingly they need to go to the laboratory as soon as possible. But it was at that moment that his friend stopped him, who said that he would not move anywhere else from this place. He clearly saw that his passion was great, but it was also noticeable that in this state he clearly would not be able to conduct further research. Moreover, Lesser also had to say that next time it might end in something worse than fainting. But he didn't actually force the professor to lie there and made it sound like he actually had a choice, arguing this by the fact that as a doctor he will no longer be able to help the professor if he suddenly becomes ill again during the next experiment. So while thinking about all this, Hoyoung just continued to lie there until a conclusion came to his mind. And it consisted of the fact that he realized that at such moments it was better to listen to the doctor, and the doctor was glad that he finally had an obedient patient. That month it had been 7 years since Lesser stopped him that day when the professor gave birth to an uppercut to another professor and Paul pulled him away. In fact, Hoyoung wanted to give his enemy a few more blows that day, but in this case everything could not be limited to an ordinary dismissal. But it was still great in Lesser's opinion because the situation created a lot of shared memories. And what's more, he actually didn't like this professor just like Hoyoung. This opinion caused laughter from the professor since initially he thought that Paul acted this way so that no one would get hurt, much less injured. There was a short pause, and then Paul asked his friend why he decided to become a doctor since he would hardly ever have time to listen to this story again. Thinking about whether it was worth talking about this, the professor simply looked at the ceiling and did not answer. But a second later he told his friend that in fact all this happened solely because of his sister's illness. His younger sister caught an infectious disease and she was not all right after a while because he could not help her. Very often there was a pendant on his neck which served as an artifact that helped him get ready at the right moment. His younger sister was such a cheerful and talented girl who had never been seriously ill with anything before. And after this incident and several months of grief, Hoyoung realized that he would definitely eradicate the disease that took his sister from him. He didn't want to let anyone else get sick and die the way she died. Lesser was very touched by this situation because he had never heard anything like this in his life before. He decided to ask his friend what his sister's name was, and he even prepared to say her name. But suddenly one of the scientists ran into this room and told Dr. Lee that they had a little problem. And this problem was that there was something wrong with the artificial intelligence and it was not behaving normally. These words were enough for the professor to immediately get up from his seat and run towards where the conferences usually took place. When he went through several turns in the corridor, he came to his goal and suddenly stopped. What he now saw in front of him was amazing, and he could not understand what was happening on the screen. The artificial intelligence was finally working, but it didn't seem like it was true. Lesser asked his subordinate what they had done, and he only said that productivity had suddenly increased, and then Hoyoung's phone rang. Taking this phone, General Director Kim was there, who asked the professor if he was now in the laboratory. Kim Shin, after analyzing the professor's voice, he said that judging by this voice, everything worked out according to plan. Now it has become obvious that the original coin project was successful and began to bear its first fruits. Kim explained to the professor that using blockchain technology they made it so that the artificial intelligence of the bio company could add performance to itself from other connected computers. Mining started about an hour ago, and during this time the changes in power have become incredibly large. The number of miners grew incredibly quickly, and there were hundreds of times more of these people around the world every second. The general director also added that if this continues, they will achieve great results by about the end of the day. And the result will be that artificial intelligence will be able to use the power of approximately 500,000 computers located around the world. And of course, without the artificial intelligence itself and Hoyoung's research, all this would never have happened. He added that they have done a great job and now must work together to crush the coronavirus with the help of capital and technology. But now Hoyoung didn't have any strength to answer the CEO. His body was in shock, and the tears from his eyes fell in small drops onto the floor, attracting the attention of those around him. With a trembling voice, the professor thanked the general director for what he had come up with and what he was able to bring into reality. But in response, Kim only said that he would call back later and immediately disconnected from the call. Lesser, watching all this incredible success from a short distance, asked the professor if he had already decided on a name for artificial intelligence. And of course, Professor Long had an option for such a case, but now he did not have the strength to say it. And just a few seconds later, he said that he would name this artificial intelligence in honor of his younger sister. Meanwhile, the number of source coin miners was already 500,000 people. Now finally, the original coin project has been launched. In honor of this, Kim organized a meeting for everyone who worked on the project and thanked them with all his heart for the work they had done. He also tried to explain that success was achieved thanks to their work, and no one else could have achieved everything so quickly. The guy also said that they could all enjoy today to the fullest because they really deserve it. But he told Myung that he was nearby, that no one was listening to him, and his friend noticed that this meant that they were focused on the party. But now the friend was most interested in what the guy himself thought about it, besides the fact that everyone was happy about the success. Because from now on they will have to pay for the release of source coin. But already in the first day, 500,000 people joined. Currently, the original coin is issued every 4 hours. This is already several million per day, and more than 200 million per month. No matter how rich Kim was, such figures gave Myung goosebumps, and he was very surprised when he heard from his friend that everything was fine. It was difficult for him to believe that even this step his friend was able to think through, and he was waiting for the moment when Kim would explain everything. The guy said that this is what he was counting on from the very moment he conceived the project. And most importantly, the creation of a vaccine has officially begun, and if he was afraid of something, he would not have started. In his opinion, if you spend money, then you need to spend it for some benefit for society. This sentence was indeed very clever, and even a person like Myung thought about it for a while. And after this very time, he said that Kim had really matured a lot during this time. Now he wanted to ask the question differently, namely, he wanted to find out what Kim's plans for the future were. He told him that they got together to create source coin and their project was a success. But if you leave everything as it is, the team will fall apart. And now that they have talked among themselves, they need to make some decision that will mark future plans. Moreover, Myung said that when he interviewed all the workers, as he expected, everyone said that it would be a shame to end like this. Therefore, the question that he now wanted to ask was actually very important for the entire team, which was already accustomed to working in such conditions. Kim, now it was necessary to answer the question about what his plans are for the future and how he sees the development of this team. Of course, the guy was incredibly uncomfortable answering this since he initially did not know any clear answers. And now he needed to give some witty answer so that the team would not think that he was stupid. Therefore, turning to everyone, he said that at this stage, he could not say for sure and did not even know if it was possible. Then Myung took the initiative and said that their job was to make Kim's ideas possible. The guy swore that he would be honest. His main idea was that he wanted to create a proper cryptocurrency ecosystem. There are a lot of negative images associated with coins these days, such as speculation and scams. But I also filmed legal and profitable ways to use them. By guaranteeing the minimum cost of the original coin, their team will ensure that it can be used in various fields. And if we continue to expand its scope, it will eventually gain value as a real virtual currency. He continued his speech and said that he believed that one day this could actually happen, and it would lead them to an incredibly big result. For some reason at that moment, he looked at the audience who were listening to him very carefully. There was a pause while Kim tried to understand the general mood among those who work for him. And now from their faces, he understood that they were not particularly impressed and were listening to these words only because it needed to be done. And then thoughts began to creep into his head that it seemed he had said something that was not what they wanted to hear. It seems that declaring this in front of people who are smarter than him was a shame, and he could not imagine what they were thinking about him now and were probably already forming an opinion about him as a humanities student. Therefore, he came up with the idea to tell everything when the idea becomes more concrete and not throw around big words. For some reason, after a second, the first person started clapping and was immediately followed by all the other workers. Within a few seconds, absolutely everyone who worked in this company and was now in the office began to clap loudly. Kim did not understand why his words brought such a reaction, and he did not understand the reasons for this. Many employees said that the boss had such great intentions as they had never seen before. And even that employee who wrote only in text said that their boss was a genius because it occurred to him to come up with something like that. They all liked the fact that it was all about the dream and not about the money, and for people like programmers it sounded like fun. So after they stopped clapping, they all raised their hands and said that they would follow Kim Shin. Myung, who was standing next to the guy at that moment, said that children can be capricious, but they don't know how to lie. This only means that the goal that Kim just drew actually touched them, and most importantly touched their hearts. Now that the company has achieved success, Myung is thinking that maybe he should quit his job and take the business seriously. But initially he didn't know how to handle himself in this situation, and at some point he remembered the words that he had said to Kim, namely those words that real heroes act on the call of their hearts. Kim thought his friend was right when he said this and called him a vice president named Oh Myung-woo. And his friend in turn said that he would do everything in the best possible way, calling Kim the president of the company. After that, he led the first team members and founded a San Francisco company called Earth Resource. So they began to seriously engage in the cryptocurrency business, and soon special shopping centers were created where you can pay for goods with their coins. They can also be used to buy games and other things, and in addition to mining, they have created an environment where coins can be used for various purposes. A few months later, the number of miners exceeded 1.6 million users, and almost everyone was talking about it. As the number of miners increased, Earth Resource was able to use the resulting computing power to create a cloud service that it provided to other companies. In less than 6 months, it became the largest company in San Francisco, the capitalization of which reached its maximum. And the speech that was recorded by the film crew that day was finally uploaded to YouTube. And of course, she was able to achieve the result that Kim expected from this video. The number of views increased every second, and the comments were simply bursting with delight. People believed that this guy knew business because he was able to make trillions of won on put options. The original coin had such a high rate that it surprised all investors. And even at that moment when everyone thought that it should begin to fall, this still could not happen. And on one such day in the office, a large number of people as usual watched the chart and tried to analyze it. The currency showed growth, and because of this there was nothing to analyze as a whole since the direction was as predictable as possible. In the next office there was a printer that printed a large number of papers very loudly, and the subordinate who dealt with these papers stapled them together and began to take them to his boss. Within a few seconds, the boss had all these documents in his hands and he began to puristically study them. This company had it all. If you look at it more broadly, this company had the most important thing needed among those companies that already have a large turnover of money. Namely, a representative about whom both a lot is known and absolutely nothing is known. This man made the conclusions that he needed, and he believed that this time he would have to start with a representative. Kim Shin's current assets at that time were 17.6 trillion won. After everything was fine for a very long time, very interesting conversations began in the company. And so one day, one of the employees speaking to his colleague said that their company was a little strange. Now, on the contrary, many are stopping their activities due to coronavirus, and they are not only making money but also expanding their business. And it would be okay if the salaries were small, but even at the entry-level earnings are 90,000. This does not take into account bonuses and allowances. He said that the situation is going so well now that he is even worried that it will end someday. But his colleague had a different opinion, and he replied that if he was going to talk nonsense, then it was better for him to just go to work. The man didn't quite agree and said that the boss also seemed a little strange to him, since he usually doesn't pay attention to him, but this boss catches his eye. Moreover, at the head of their company is a man every business in which he invests money turns out to be a breakthrough. With 3.18 million subscribers on YouTube, he is making South Korea the capital of the world. Kim Shin was really able to show everyone that the most important thing is not luck but skill, and everyone would be surprised if he failed. With this phrase, the dialogue with the colleague was completed, and when leaving, this employee was thinking about how after all the two of us could create such a huge company. This is a very difficult process. He constantly wondered what kind of people they were who were able to earn such fabulous sums in such a short period of time. At this very time in the apartment where Kim lived, as his friend's stylistic laughter could now be heard. All because his friend named Myung laughed at him due to the fact that he was now just a YouTube star. He danced and twirled around Kim, acting out scenes as if he was asking for her autograph and saying that he could do a thank you dance. This went on for quite a long time, and at some point he ran up to Kim and lightly began to hit him on the shoulders. They say it was a coin blow. All this continued, and he continued this sarcasm, saying that in the next video Kim needs to tell everyone to like and they can reach 10 million subscribers. When it stopped, Myung agreed that it was pretty funny and it's good that Kim made that video on YouTube. Kim Shin in turn said that he was glad that the other liked the way it looked. But now Myung was interested in how his friend was so ashamed of being a YouTuber, and he replied that this means that people from all over the world saw what he said, and the statement was so. This was actually the case, but don't forget the result that just one video led to. Thanks to this, many learned about the existence of the original coin, and they were also able to announce their own directions of development, which differs from existing altcoins. Of course, some people still mistrust them, but they have the power to change their perception. Then there was a short pause, after which Myung said that he would not tease his friend about this, it would be a real sin. Suddenly he heard some sound from the side and realized that someone was coming closer and closer to the door. It was the secretary, who had an appeal to the general director and explained that a visitor had arrived. Initially she didn't want to say who it was, but when the guys looked at her, she tried to explain who this person was. It was quite strange, and both Kim and Myung did not understand who he was. Therefore, after a short time, they were already in a special room in which they discussed what the guest wanted to discuss. He initially thanked the two for accepting him despite this unexpected visit. Then this stranger introduced himself and said that his name was Jim Bauman and he had a rather interesting job. And this job consists of being an investment accelerator. This means that this man is involved in investments and is an expert in this topic and provides services to other people. Then Kim asked him what kind of investments he was making. He answered that he could not name specific examples since this was a business secret. It was strange that this person did not want to name anything specific, since honest people usually do not do that. At first glance, it might seem like he was providing an investment company dealing in shares, but if that were the case, he would have immediately and proudly revealed its name. This means that this cannot be disclosed in public, and this means that it is better not to mess with this guy. As soon as he realized this, he immediately became someone from the table and explained that he was not going to trust his investments to anyone else. He began to say something else but stopped at the moment when this guest said that we were talking about tens of billions of dollars. This of course could interest Kim Shin since this amount was simply huge. Jim explained that by rejecting his offer the guy would lose the opportunity to earn such a large sum. He said that it is unlikely that the guy will want to refuse such an opportunity and there is no need to do this. Kim meanwhile sat down at the table and said that his interlocutor was very confident in himself and he probably wouldn't have come here if it weren't for that. Jim continued that as Kim already knows cryptocurrencies and their time are becoming increasingly valuable. The history of Bitcoin and Ethereum is proof of this. The amount of capital transferred using coins cannot be estimated, however. If you can gain full access to this capital, it will bring great profits. Of course, Kim did not think that this task had been completed, but he still decided to ask his interlocutor if it was possible. He replied that like any legal money-making scheme, in fact everything is simple here. His idea was that the CEO only needed to increase the price of source coin. A smile appeared on this guy's face and he said that from Kim Shin's face he immediately understood everything. At that time the public's trust in the original coins is very high and they will have to use this and issue 10 billion original coins, as a result of which they will inflate the value and sell them on the exchange. Thanks to this method, they can easily earn hundreds of billions of dollars. Myung's reaction was absolutely categorical to these words, since he considered it a deception and a method that in no case should be used in reality. But Kim's face was different, and there was even a small smile on his face, and he was very interested and listened to his interlocutor. At some point Myung even looked at his friend and thought that his opinion about this person would be the same. Kim then just thought that in recent years there have been many changes in coin prices and now something has become clear. Namely, what came out was that the criminal who controlled this entire flow was precisely the man at this table. Myung was tired of listening to all this, so he hit the table with his hand and said that they had already listened to enough. He turned his head towards Kim and said that this was a waste of time and they should get out of here right now. But he was very surprised when he realized that his partner did not want to leave but for some reason continued to sit in place. In addition, he lowered his head down as if he was thinking very hard about something. And indeed, Kim thought that he promised people that he would give a minimum price of $1 for the original coin even if the market price increased. All that is required is to refund everyone $1, and if the price of source coin rises to 100 each, creating 10 billion coins, that will change everything. In a guy's life, impossible I often become possible, and this has happened more than once. However, it is worth thinking about this since this decision is actually not that easy. Literally after half a minute of thought, an even more obvious smile appeared on Kim's face, and this was already a very bad sign. This sign was the first to be noticed by Myung, who throughout this entire time did not look at his friend. Raising his head, Kim told his interlocutor that this was a very interesting proposal that was worth considering. Myung just couldn't believe his ears when he heard it because it didn't sound like his friend. Kim Shin's current assets on the day Gene Bowman came to his office were 17.6 trillion. Everyone was incredibly tense, but it seemed that Jim liked this situation most of all as his face was incredibly pleased. Kim Shin also looked rather suspicious, and from his look it was clear that he had already made a decision a long time ago. His friend meanwhile did not understand what was happening and simply could not believe that he would agree to this bad deal. At some point the guest said that he himself knew that the general director would agree since this offer was really very profitable. Within a second he offered to sign the contract, but Kim asked him not to rush so much and asked for forgiveness, because he explained that there would be a little difficulty with this, and of course Jim Bowman was wondering what kind of difficulty he meant. Kim explained to him that this is still a very important matter for both sides, so they cannot act systematically. Therefore he also said that it needs to be done more formally and in a suitable place, since this is how such important deals are concluded. Jim thought that he had already seized his destiny, but it seems that now everything will not be quite as he expected. Therefore he began to get up from the table and added that soon they would arrange an official meeting during which they would discuss all the details. Then he began to move away from the table, and behind him he felt the satisfied face of Kim and the dissatisfied face of the other negotiator. At the very last moment he turned around and, looking straight into Myung's face, said that they would see each other again. He reacted very badly to this, but still maintaining his dissatisfied face, he stood there for some more time. And then he hit the wooden table with his hand with all his strength in order to attract the attention of Kim, who was sitting at this table. As soon as the doors closed, he immediately asked his friend to explain himself, since he could still see on his face that he was too pleased. Questions immediately began to flow about whether Kim was really going to accept this offer, despite the fact that he himself said that he wanted to create a cryptocurrency ecosystem that would be different from the previous ones. His voice became more and more stern, and he constantly asked Kim if he really wanted to live as a man who lied to the whole world. The anger increased every second, and his teeth closed together more and more tightly. This rage was very difficult to hide, but now Myung did not want to do this because he wanted to at least somehow influence Kim. And when this emotion almost completely filled him, he asked his friend that he had actually been lying all this time, and to him too. Kim had something to answer to this, but initially he did not say anything but simply opened his mouth and stood there for several seconds. And a second later a smile appeared on his face which showed that he was confident in himself and confident in his decision. I smile. He began to get up from the table under the words of his friend that they should not laugh at the situation in which they now found themselves. Moreover, he added that if Kim continues in the same spirit, then their friendship will end and he will leave the company. But his friend didn't listen to him at all, and for some reason I kept the same smile on my face and began to approach one of the doors that was in the room. And at that moment, when he came close to one of them, he grabbed the handles and pulled them very sharply in his direction. Because of this, the entire film crew that was leaning on these doors fell to the ground along with the cameraman. Initially, Myung did not understand who these people were and what they were doing in this room with frosted black glass. But after looking a little closer, it became clear that this was a film crew for YouTube in its entirety. Immediately, Myung asked what they were doing here, and Kim, helping one of the employees lift his camera, said that they were filming video material for his blog. After that, he asked his friend if he remembered the video about the ecosystem and development, so it was a great success, and Kim decided that he could not miss such a success and therefore decided to continue filming. At this moment, Myung already had an explanation in his head as to why he agreed to this deal, and Kim could not help but agree with this assumption. Because now they have a real recording of the conversation that took place, which will definitely become a sensation. He asked his friend for forgiveness for not warning him, but there was also an explanation for this. All because he didn't know how to do it in such a situation, and admitted that he was glad that everything worked out. Because of what had just happened, Myung ran up to Kim and made a righteous friendly throw to the ground. It only hurt a little, but mostly it only served to make CEO Kim Shin remember it for a long time. The film crew was still watching from the floor where they fell after the doors opened. The body of their CEO was lying on the floor, and he felt a little bad due to the fact that the blow was not weak. He even began to cough a little and even shouted something towards Myung, who had already managed to move a short distance away. But at some point his friend asked him not to do that again in the future. He meant that there is no need to allow such misunderstandings, as this can lead to disastrous consequences. At that moment a realization came to Kim's head, since only now he realized that by doing this he had not done everything to his friend but had only worsened his mood. So he apologized, and Myung realized at that moment that they could continue a constructive dialogue. Namely, he asked his friend what he was going to do next and whether he was going to hand over the recording to the police. There were no such plans, since the evidence was not enough yet, and they would only be enough for a scandal, and in the worst case Jim would simply run away. Now they needed to collect more evidence, and then when they accumulated it, a very important moment would happen. The moment when they can use all the material and thanks to this win the case. Meanwhile, the action moved to a traditional house in the northern part of the country. Jim was just now walking through the territory of this private house, looking very nervous for some reason. He approached the door, which walked calmly around the others and attracted the attention of all the guests. But Jim was the man who knew what was on the other side of the door, and that's why he came here. It was even difficult for him to muster up the courage to just come here, and sweat flowed down his face in several streams. But the moment he finally plucked up the courage, he still began to knock on those doors with his knuckles. Immediately, in just a few seconds, these doors opened and the guest could see what was inside. What was here could surprise him, since it was the animal that he feared more than all the others. A very large tiger that looked right at him and whose eyes seemed to whisper that he was quite aggressive. The woman who was also in this room asked the guest for forgiveness for the fact that he could have scared him. But besides this, she explained that he looks so scary because it's just time to feed him. Jim, meanwhile, with all his being, he tried to show that he was not afraid and simply stood in place without moving at all. But one could read in his eyes that he was trying to suppress the emotion that was the strongest in him now. At some point this woman said that she was interested in how everything went, and in fact that was the only thing that interested her. It was necessary to know whether Jim had spoken to the target, and the guy replied that his interlocutor reacted positively to their proposal. He also explained that very soon they would sign an agreement and then everything would be finally organized. The girl didn't quite like what he said soon, since she expected that after he came here he would already have a signed contract. But Jim told her that if she gave him 1 month, he would be able to bring this matter to a victorious end. At that very moment, a whole carcass of raw chicken flew at his head, and when it flew up to him, it was not yet clear why it was done. But it looks like the guy was close to understanding why it was done. Of course, out of fear, he closed his eyes, and it was already hard to see what was happening ahead. The tiger meanwhile chewed the meat with his teeth, and he did it with such greed, as if he had not been fed for a very long time. Then the woman began to come closer and closer to her pet, hearing how loudly he tormented the carcass. It turned out that the guy fell to the ground at the very last moment, and because of this the tiger grabbed the chicken carcass and not him. His whole body was trembling due to fear, and while on the floor he was waiting for what the woman would say now. And this woman asked if the guy knew what was most important when taming an animal. She explained that the most important thing is not to lose initiative and not to forget to feed him, and besides that not to let him think. It is necessary to let the animal understand that everything depends on the will of the owner. Otherwise, this will lead to consequences that the owner himself will like for 5 years. Of course, she meant that in this case you risk becoming a victim and food yourself. The man changed a lot during all this and asked him to forgive him for not being able to conclude this deal on the day he told the target about it. He knelt down and said that he would immediately contact Kim and arrange a meeting and in general do everything possible to bring him to their side. He guaranteed a positive result due to the fact that, in addition to the psychological pressure from the girl, that same tiger was looking at him all this time. The girl liked the way her subordinate now approached things, and so she ordered him to go and continue working. When he left, she thought that this Kim, in her opinion, was originally a simple wild dog from a vassal country. However, now it has become obvious that he has brains, but it is clear that this is unlikely to affect anything. This girl's name was Li Che, and even though she believed that the target was a little smarter than they all thought, she was still a dog from a vassal country. On that day, even though employees missed Kim Shin, his current assets were still 216 billion. After some time, the actions took place not in this house but in the house where Kim spent most of his time. At some point Elle called him, and he said that he was glad that she called since he had not heard her voice for a very long time. The girl replied that everything was fine with her. The guy answered the same and explained that for now he was doing boring paperwork. Then Elle answered him that there was something she wanted to tell him, and in general something that would lead to consequences. Namely, the girl then told him that she was now alone at home, and at that very moment Kim realized that he needed to take action. After 2.5 minutes, he was already running towards his car, which was supposed to take him to the airport as soon as possible. There he climbed aboard his private jet, and while he was in the car he said where they were going and how urgent it was. Half a minute later, he was already on the plane that was taking off, and they also flew incredibly quickly. Literally a few hours after their call, she opened her doors and was surprised by what she saw there. Kim stood there. Around him there was an incredibly large number of different gifts in boxes, and the girl was surprised that he arrived so quickly. He tried to smile, but in fact his positive emotions were manifested in the fact that his eyes simply glowed. When he entered the apartment, he placed the first cork on the floor, since it was not particularly easy to hold them. The girl explained that she felt awkward because the guy told her that he had just recently been busy and was working on a very important development. But of course Kim reassured her and said that he missed her and came because something difficult had happened recently and he wanted to rest. Ellie was grateful to him for this, since he, having very little free time, found the time to meet with her. But with the next question he asked how things were at work from the girl herself, since he worked a lot and it brought some results, and it was interesting how everything was going with Ellie. The moment she heard this question, she slowly but surely began to slide until she completely fell off the bed. Her voice began to tremble, and she explained that she would probably be demoted from management to chewing gum in Manhattan, while the guy tried to calm her down. He also tried to understand what losses she suffered, but the girl in response only showed the number 2 with her fingers. Then she showed the number 1, and this prompted the guy to suggest that the loss was 21%. But it seems that this was wrong, since the correct answer was that the loss was 0.21%. This was such an insignificant figure that the guy thought that there really was no point in reacting so seriously to this. Well, if you look at this situation from the other side, you can conclude that this is actually more good than bad, because this probably means that Ellie is very professional about her work. It was necessary to somehow calm the girl down, so the guy simply exhaled and thought about what could be done in this situation. Tears had already begun to flow from Ellie's eyes, and this meant that we needed to move on to drastic measures. So the guy asked if there was anything she wanted to do today and said that whatever it was she just had to say it. He explained that he would support anything no matter what he proposed. Took a little time to think about the options, but it looks like they prepared pretty quickly. After a while of thought, the girl asked if Kim loved cat women, and after a little hesitation he answered that he did. At that moment the girl began to crawl under the sheet, which was tucked in quite tightly. It was not an easy task, but she still managed to do it. After another second, she pulled out a small object from her pocket and placed the cat ears on her head. She made a cute face, she said meow, and looked straight into Kim Shin's eyes. Initially the guy simply watched this in a constant place, but after a second he began to move closer and closer to that bed. A moment and he jumped on top of the girl and said that he suspected that the matter would not end with kisses. A second later he asked the girl if she was ready and waited for the moment until she answered something. Or she said only one word, and in general it was clear what she would answer. This moment was very tense and exciting as the guy's lips were getting closer and closer to Ellie's lips. But of course there had to be something that would interfere with everything. And it was a call that Kim Shin needed to answer anyway, and it was this call that ruined the mood, and she began to wait for him to finish. It turned out that it was Dr. Lee Ho-yun who greeted the CEO and asked for forgiveness for taking Kim away from business. The reason he called was that he had some very important news to share. What was new was that their division had made great progress in developing a vaccine, but overall they were already at the finish line. They still have many problems to solve, but as a result of in-depth analysis, it was discovered that the smart effect of the vaccine is 90%. He believed that the clinical trials would be conducted in the States and that he would inform Kim of the results. Kakim thanked the scientist for his work and said that he was very glad to hear this information. At that moment, Ellie approached him. She felt very well that the guy would not finish speaking right now, and therefore she approached him closer. Several hours had passed since that moment, and night had already covered the room, and accordingly it was very difficult to see everything there. The couple lay in bed, but unlike Ellie, Kim found it incredibly difficult to fall asleep. When he was lying there, he constantly thought about the vaccine and about the fact that coronavirus was a scourge in their time. Because of the losses and fear they suffer, the economies of entire countries are collapsing. However, this situation is not one that has no solution and is worth reconciling with. Because the moment will come when a vaccine appears that will become a fighter against this garbage. Such thoughts prompted the guy to think that perhaps after the advent of a vaccine the market will return to growth again. At the same time, he heard that Ellie woke up as she began to toss and turn and mutter something. The guy immediately apologized for waking her up, and the girl meanwhile asked why he wasn't sleeping. Kim told her that he needed a little help because he needed to create a portfolio in the morning because he wanted to buy some shares. When asked how many shares he needed, the guy replied that he would like to purchase for a fairly small amount. With a smile looking straight into Ellie's eyes, he explained that he needed the girl's abilities in order to buy shares worth $12 billion. Let's not forget that on that night Kim Shin's current assets were 17.6 trillion Korean won. Despite these difficulties, they went to bed, and in the morning the girl met Kim in order to have a very serious conversation with him. The topic of this conversation was about 12 billion in shares and 500 million in call options. Since Ellie decided to ask again whether the guy really wants to invest exactly that amount, and Kim meanwhile did not understand why the girl was so angry. It was clear from her face that she was literally furious, and in a second something would happen that would only confirm this. She hit the table with her hand with quite a lot of effort so that what she would later say to the guy would gain more weight. She turned to Kim and asked if her work really seemed funny to him. It was not clear what the girl meant when she said that, and so the guy decided to ask again. Then she either answered that she knew that her boyfriend was a rich and successful investor, but buying 12 billion worth of stocks during a recession is a real gamble, and he's taking a risk by betting like a casino. She also added that she does not know on what basis he made this decision, but if it is just a matter of intuition, then she will resort to action. Namely, Ellie threatened that as a manager she had no choice but to try to stop Kim. A very large amount of information fell upon Kim at that moment, and he needed to think a little. And just a few seconds later he explained to the girl that in this case he too would be forced to do what he did not want. Namely, the girl leaves him no choice but to turn to someone else to help him. I had to explain that he understands what Ellie is trying to tell him now. Since from a logical point of view this does not make sense, and in fact from the outside he may seem like a person who simply dreams of getting rich. But is this bad? All people dream of getting rich, and this is a truth that is clear to absolutely everyone. Human greed always goes beyond expectations, and with every year of growing up it seems to a person that there is no limit to this. Even though it seems to Kim that the growth wealth is too great, he still does not stop, although he thinks that in the end everything could end in a fall. People constantly told him that it was a bubble, and despite the fact that those around him tried to dissuade him, claiming that it was dangerous, he was unable to stop and strove forward. This is called real greed. It is the greed that often subsequently ruins someone. And Kim is not going to deny it, since he was able to go this far only because he was greedy. And this more confirmed that greed drives people, and all people reaching this point stop at only one thing. They dream of taking advantage of the moment when final confidence comes. By risking everything you will get what you want. Kim was willing to bet 12.5 billion on his faith. The girls needed time to digest this, since such a speech actually managed to impress her. Well, is this impression enough to either radically agree or radically reject Kim's proposal? Then she pushed off from the table and began to walk in some unknown direction, explaining absolutely nothing to Kim. In addition, the girl explained that in this case she understands that nothing can be done. Kim Shin made a very big bet on this speech, but it seems that it did not bring the result that he originally thought. But suddenly he heard the girls order that they need to get ready as soon as possible. Literally a second later, his shirt flew into Kim's head, and by that moment he no longer understood what would happen. The girl began to button up her shirt and explained that she was leaving, so she needed to hurry up and get dressed as quickly as possible. When asked where she was going so early, a rather specific and unexpected answer followed. The two of them were going to go to JP Morgan, a rather large company that Ellie was working at just now. The moment the guy arrived, he saw the building of this company in person for the first time. Indeed, a large investment fund could afford a large and luxurious building that looked quite majestic. Kim didn't even notice how Ellie overtook him and told him to follow her, so that they could go inside. When they were already inside, the guy asked why she brought him here, and she answered that she did it in his portfolio, since the amount was so large that she could not make a decision herself. At that moment, when Kim Shin asked her if she would be able to meet with someone, she replied that she did not think that they would have any problems with it. A second later, they moved into the elevator, where the girl asked Tyre if he knew what they were saying about him on Wall Street. He was talked about as the man who created a unicorn company in a short time, using only his personal capital, earning 10.5 billion from options in the worst market conditions. A man with the touch of Midas, winning jackpots on everything he touches. So if he wants, even the chairman of JP Morgan will want to meet with him. The elevator doors opened and a small group of people were already standing in front of him, and one of them said that he hoped that Kim's journey here did not cause any inconvenience. The guy was very surprised when he heard this, since they had not agreed on any meeting before. The man introduced himself and said that he was the CEO of JP Morgan, and his name was Bok Choi. He, along with all the other people who stood there, bowed and admitted that they were very happy about Kim's visit. The guy had to admit that he did not expect to meet a Korean in the management of JP Morgan, and he laughing replied that he learned about Mr. Kim's visit. He could not help but go to the meeting in person. To begin with, he suggested having breakfast, and they all moved to the premier room together. And indeed, it was a good idea, since now the guy was in quite a state due to stress and he wanted to eat well. He admitted that the tea they tried here was very fragrant, and the head replied that these tea leaves were of the highest quality, obtained with a lot of work and money. He was very happy that so many people liked this tea. Then he began negotiations and admitted that he had already heard from Ellie's manager, but he would still like to clarify whether Kim really intends to invest 12 billion in shares. Moreover, he wanted to invest 500 million in an option, and asked if Kim knew that if the option failed he would lose his entire investment. The CEO of JP Morgan took another sip of his delicious tea, and he used this moment to think. Then he snapped his fingers, and at the same moment one of his subordinates ran up to them. The director said that regarding the purchase of shares, he would indicate his name and create a portfolio for the client with the best conditions. Well, besides this, we also needed to talk about the call option, since it is no less important in this transaction. Regarding this, the director did not have very good news, and he even put his cup of tea on the table in order to present this news. And he asked for forgiveness and said that this information might be shocking, but it's better to say it in advance. Bok was a fan of saying everything directly, and so he said that he thought that for JP Morgan this option would be an almost impossible task. During this time, Kim Shin did not make any significant financial transactions, so his current assets were still 17.6 trillion won. Undoubtedly, he asked for forgiveness for such information, since most likely the client expected that they would be able to help him with this problem. but still he had to admit that this would be quite a difficult task for their company. But this does not mean that they cannot do this, but he simply warns Kim that they very rarely work with options for such large amounts of money. Therefore, it was interesting what the head of the company wants to offer him. Taking another sip of tea, the man prepared to explain the two conditions they had for this deal. First, the decentralization of call options transactions with other financial institutions. In the case of stock purchases, the results only affect investors, and call options have a great influence on both buyers and sellers. This prompted Kim to think that this person is trying to minimize possible losses. JP Morgan. And the second was that he wants to appoint a manager who will work for us, Kim. And of course he said that Ellie's manager would be appointed as the special manager of General Manager Kim. The guys really wanted to know the reason for this, since it was not particularly obvious to him at that moment. The head of JP updated that he simply thought that Ellie was suitable for the job, since it was only natural to assign important tasks to the best employees. But Kim, he suggests this because they are lovers, but the company shouldn't have known about this. While the guy was thinking about whether to make this decision, Ellie suddenly said that she would like it. This caused incredibly strong surprise on the guy's face, and it was clear from his eyes that this surprise was genuine. All the girl wanted now was for Kim to trust her and give her the job. She promised that she would do everything possible to ensure that these investments were successful and led to great profits. Kim now didn't even have time to react, but simply looked at the girl who had already decided everything for him. Jenbok meanwhile realized that the initiative needed to be pulled over and said that if both parties agreed to these conditions, then they should move on to the last stage. In order to complete this stage, it was necessary to create a final portfolio. When this work was done, the action was transferred to the park through which Kim was now walking. Moving along it, he kept his hands in his pockets and thought about everything, mainly about the future. At some point, he took a pen out of his inner pocket and remembered the words of the general director who gave him this pen. Then he said that even if this small gift would be a reminder of their deal, he promised that JP Morgan will support Kim globally in the future, and all of their management and employees wish CEO Kim endless success. Of course, this was obvious, since it is not every day that they sign contracts worth $12.5 billion. Kim thought that depending on the result, someone will laugh while others will have no choice but to shed tears. But it was worth thinking less about this, since now it was only necessary to take into account the fact that Kim could really win in this game, or he would only have this pen left. While such interesting thoughts were flying around in his head, he suddenly heard Ellie's voice walking behind him. She looked quite serious and said that she wanted to tell CEO Kim something. Despite the fact that the girl's face was incredibly serious, it was difficult to understand what exactly she wanted to say. Kim tried to read her face, but it was not an easy task, so he just watched. At that moment, it seemed to both of them that time had frozen and everything suddenly stopped. If you move a little into the future, you could see how in the place where Kim and Myung now lived, someone slowly opened the front door. Of course, Myung was busy with very important matters, and being distracted from them, he didn't even notice that Shin had arrived. And when he noticed, he asked why he came so quickly, since initially he thought that he had taken a vacation and decided to have a good rest. Kim did not answer, but only continued to move in the direction of his room and ignored Myung's words. It all looked very strange, and it was not clear why he was in such a bad mood that he simply walked into the room without even saying hello. His door to the room was closed, and when Myung approached the door, he began to ask why he was being ignored. But now the guy really felt very bad and empty and didn't even know what to think about. He remembered very clearly the dialogue he had with Ellie after they had practically closed the deal with JP Morgan. The girl said that they need to stop and that she sees this as the only way to solve the problem. It was clear that it was very difficult for her to say this, since perhaps this is not sincerely what she wants in her ideal life. But real life is ideal for me, and therefore I need to act as circumstances dictate. A second later, she admitted to the guy that today she was going to end their relationship. After this was said, she was waiting for some kind of reaction and was not going to say anything herself. And Kim was one of those people who never show their emotions outward but hide everything inside. Now he just wanted to know the reason for this decision, since he did not understand why the girl was doing this to him. It was difficult for her, but she still explained that it all started that day when they had lunch at a restaurant during the trip. This was the first time they had lunch together, and of course Kim remembered this moment well. Ellie admitted that she was actually very grateful to the guy for all this time, because usually when she talks about her dreams, everyone supports her in words, but no one thinks about what will happen. But Kim was different. Looking into her eyes, he sincerely said that he believed in her and that she would succeed in everything in the future. This was felt because Ellie understood people very well and understood when they were lying and when they were saying something sincerely. It was probably at that moment that she felt the very feeling that she had been waiting for almost all her life. Ellie was able to fall in love with Kim at that moment in her life. His support gave her the strength to work, and no matter how insignificant the project, she did not sleep at night in order to achieve success. The girl really worked very hard to prove to the whole world and Kim that she is very capable. After that, they began to trust her with large projects, and she entrusted the recognition of others, and even she herself began to feel that she had grown. But all of this could only last until one moment which became a turning point in her life. Everything changed the moment she found out that Kim had already gone far ahead of her. It was then that she felt very strange. It wasn't jealousy or envy, but something still upset her very much. And only today in the situation that had developed she realized what kind of feeling it was. More than being with Kim as a lover, she wants to fulfill her dream as a manager. That is why she decided that she needed to end this relationship, because it went against her plan. And it is precisely the relationship with Kim that prevents her from growing, and because of them she will always be in the shadow of the guy. Shin tried to force a smile and said that he didn't even know how to respond to that. And after a second he stretched his hand forward and pulled it towards the girl. He thanked Ellie and said that from now on he asks to take care of him as his personal manager. The girl also extended her hand to him and said that she was sincerely grateful that he had given her such good memories, and added that she was looking forward to working with him. They shook hands, and that moment was the last time Kim felt the warmth emanating from Ellie's hand. It seemed so warm and so comfortable to him that it was impossible to describe it. And now when he was in his room and closing the door behind him, he felt very lousy. He even looked at the hand that had so recently shaken Ellie's, and it made him think. Suddenly the knocking on the doors began to be very loud again, and Myung ordered Kim to open it immediately. When the guy opened it, he said that he wanted to be alone today and he needed a little time. In front of him was Myung, who said that he had bought hamburgers and it was an incredibly tasty, luxurious double set. Myung's next question was whether Kim could really resist this. The guy understood that despite the fact that something negative had happened in his life, he could not focus on it and let it take over. So he accepted this invitation and said that he agreed to eat together, and this is a really good idea. On this very eventful and fateful day, Kim Shin's current assets were 18 trillion Korean won. But it was not only there that the main actions were now taking place, since chaos was now taking place in Jenbok's office. He was incredibly angry and endlessly cursed Kim for being a damn brat. He simply could not imagine the lengths to which he would go in order to simply deceive him. His head was already filled with old thoughts about how that woman would punish him after such a disastrous operation. It was necessary to think what to do, and Jim really strained himself very hard in order to think through everything in advance. Of course, once he showed up, he had to follow Kim's lead. If this situation reaches the ears of the chairman, then everything will be very bad. And it is incredibly obvious that this matter will not end with dismissal, and everything will be much worse. It was necessary to somehow get out of this situation, and at that moment, while he was thinking about it, a subordinate suddenly came into his office. Of course, being in bad condition, Bowman initially drove him away, but the subordinate simply asked for forgiveness. And after that, he said that he wanted to inform that they were writing about Kim in the newspapers and asked for forgiveness again. Without thinking twice, Jim snatched this newspaper from the hands of his subordinate and shouted that he needed to say about it right away. He slowly began to read what was written in that newspaper, and initially he did not have any emotions as he was waiting. As he went down, there was more and more China. He felt better and better. And the situation reached the point where he began to laugh hysterically at what he saw on the pages of that newspaper. There was a wide smile on his face as he realized that he had found exactly what he was looking for. Now everything was happening in the hero's head, and subsequent actions were his imagination. A small ant walked with a small bag on its back and sang a very sweet and perky song. This continued until he stepped into some kind of puddle, and that made him stop. Seeing this splash, he initially smiled because he thought that a little rain had begun which would only refresh him. But then this ant looked forward and saw that real chaos was happening ahead. There was a large city that was almost completely flooded due to the fact that an endless stream of water flowed from the sky. The rest of the ants were shouting that this waterfall is something very cool, and checking the water temperature in real time is incredibly cool. But the ant who was just walking along the road was surprised and did not understand why all the other ants were so happy. He ran up to one of these possessed ants and asked what the hell was going on here. He replied that due to the sudden move of more foreign investors, all stock markets collapsed, and that is why there is such a mess here. The ant fell on his ass and said that they had all really screwed up. Well, then an ant who was just walking along the road and accidentally came here rushed down and said that there was absolutely no point in this. It was not clear how this could happen since before he had everything he worked for almost all his life. This included severance pay, home equity loans, pension funds, and child school fees. And now everything looked as if everyone around them had gone crazy, and they looked like a real animal who were mad because of which and went crazy. But suddenly something very strange began to happen, and all the water that was under the ants' feet began to shake. Something began to crawl out from under the water, and while all the other ants were running, they did not even notice how something began to appear. It was an incredibly huge whale which had a coin on its head and thus controlled this whale. The ants began to look around to see what caused such a loud sound, and they saw a coin that had ridden the whale. This coin looked incredibly self-confident, and in its hands she was holding a roll of some kind of paper. They couldn't believe their eyes because in front of them now was an object that was legendary in that world. This is 10 billion one that rode a whale, and thanks to this they could actually and very quickly move through the water. This character began to shout very loudly towards the ants and ordered them not to give up under any circumstances. For since stock prices have fallen now, they have a chance, and they all need to be strong and not give up. Then this coin began to open the scroll that was in his hands, and with its brilliance it illuminated everything around. This coin remains that the base is approaching, and this moment cannot be missed. The ants watched this scroll and began to understand that the person whom some pray to is depicted on it. Even that same ant that was just walking along the road was now as if under hypnosis and was watching the scroll. On the golden scroll was a golden god named Kim Shin. The ants began to talk about how the golden god had invested 12 billion won in the stock, and it seemed like they really had a chance no matter what. The coin that was on the whale began to shout that they had suffered great losses recently. Lack of strength harmed them in the whale's opinion, and internal conflicts harmed them even more. Foreign companies put a spoke in their wheels, and they could only suffer only because they were ants. But now, according to that coin, time has changed, and since the golden god who is greater than anyone else is with them, they will come to success. Such a speech made even the ant who was surprised take his things out of the water and become more serious. They all shouted that they needed to move forward faster and move towards their dreams. In a short time, the ants created small rafts, and thanks to them, they moved forward at high speed following the coin on the whale. And indeed, in the real world, despite the fact that the graph was constantly falling, the moment came when it turned around. The dream began to come true, and everyone who believed in this idea received everything they dreamed of. But still, there was one person who, watching this graph, understood that he was finished. Almost everyone was lucky except him. Jim Bowman realized that he should not expect a successful life. Meanwhile, Kim, together with Myung in his apartment, decided to go to the online investment board announced advertisements. On that board, it was written that thanks to Kim Shin, someone's investment profit was 1 million won. They wrote there that the golden god is omnipotent and better than any expert. I read an endless number of such messages. Myung involuntarily asked his friend what he was wearing. But keeping a surprised face, the guy said that he actually didn't do anything. Of course, this phrase was said without thinking, and he thought about it only after a few seconds. But still, after rummaging around in his head for a long time, Kim Shin realized that he really did absolutely nothing. But not everyone was as lucky as him, and some clearly had a worse day. But despite this, Kim Shin's current assets amounted to 21 trillion Korean won.